morning and welcome. I would first like to remind everyone to please mute your line when you're not speaking. Slide 2, please. For media and press, the FDA press contact is Jeremy Kahn. His email is currently displayed. Slide 3, please. My name is Maria Coyle, and I will be chairing this meeting. I will now call the May 9th to 10th, 2023 joint meeting of the Non-Prescription Drugs Advisory Committee and the Obstetrics, Reproductive, and Urologic Drugs Advisory Committee to order. Dr. Moon-Hee Choi is the designated federal officer for this meeting and will begin with introductions.
Good morning. My name is Moon-Hee Choi, and I am the designated federal officer for this meeting. When I call your name, please introduce yourself and by stating your name and affiliations. Dr. Barron.
Good morning. I'm Elma Barron. I'm joining you from Northeast Ohio, outside of Cleveland. I am professor of dermatology at Case Western Reserve University, and I am the service chief of dermatology at the VA in Northeast Ohio.
Dr. Coyle.
Good morning. I'm Maria Coyle from the Ohio State University College of Pharmacy, where I serve as an associate professor and also practitioner at our Ohio State Wexner Medical Center.
Dr. Pisarek.
I'm Dr. Paul Pisarek, family physician at Archwell Health in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Dr. Roth.
Good morning. I'm a professor of medicine in the Division of Geriatrics and Palliative Care at George Washington University Medical Faculty Associates in Washington, D.C. Good morning.
Dr. Leslie Walker.
Good morning. I'm Leslie Walker Harding. I'm chair of the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Washington and chief academic officer at Seattle Children's Hospital, and I'm an adolescent medicine physician by specialty.
Dr. Dado.
Good morning. Mark Dado. I'm the industry representative for the Non-Prescription Drug Advisory Committee, pediatric pulmonologist by training.
Dr. Gass.
Marjorie Gass, Professor Emeritus of Obstetrics and Gynecology from the University of Cincinnati.
Dr. Shaw.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Shaw. I'm Senior Investigator of Biostatistics at the Kaiser Permanente Washington Health Research Institute. Good morning.
Dr. Fox.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Fox. I'm an OBGYN and representing industry representative. Currently work for Merck Pharmaceuticals.
Dr. Armstrong.
I'm Deb Armstrong. I'm a medical oncologist at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, Maryland, professor of oncology and professor of gynecology and obstetrics. I specialize in breast cancer, gynecologic cancers, and cancer genetics, and I'm a former member and chair of the Oncology Drugs Advisory Committee.
Dr. Bauer.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Cynthia Bauer. I am the director of the Horowitz Center for Health Literacy at the University of Maryland School of Public Health.
Dr. Berenson.
Good morning. I am Abby Berenson, a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the University of Texas Medical Branch, and I also serve as director of the Center for Interdisciplinary Research in Women's Health.
Dr. Berlian.
Good Good morning. I'm Elise Berlin. I am a professor of clinical pediatrics at The Ohio State University College of Medicine, and I'm a faculty physician in the Division of Adolescent Medicine at Nationwide Children's Hospital. I'm an adolescent specialist in sexual and reproductive health care.
Dr. Catlin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jesse Catlin, professor of marketing at California State University, Sacramento.
Dr. Curtis.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kate Curtis. I'm an epidemiologist in the Division of Reproductive Health at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, Georgia.
Ms. Everhart.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Everhart, and I'm the patient representative out of Charleston, Indiana.
Dr. Hahn.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jolie Hahn. I'm a supervisory research health scientist at the James A. Haley Veterans Hospital within the Veterans Health Administration in Tampa, Florida, with expertise in health literacy. I'm also an adjunct associate professor within the Division of Epidemiology and the Department of Internal Medicine at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Ms. Rabati.
Hi, Suzanne Rabati. I'm a consumer representative, and I am the founder of Med Shadow Foundation and the executive director of DES Action USA.
Dr. Stein.
Stein, director of the Office of New Drugs in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, FDA.
Dr. Murray.
Karen Murray, Deputy Director, Office of Non-Prescription Drugs, FDA.
Dr. Horn.
Morning, Pamela Horn, Director, Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2, FDA.
Dr. Nguyen.
Good morning, Christine Nguyen, Deputy Director, Office of Rare Diseases, Pediatrics, Urologic and Reproductive Products in Office of New Drugs, FDA.
Dr. Gassman.
Audrey Gassman, Deputy Director, Division of Urologic and Obstetrics at the FDA.
Ms. Cohen.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Cohen, Social Science Analyst in the Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2 at FDA.
Dr. Jacob.
Good morning, Gina Jacob, Clinical Reviewer, Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2.
Dr. Kotak.
Good morning, Anandi Kotak, Medical Officer, Division of Urology, Obstetrics and Gynecology, FDA.
Thank you.
For topics such as those being discussed at this meeting, there are often a variety of opinions, some of which are quite strongly held. Our goal is that this meeting will be a fair and open forum for discussion of these issues and that individuals can express their views without interruption. Thus, as a gentle reminder, individuals will be allowed to speak into the record only if recognized by the chairperson. We look forward to a productive meeting. In the spirit of the Federal Advisory Committee Act and the Government in the Sunshine Act, we ask that the advisory committee members take care that their conversations about the topic at hand take place in the open forum of the meeting. We are aware that members of the media are anxious to speak with the FDA about these proceedings. However, FDA will refrain from discussing the details of this meeting with the media until its conclusion. Also, the committee is reminded to please refrain from discussing the meeting topic during breaks or lunch. Thank you. Dr. Moon-Hee Choi will read the conflict of interest statement for the meeting.
The Food and Drug Administration is convening today's joint meeting of the Non-Prescription Drugs Advisory Committee and the Obstetrics, Reproductive, and Neurologic Drugs Advisory Committee. With the exception of the industry representatives, all members and temporary voting members of the committees are special government employees or regular federal employees from other agencies and are subject to federal conflict of interest laws and regulations. The following information on the status of this committee's compliance with federal ethics and conflict of interest laws, but covered by but not limited to those found at 18 U.S.C. Section 208, is being provided to participants in today's meeting and to the public. FDA has determined that members and temporary voting members of these committees are in compliance with federal ethics and conflict of interest laws. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 208, Congress has authorized FDA to grant waivers to special government employees and regular federal employees who have potential financial conflicts when it is determined that the agency's need for a special government employee services outweighs his or her potential financial conflict of interest, or when the interest of a regular federal employee is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the government may expect from the employee. Related to the discussions of today's meeting, members and temporary voting members of these committees have been screened for potential financial conflicts of interest of their own, as well as those imputed to them, including those of their spouses or minor children, and for purposes of 18 U.S.C. Section 208, their employers. These interests may include investments, consulting, expert witness testimony, contracts, grants, credas, teaching, speaking, writing, patents and royalties, and primary employment. Today's agenda involves the discussion of supplemental new drug application, SNDA 017031 S041, oral pill, norgestrel tablet, 0.075 milligrams, submitted by Laboratoire HRA Pharma. Opill is proposed for non-prescription use as a once daily oral contraceptive to prevent pregnancy. This is a particular matters meeting during which specific matters related to Laboratoire HRA Pharma's SNDA will be discussed. Based on the agenda for today's meeting and all financial interests reported by committee members and temporary voting members, no conflict of interest waivers have been issued in connection with this meeting. To ensure transparency, we encourage all standing committee members and temporary voting members to disclose any public statements that they have made concerning the product at issue. With respect to FDA's invited industry representatives, we would like to disclose that Dr. Mark Dato and Dr. Michelle Fox are participating in this meeting as non-voting industry representatives acting on behalf of regulated industry. Dr. Dato's and Dr. Fox's role at this meeting is to represent industry in general and not any company. Dr. Dato is retired and Dr. Fox is employed by Merck Research Laboratories. We would like to remind members and temporary voting members that if the discussions involve any other products or firms not already on the agenda for which an FDA participant has a personal imputed financial interest, the participants need to exclude themselves from such involvement, and their exclusion will be noted for the record. FDA encourages all the participants to advise the committees of any financial relationships that they may have the firm at issue. Thank you.
We will now proceed with FDA introductory remarks from Dr. Pamela Horn.
Good morning, and welcome to the joint meeting of the Non-Prescription and Obstetrics, Reproductive, and Urologics Drugs Advisory Committee. My name is Pamela Horn. I'm the Director of Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2 in the Office of New Drugs. Thank you for joining us for this important discussion of an application to switch norgestrel tablet from the prescription to non-prescription setting today. I would especially like to thank the advisory committee members who have taken the time out of their very busy schedules to help us consider this application, as well as the many members of professional groups and the public who will be testifying and have written comments to the docket. FDA appreciates the importance of promoting reproductive health in the U.S. We acknowledge the complexities of this, particularly as it pertains to family planning, which includes emergency contraception, for which there are currently 2 approved drugs, one of which is available without a prescription, and various contraceptive methods, including birth control pills. Today, we will not discuss all these topics. Rather, we will focus the discussion on one type of birth control pill, norgestrel tablet, which has 1 hormone, and not the combined birth control pill, which has 2 hormones, and considerations for whether norgestrel tablet would be safe and effective without a prescription. As a person who has devoted my career thus far to public health and a person who cares deeply about women's health, I'm driven to make recommendations and decisions that will improve women's health. I would love to have unambiguous data to support these recommendations and decisions. But my years of experience in regulatory science have taught me that this is rarely the case, and today is no exception. We have an application to discuss with many complicated issues and uncertainties, including data with questionable reliability. FDA and this review team are committed to making the best decision that we can with the information available to us. We are acutely aware of the importance of this application, and we have worked extremely hard to bring you the most comprehensive and thoughtful evaluation of it that we can. This morning, we will be hearing presentations from the applicant, and this afternoon we will be hearing presentations from FDA. After that, we will be hearing from the public presenters. We thank the persons presenting verbally, as well as the many of you for writing to the public docket. Your perspectives are important to our decision making. Tomorrow will be devoted to discussion and a vote by the committee members. Our goal is to obtain comprehensive input to make a sound scientific regulatory decision that will have the best possible outcome for public health in the U.S. We look forward to a thorough and thoughtful discussion of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Both the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, and the public believe in a transparent process for information gathering and decision making. To ensure such transparency at the advisory committee meeting, FDA believes that it is important to understand the context of an individual's presentation. For this reason, FDA encourages all participants, including the applicant's non-employee presenters, to advise the committee of any financial relationships that they may have with the applicant, such as consulting fees, travel expenses, honoraria, and interests in the applicant, including equity interests and those based on the outcome of this meeting. Likewise, FDA encourages you at the beginning of your presentation to advise the committee if you do not have any such financial relationships. If you choose not to address this issue of financial relationships at the beginning of your presentation, it will not preclude you from speaking. We will now proceed with the laboratoire HRA pharmacist presentation.
Good morning. I'm Hélène Guillard, Global Rx to OTC Switch Director, Women's Health at HRA Pharma, a Perrigo company. I'd like to thank the chair, members of the committee, and FDA for the opportunity to discuss the switch of Opill for over-the-counter use. This is an important day for science, public health, and importantly, individual women, their partners, families, and communities. With this in mind, I also want to thank the many thousands of people who participated in our clinical program. On May the 9th, 1960, a pill for oral contraception was approved in the US for the very first time. And exactly 63 years to the day, we are in this meeting to discuss making an oral contraceptive pill available over the counter for the first time in history. Today, you will give careful consideration to this important clinical application. And no doubt, the results of your deliberations will have far-reaching impact. Even women who want children at some point in their life spend most of their reproductive years trying to avoid pregnancy. However, women in the US face unnecessary burdens in accessing effective contraception. And unfortunately, the non-prescription options are limited to the least effective methods, such as condoms or withdrawal. Opill is a more effective option than all current non-prescription methods. Today, we'll show you data demonstrating that using the proposed OTC labeling, women of all reproductive ages can use Opill safely and effectively without healthcare provider supervision. Opill has the key characteristics of an OTC drug. Importantly, improved access to Opill has the potential to reduce unintended pregnancy in the US. Let me provide some brief background on Opill. Opill is a prescription daily progestin-only contraceptive pill, or POP. The active ingredient is norgestrel, and the daily dose is 75 micrograms. Each pack includes blisters of 28 tablets, and users simply need to take one pill every day with no break between packs. This product isn't new. It's been marketed for more than 30 years. During that time, 17 million packs have been sold in the US. POPs have well-characterized clinical efficacy and safety profiles, and they are considered safe. POPs prevent conception by thickening the cervical mucus to inhibit sperm penetration, as well as suppressing or disrupting ovulation. So now, the questions about the benefit-risk assessment of making Opill available OTC. Opill is a safe and effective contraceptive already approved by FDA. The inherent efficacy and safety of Opill is the same whether it's prescribed by a physician or purchased over the counter. Thus, let's discuss the impact of consumers using Opill as guided by the OTC labeling. On the benefit side, which is what's called the incremental benefits, it's, for instance, the improved access to an effective contraceptive, as well as what that means, such as reducing unintended pregnancy and its consequences. On the risk side, which what's called the incremental risks. It's, for instance, how likely is it that a user wrongly selects the product or uses it incorrectly? And if so, what could be the clinical impact? So ultimately, here is the crucial question. Can consumers, supported by the label, select and use Opill safely and effectively in the OTC setting so that the potential incremental benefits of consumers using Opill as guided by the OTC labeling outweigh the potential incremental risks? Today, we'll answer that question. In support of our goal to make Opill available OTC, we initiated an extensive iterative label development process, which began with adapting the Opill prescription labeling into consumer-friendly language. The OTC Opill label is informed by relevant medical guidance and follows the standard format for all OTC products. We tested the language on the label with consumers. We revised the label many times, including with feedback from the FDA. Overall, the proposed OTC label was tested over a 7-year development program, which comprised a total of 14 consumer studies involving many thousands of people. The proposed OTC label includes the drug facts label, or DFL. The DFL incorporates all of the information from the prescription label that consumers need to properly select and use Opill in the OTC setting. Our label also includes a consumer information leaflet and a reminder card to further support consumers in adhering to key label directions. Let me briefly highlight the key elements of the DFL, which will be the main focus of our presentation today. The drug facts label has a highly standardized and tightly regulated format that must appear on all OTC drugs. Each contains a section on use for what the product is used for, a section headed Sexually Transmitted Disease Alert that appears on contraceptives, when not to use, where consumers find the contraindications for use, when to ask a doctor before use, a section headed when using this product, telling what to expect, when to seek medical attention during use, a section defining when to stop use and ask a doctor, and finally, directions for use. So with the DFL, consumers should have all information to use an OTC product safely and effectively without supervision of a healthcare provider. Now, let me present key aspects of our clinical development program for testing the OTC labeling and other studies done to ensure our pill is appropriate for the OTC setting. We conducted several consumer studies to test how consumers understand the OTC label and verify if they could correctly identify if our pill is right for them and if they could use it correctly based on the label, particularly how well they would follow the dosing instructions. In addition, we conducted a pharmacodynamic study, which we called the delayed pill intake study, to assess the potential impact of missing a pill or taking it late. This new data help us understand the clinical significance of failure to respect the strict dosing schedule imposed by the label. Lastly, we designed a model to estimate the number of unintended pregnancies that use of our pill OTC could prevent. We review much data from our program with a particular focus in today's presentation on self-selection and actual use. Here is our agenda for the rest of the presentation. We will also have additional experts with us today. All outside experts, with exception of Drs. Wilkinson and Ederman, have been compensated for their time and travel to today's meeting. Thank you, and I'll now turn the lectern over to Dr. Westhoff.
Hello, good morning. I'm Carolyn Westhoff. I'm professor of OBGYN and epidemiology at Columbia University, and I also serve as the editor-in-chief of the journal Contraception. I'm very pleased to be here today to discuss the need for OTC access to oral contraception. So let me start with where we are now. Of the roughly 6 million pregnancies that occur in the US every year, 45% are unintended. So despite availability of a variety of contraceptive methods, nearly half of the pregnancies are unintended every year. Among pregnancies in adolescents, age 15 to 17, an alarming 72% are unintended. And these unintended pregnancies occur in women of all ages, races, ethnicities, and socioeconomic backgrounds. In the US, half of all women will have had an unintended pregnancy by age 45. And these have significant consequences. In addition to all the inherent maternal health risks associated with pregnancy, an unintended pregnancy also includes increased risk of pregnancy loss and delayed prenatal care. These women also have a twofold higher rate of postpartum depression compared to women whose pregnancy was planned. For the child, risks include prematurity, low birth weight, and greater infant mortality. In addition, there's an increased risk of lower educational and economic attainment for the woman herself and her children. In fact, only about 50% of teen mothers receive a high school diploma by age 22. Effective contraception is the best way to reduce unintended pregnancy and its negative consequences. The U.S. government has identified preventing unintended pregnancies as a public health priority. This goal specifically includes decreasing pregnancies in adolescents, as well as increasing the proportion of women and adolescent females who use effective birth control. This chart shows the contraceptive methods available in the US and the typical failure rates associated with each. And the reason we use typical use failure rates is because they reflect use in the real world, not in clinical trials. In the top row are the most effective methods, from permanent ones such as sterilization to long-acting ones such as an intrauterine device. In these, the typical failure rate is less than 1%. Right below are the moderately effective hormonal methods such as O-pill. The typical failure rate for these are between 4 and 7%, which are higher than those in product labels because adherence is less than perfect. In the gray box in the middle are the less effective methods such as condoms. They have a typical failure rate of 13 to 27%. Finally, using no birth control at all carries a greater than 85% chance of pregnancy over 1 year. The red line divides methods available with and without a prescription. Those shown above the red line, the moderately to most effective methods, are all only available by prescription. Shown below the red line are the less effective methods, those with higher failure rates. These are not simply less effective. They also require correct action at the time of every active intercourse, and they may require experience or training for effective use. In addition, male condoms, withdrawal, and fertility awareness-based methods require the active involvement of the woman's partner, and in most cases do not allow for discreet use by the woman. What this means to me is that we need more effective methods to be available without a prescription. Then people can more easily prevent unintended pregnancy by moving from less effective methods below the red line to the more effective methods. So how does this all relate to current use? There are about 72 million women of reproductive age in the US, and 40 million are at risk for an unintended pregnancy. Approximately 15 million of these 40 million women, outlined in red on the right, use the less effective methods or no method at all. Most women will use a variety of methods over their reproductive lives, but what's important is that individual women who want to avoid pregnancy should have uncomplicated access to an effective contraceptive that works for them and their lifestyle. Unfortunately, women currently face barriers to initiating and refilling the most effective methods, more effective methods, since they are only available by prescription. These barriers include not having a medical provider or insurance, difficulty scheduling an appointment, and the time and cost of getting there. These barriers are real. A range of studies show approximately a third of women who ever tried to obtain a prescription or refill for a pill, patch, or ring reported difficulties. Between 40 and 50% said they didn't use contraception because they ran out and weren't able to get more. And about a third said they simply couldn't get their next supply in time. A woman who wants to avoid pregnancy needs better access to effective contraceptives, and this includes all women, including adolescents. While very few young adolescent females have ever had sex, by the age of 17, about 50% are sexually active, and these youngest women face the most significant barriers to accessing the more effective methods. Here's what we know. In 2017, the most recent year when pregnancy data are available, there were 88,000 pregnancies in adolescents, 17 and younger. And in 2021, there were 37,000 births in adolescents 17 and younger. A recent CDC publication reported 30% of first births in the US occurred during the teenage years. CDC recommendations on safe use of contraceptive methods imposes no age restriction on oral contraceptive use. In addition, many medical organizations strongly endorse adolescent access to OTC oral contraceptives. In fact, leading medical societies representing a broad range of physicians, including the American College of OBGYN, the AMA, the American Academy of Family Physicians, and experts in adolescent health, all support availability of over-the-counter oral contraception, as do the vast majority of women in the U.S. So let me tell you a bit about the reality of contraceptive prescribing. First, oral contraception is easy to use, safe, generally appropriate for most women. Women do not need to see a healthcare provider to go on an oral contraceptive. The reality is that when we prescribe an oral contraceptive, we typically won't see our patient again for a year or longer. When we see a patient, we usually don't provide the level of counseling that is provided in the drug facts label, nor do we oversee product use or adherence, nor can we repeatedly emphasize to a patient about using the pills every day at the same time. And let me briefly discuss this last point. Data tell us that adherence to all types of daily prescription medications is less than perfect. This is especially true for preventive medications, including oral contraceptives. Multiple studies show that approximately 15% of women miss 3 or more active pills per cycle in the prescription setting. That translates to missing 3 out of 21 active pills, or 15% of the pack. We also know from national data that about 7% of women report an unintended pregnancy during their first year of typical prescription OC use. These real-world data provide reference points for considering the sponsor's data on OTC use. Before I conclude, I want to take a moment to address a few important differences in the 2 types of oral contraceptives we have today. POPs and combined OCs have the same typical use effectiveness, but there are some differences. Due to its different mechanism of action, women can experience more irregular bleeding, such as spotting, or no bleeding at all when using a POP rather than a COC. Importantly, this type of bleeding is not medically concerning. While both POPs and COCs have the same typical use effectiveness, POPs are recommended to be taken at the same time each day within 3 hours, whereas the recommendation for COCs is simply to take the pills at the same time each day. The sponsor will show new data later, suggesting that neither missing a pill nor taking one late appeared to jeopardize potential contraceptive efficacy of the POP. The biggest difference between POPs and COCs is that POPs, such as O-pill, do not contain estrogen, and COCs do. Thus, POPs don't have the increased risk of venous thromboembolism that COCs have. This is also the reason the CDC's medical eligibility criteria lists 16 conditions for unacceptable health risks for COCs, and only 1, breast cancer, for POPs. Overall, POPs carry very few contraindications, making them appropriate for a broad population of women. The CDC medical eligibility criteria classifies acceptability for contraceptive use based on certain medical conditions. This slide shows in red the 16 Category 4 conditions which indicate an unacceptable health risk. On the left are POPs and on the right COCs. Only breast cancer is a Category 4 condition for the POP. These CDC criteria are what U.S. clinicians use when prescribing contraception. To close, there is a need for an OTC oral contraceptive in the U.S. Even with all available options, almost half of U.S. pregnancies are unintended. This percentage is much higher for adolescents. These unintended pregnancies have significant consequences for the women and their families. In 2023, as endorsed by the full medical community, women should have ready access to oral contraception. Not only is this important for the woman and her family, but OTC availability of an effective oral contraceptive has the potential to result in substantially improved individual clinical and public health outcomes. Based on their long history of safe and effective use, POPs make an ideal candidate for OTC use. Thank you, and I will now turn the presentation over to Dr. Bradford.
Thank you, Dr. Westhoff, and good morning. I'm Russell Bradford, a practicing board-certified internist and pediatrician. I'm also Senior Vice President at Pegasus Research, a contract research organization specializing in consumer behavior studies done in support of prescription to OTC switch applications. We've been in business for more than 30 years, supporting many RX to OTC switch programs over that time, and I directly oversaw all of the associated consumer behavior studies for Opill. I'll briefly introduce the studies that are often done to support an application to switch a product from prescription to over-the-counter status. Products that are candidates for a switch are already approved for prescription use, and their efficacy and safety are already established. Therefore, the research questions and associated designs of consumer behavior studies for switch programs are driven by the fact that in the OTC setting, consumers are guided by product labeling, principally the drug facts label, without supervision of a healthcare provider. In an RX to OTC switch program, the first question is whether consumers understand the messages in the proposed OTC labeling. To evaluate this question, we perform label comprehension studies, often refining label messaging in response to insights from consumers and with feedback from FDA. When labeling has been optimized, the next question is whether the DFL appropriately guides consumers as they decide if a product is right for them. We answer this question with self-selection studies, and for these studies, we recruit participants who are potentially interested in the product. When there are rare but important contraindications, we often conduct targeted self-selection studies to test whether consumers with those specific contraindications can identify that the product is not appropriate for them. Finally, we ask whether consumers can actually use a product correctly when guided by the OTC labeling by conducting what's called an actual use trial. Randomized control trials are designed to demonstrate the effect of a drug, and therefore investigators take great pains to control variables like participant behavior. In contrast, AUTs are much less controlled because the goal is to evaluate participant behavior rather than the medicine itself. In an AUT, we attempt to replicate the OTC environment, and that is the primary factor that influences study design. In some cases, we make compromises based on those design principles which lead to a reduction in control and in the level of detail that we can gather from participants about their experiences. Because consumer behavior studies are generally observational, success in these studies is not judged by strict statistical testing. Instead, we establish a priori target performance thresholds by a thoughtful appraisal of the clinical consequences should consumers not follow the label instructions. As FDA has noted, these thresholds are targets and not automatic hard stops. If an objective fails to meet a threshold, the clinical impact is considered within the total risk-benefit assessment. We conducted several label comprehension studies during the development of the Opill labeling, and we found that the messages in the OTC labeling are generally well understood. However, because the ultimate test of label comprehension is how actual users translate the OTC labeling into behavior, we'll focus today on the results from the pivotal self-selection and actual use trial known as ACCESS. ACCESS is a first-of-its-kind study because while every AUT is unique, the ACCESS study involved an added level of complexity in that Opill is a product that is intended for continuous daily preventative use rather than intermittent use for symptom relief, which describes most other OTC candidates. In Access, consumers could purchase and use Opill for up to 6 months in an OTC-like setting. And unlike the real world, we needed to observe and measure behavior, including daily use of Opill without prompting it. This is important because we needed to demonstrate that consumers would behave in such a way as to benefit from the product, that is, prevent unintended pregnancy without unacceptable incremental risk. That is, an increase in the risk beyond what they would incur if they took the product under the supervision of a healthcare provider. Access evaluated the adequacy of the proposed OTC labeling to drive appropriate self-selection and appropriate use. The Access study comprised 4 distinct phases, as I've shown here. And I'll walk through each of these phases in detail, focusing on the application of AUT design principles to Access specifically. There were 36 research sites distributed across the U.S. Sites were primarily community pharmacies, open to participants of all ages. Because we anticipated that those younger than 18 would have greater barriers to participation and therefore would be difficult to recruit, we included 10 clinic sites where patients younger than 18 who were seeking oral contraceptives could be invited to participate. Digital and print advertisements were aimed at those interested in an OTC oral contraceptive, and nearly 1,900 participants started the screening phase. In the self-selection phase of the study, participants reviewed the OTC labeling and made a decision about whether Opill was okay for them to use. This phase of the study included anyone with an interest in the product, including those who were ultimately not appropriate to take the product. And while this wasn't a formalized process in order to mimic the OTC environment, participants were free to consult a healthcare professional at any time. Following the selection decision, participants answered a scripted series of specific health-related questions so that we could determine whether the product was indeed appropriate for them to use. We conducted a standardized health literacy assessment known as the REALM or REALM Teen. After informed consent, the remaining steps, including an enrollment pregnancy test, were completed. Just under 1,800 participants made up the self-selection population. In order to proceed to the use phase, participants had to purchase Opill with their own money. The number of packs at initial purchase was left up to them, much like an OTC experience. Participants were formally trained on the use of an electronic diary. The e-diary asked them to report each day whether they had taken Opill on the previous day and at what time, whether they had had sex, and whether they used any other contraceptive method. Participants then used the product in an entirely self-driven manner, guided only by product labeling. In order to avoid inadvertently impacting adherence, there was no daily prompt to complete the diary. Instead, each participant received a standard reminder every 4 days. The e-diary was deliberately designed to capture a wide range of pill-taking behaviors, including taking multiple doses per day, stopping and starting, and so on. We also conducted periodic telephone interviews with participants in which nurse interviewers inquired about the use of Opill generally and collected reports of adverse events. These interim interviews intentionally avoided asking direct questions about behaviors of interest so that subsequent participant behavior would remain unbiased. During the use phase, participants were able to return to the study site for resupply at any time. However, they could only resupply at the study site where they enrolled, so widespread access to the product, which is one of the primary potential benefits of OTC availability, could not be simulated. Participants were reimbursed for all purchases at the end of the study, but they were not informed of that until the study was complete. There were 883 participants who reported use of the product in the e-diary, and they comprised the user population. Finally, it was only at the end of study that a nurse interviewer asked specific questions about selection decisions and other behaviors of interest. This included whether a participant interacted with a healthcare provider regarding any relative contraindications, or if they experienced any of the conditions where the label advises to talk to a healthcare provider or to stop use, and whether they did so. Participants were asked to return any product, and an end-of-study pregnancy test was administered, with results available for 73% of participants. Now let me turn to the self-selection results for access. The self-selection phase enrolled nearly 1,800 participants. And as you can see, participants were racially and ethnically diverse. Subpopulations of interest, namely adolescents and participants with low health literacy, were well represented, with sample sizes adequate to evaluate performance in those groups. Self-selection studies assess how the drug facts label influences consumers' decisions about using a product. And so in order to do that, we classify each participant on two variables. First, whether they select to use the product, and second, whether they are appropriate to use the product. In order to classify participants on the first variable, selection, we ask a series of selection questions as shown here. The first question relates to whether the consumer, based on the label, believes the product is okay or not okay for them, and why or why not. Next, we ask if they would like to purchase Opill, and again, why or why not. Both of these questions are important to understanding a consumer's thinking because not infrequently, participants interpret the self-selection question as asking about the product's general appeal rather than whether they themselves qualify to use it. Here are some examples. These participants, a 62-year-old female with a history of colon cancer, a 25-year-old male, and a 12-year-old premenarchal female, all answered yes to the self-selection question. But their responses make it clear that they said yes because the product generally appealed to them. But importantly, each of these participants said they would not purchase the product despite having said yes to the initial self-selection question because it was not relevant to them. The first said she would not purchase because she was menopausal, the second because he was a man, and the third because she didn't need it. FDA's approach to selection classification focuses on the basic response to the selection question. So they classified each of these participants and other similar participants as selectors, while we classify them as non-selectors based on the entirety of their response as pre-specified in the study protocol. Furthermore, participants like this are at no risk because they do not intend to use Opill. I'll be discussing the implications of this difference in selector classification in a few moments. After the participants have made a selection decision, we ask them a series of scripted questions to learn whether any of the drug facts label messages of interest apply to them. And based on those responses, we classify them as appropriate to use or not. For participants who select to use the product, but who were classified as not appropriate to use, we conducted a pre-specified physician review process in order to evaluate the potential clinical consequences of their selection decision. 3 independent OBGYNs reviewed each of these participants' casebooks and made an assessment whether it was clinically acceptable for them to use Opill. That is, they would have prescribed Opill had that individual chosen to use it. This is important as it ultimately helps to assess whether there would be a clinical impact from these participants' selection decision. The messages from the Opill DFL tested in Access, which contribute to a participant's classification as appropriate or not appropriate to use, include those which aid the consumer to select this product for its appropriate indication, include an allergy warning, identify do not use conditions, and finally, guide users to talk to a doctor for assessment of pre-existing medical conditions. The cross-tabulation of selection and appropriateness to use lets us populate the self-selection analysis table as shown here. Group A are those who selected the product and were appropriate to use. Group B are those who selected to use the product but who were inappropriate to use, and is the group we are most interested in as it represents those consumers for whom the benefit-risk ratio might not be favorable. Group C are those who did not select, but who would be appropriate to use. Participants are asked to make an actual decision based on their own situation, which often encompasses factors outside of labeling. Therefore, participants in Group C made a decision which is not incorrect and which is not associated with any risk. Group D are those who were not appropriate to use and who did not select the product. Therefore, groups which represent correct selection decisions are Group A and Group D. When the self-selection table is populated, we can then calculate selection measures. The primary self-selection endpoint in Access was the proportion of participants who made a correct decision from among all who made either a correct or an incorrect decision. We exclude Group C because while this group may be appropriate to use, a decision not to select is not incorrect and is associated with no risk. The secondary self-selection endpoint evaluates the proportion of those who were not appropriate to use, who made the correct decision to not select the product. Both of these calculations are useful in helping us understand the implications of OTC availability of OPIL. And when we populate the self-selection table based on these pre-specified approaches for classifying participants on the selection and appropriateness to use variables, here are the numbers. These 12 participants are those who we classified as not appropriate to use, but who selected to use and therefore represent those for whom the clinical benefit risk may not be favorable. Let's now look at how FDA has classified those same participants in the table below. There are two underlying differences between the two tables. First, FDA manually reviewed a group of participants, evaluating each for selection and appropriateness to use. This review reclassified 14 participants that we classified as appropriate or acceptable to use to not appropriate to use. This is the difference between the 78 categorized as not appropriate versus FDA's 92. The larger difference between these two tables is a result of FDA classifying some of the participants as selectors who we considered to be non-selectors. This is because FDA only considered the basic okay or not okay response to the self-selection question when classifying participants, except for those with specific conditions that they chose to review manually. In contrast, our classification strategy involved a systematic review of all of the information from both the self-selection question and the purchase question, which represents a more informative reflection of a participant's actual selection decision. And we did this for all participants. With the understanding of these differences, let's focus on Group B, because this is the group of clinical interest. This table shows you the 67 participants that fall into Group B based on the FDA analysis. 55 of these participants were not classified by the sponsor in the same way, so I'd like to take some time and walk through the differences. In the left-hand column are the 12 participants which both we and the FDA classified into Group B, and to the right are the 55 additional participants that FDA assigned. As a reminder, these additional 55 are added through a combination of reclassifying some from appropriate to not appropriate to use and some from non-selectors to selectors. You'll recall the examples I cited earlier of 3 participants who FDA classified as selectors despite their clear indication that they would not use themselves. They are included among FDA's additional 55 participants, one because of a history of colon cancer, one who is male, and one who was premenarchal and unable to become pregnant. They're included among these participants because of FDA's selection classification approach. I'd like to review a few additional participants in detail to further illustrate why we feel that our classification better reflects the clinical implications of the selection decision. For example, 2 participants reported a history of breast cancer, one of whom selected to use, and one who indicated that she would consult a healthcare provider. FDA classified her as a selector, even though she indicated that she would talk to a healthcare provider. There were 8 participants who reported cancers other than breast cancer. FDA classified all 8 of these as not appropriate to use. The OBGYN panel classified 7 of them as acceptable to use because none had cancers that were potentially hormone responsive. The 8th remained classified as not appropriate to use because she reported what she called, in her words, a venereal cancer, which she didn't characterize further. So not enough information was available to make a clinical judgment. As another example, 11 participants reported allergy to an inactive ingredient, which in every case was lactose intolerance. This does not represent a true allergy that the label intends to warn about. The OBGYN panel classified those with lactose intolerance as acceptable to use. Further, there were 17 participants who reported having some degree of intermenstrual bleeding between periods prior to enrollment, including some who FDA classified as selectors whom we did not, and some whom FDA classified as not appropriate to use. The independent physician panel assessed those with intermenstrual bleeding prior to enrollment as acceptable to use, consistent with the CDC medical eligibility criteria, which classifies unexplained vaginal bleeding as a Category 2 condition, meaning that benefits generally outweigh risks. The rationale for the differences between our assessment and FDA's for the other categories are similar. As I've illustrated, it's clear that many of these participants do not represent actual selectors. And we feel that our classification strategy better assesses the clinical implications of the self-selection decisions. However, even among all of the 67 participants who FDA classified as selectors not appropriate to use, while some would not derive benefit from using Opil, when considering the CDC medical eligibility criteria classifications, only one may have had some clinically important risk because she had a history of breast cancer and indicated that she would use the product. Overall, this suggests that the DFL is effective in mitigating clinical risk associated with the self-selection decision. So let's turn to the self-selection table populated according to the protocol-specified approach. We used this classification to calculate our study endpoints. This analysis yields a primary endpoint measure, or the proportion who made a correct selection decision, of 99%, far exceeding the pre-specified target threshold. Performance was consistent among adolescents and among participants with limited health literacy. The secondary endpoint measure, or proportion of those who should not use who made a correct decision, was 84.6%. Now I'd like to turn focus to the use of Opil in people with breast cancer. The warning against the use of Opil in this population arises from a concern that reproductive hormones may increase the likelihood of recurrence or accelerate recurrence in people with certain cancers, most importantly breast cancer. The DFL, which we used in the ACCESS study, included a broad warning: do not use if you have ever had any cancer. After the ACCESS study, this statement was modified to be a more specific warning based on experience in ACCESS and feedback from FDA, namely, do not use if you have or ever had breast cancer. The more general cancer warning was moved to the Ask a Doctor Before Use section. Given the low prevalence of breast cancer in women of reproductive age, it was not surprising that there were only 2 women with breast cancer in ACCESS. Therefore, because of the label change, and in the interest of testing this warning in a sufficient sample of women with a history of breast cancer, we conducted a targeted self-selection study. The warning tested in this targeted self-selection study is the warning appearing on the final proposed Opil label. In this study of over 200 women with a history of breast cancer, 97% correctly determined that Opil was not appropriate for their use. FDA has presented additional analyses of this study, making worst-case assumptions, but which still support the ultimate conclusion that the breast cancer warning on the drug facts label successfully mitigates risk that this small subset of the potential OTC population would select to use Opil. Overall, data demonstrate that the DFL guides appropriate self-selection. In conclusion, Opil has few contraindications or other conditions necessary for use. Furthermore, the proposed label guides appropriate self-selection including among women with current or past breast cancer, and is effective mitigating the clinical risk associated with the selection decision. I'll now turn to Dr. Goodwin for her clinical perspective on this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Bradford, and hello. My name is Pamela Goodwin. I'm a breast cancer medical oncologist and clinical epidemiologist at Sinai Health System in Toronto, senior scientist at the Lunenfeld Tannenbaum Research Institute, and a professor of medicine at the University of Toronto. Today, I'm here to provide my clinical interpretation of the potential risk associated with the use of POPs in breast cancer survivors. The use of O-pill is contraindicated in women who have ever had breast cancer because of concerns that breast cancer growth would be stimulated. The concern arises mainly from preclinical research. Clinical studies have shown an increased risk of recurrence in postmenopausal breast cancer survivors using estrogen. However, the clinical evidence with progestin alone is more limited. Let me briefly discuss the evidence we do have. There is only one study that looks at the impact of hormonal contraceptives on recurrence in breast cancer survivors. This study was conducted in the US and it involved 1,370 women, 97 of whom had used hormonal contraceptives, only 8 of whom used POPs. In the full study population, there were 92 breast cancer recurrences. Among the women who used hormonal contraceptives, 6.2% had recurrences. Among the women who did not use hormonal contraceptives, 6.8% had recurrences. This is a non-significant difference with a p-value of 0.83. Additionally, there was no difference in all-cause mortality in this study. These data suggest that POPs may not impact breast cancer recurrence. There is a handful of additional small studies of the impact of intrauterine levonorgestrel in breast cancer survivors that has provided similar results. However, with this small evidence base, it's difficult to draw conclusions regarding the potential impact of POPs on breast cancer outcomes. Importantly, there are no randomized data. So how do clinicians deal with this situation in clinical practice? First, it's important to remember that all patients with breast cancer are under the ongoing care of a physician. Out of an abundance of caution, these patients are routinely told by their physicians not to take hormonal agents, including oral contraceptives, at any time after breast cancer diagnosis. This recommendation is reinforced by the contraindication to O-pill use by breast cancer survivors on the O-pill label. When considering this aspect of the label, it's important to recognize that any potential concern about the use of POPs is not relevant to all breast cancer survivors, but only to the subset of patients who are interested in contraception. So let's look at who these patients are. We know that the majority of breast cancer patients are over the age of 50 at diagnosis. 20 to 25% of all breast cancer patients are diagnosed under the age of 50. And of that group, a recent study found that only 40% desired contraception, which represents about 10% of all breast cancer patients. Of that group, 3/4 are currently using copper IUDs. So this leaves a small but important subset, approximately 2.5% of all breast cancer patients who are interested in contraception but not using IUDs, who might potentially be interested in using an oral contraceptive such as O-pill. So how do I view the data you've seen on O-pill use in the context of the breast cancer population? The current label includes 2 statements about cancer, as you can see on this slide. Both statements are relevant, could be relevant to the breast cancer survivor when making a decision about O-pill use, and both are important in the general population in reaching the correct decision. You've just heard the results of the targeted breast cancer selection study. In that study, the sponsor scored subjects as making a correct decision about O-pill use when they used either of the 2 statements in the label in their decision-making. That is, they would either not use O-pill after reading the label, or they would speak to their physician before using O-pill. This resulted in a correct response rate of 97%. The FDA focused on the statement in the label, do not use if you have or ever had breast cancer to score responses as correct, excluding individuals who would have talked to their doctors before use or who had already talked to their doctors about the use of oral contraception. Using this approach, the FDA calculated that 95% of breast cancer patients responded correctly. In my opinion, both of these estimates of correct responses are very good. Furthermore, in the small group of patients who incorrectly selected O-pill, I believe this would likely be recognized and addressed at follow-up visits with their physicians. As a breast cancer oncologist, I am strongly supportive of the contraindication that women who have or have ever had breast cancer should not use O-pill due to the very limited clinical data regarding safety. From a clinical perspective, the key consideration is that breast cancer survivors make the correct decision not to take O-pill, regardless of which component of the label guides them. I'm reassured that 97% of breast cancer survivors made the correct decision not to select O-pill, particularly in the context of real-world data from 3 studies in the US and Europe, showing that 3 to 7% of breast cancer survivors are prescribed hormonal contraception after diagnosis. Thus, I do believe that the DFL guides breast cancer survivors to the correct decision. Although as a medical oncologist, I always want to minimize any risk to my breast cancer patients. But I also feel that any potential risk to breast cancer survivors who incorrectly decide to use O-pill needs to be balanced against the potential benefits of OTC access to O-pill in the larger population of women without breast cancer. I'm comfortable that the risk to the overall population is likely to be low. I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Larora.
Thank you, Dr. Goodwin. I'm Irene Larora, Senior Director of Scientific Affairs at HRA Perrigo. I have 30 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, having responsibility for strategic planning and implementation of global clinical development programs and for medical and scientific affairs functions. Today, I will review the results of the Access Actual Use Study to demonstrate that people can use O-pill appropriately, guided by the OTC label. In the Access Actual Use phase, we assess whether consumers follow the instructions in directions, when using, and stop use and talk to a doctor sections of the label. The Access study user population included 883 women with diversity of age, education, income, race, and ethnicity. Subpopulations of interest, including adolescents and participants with low health literacy, were well represented with sample sizes sufficient for assessment of adherence. In fact, adolescents were overrepresented as we met targets for adolescent enrollment as requested by FDA. Of note, 80% of all participants were using the least effective methods or no method of contraception prior to enrollment. And 60% of those under age of 18 reported using no method of contraception. This is important because it provides perspective to consider the potential incremental clinical benefit in the OTC setting for women who may choose O-pill, as those in Access did. The proposed drug facts label has very simple directions to take 1 tablet at the same time every day. The label also provides instructions for the occasions on what to do if a pill is taken more than 3 hours late, commonly referred to as a 3-hour window, or if a pill is missed. In these cases, the label directs the consumer to use a condom or other barrier method if they had sex during the next 2 days. We term these mitigating behaviors, as they are intended to decrease the risk of pregnancy. Adherence to daily pill taking is critical, and as you will see, access demonstrated that people can take the pill as directed. Our goal was to achieve a level of adherence similar to that seen in real-world prescription oral contraceptive use. Thus, to determine the appropriate threshold for acceptable adherence in an OTC setting, we looked at typical adherence with oral contraceptives in the prescription setting. As you heard from Dr. Westhoff, studies using prospective daily diaries showed that approximately 15% of participants missed taking 15% or more of their active pills per pack. This means that 85% of women will take about 85% of their active pills, providing a target for access adherence. With that background, we set out to evaluate whether adherence would be meaningfully adversely impacted by making this product OTC. Let me remind you about how we use these thresholds to inform our decision-making. In an actual use study, we are measuring how often a behavior happens. But keep in mind that what's most important is the clinical impact of any behavior within the benefit-risk framework. Let's look at the first daily adherence measure. The primary endpoint was the percent of study days where O-pill was taken. The target threshold was set at 85%. In addition, we pre-specified a corresponding secondary endpoint. This endpoint also included measuring clinically important mitigating behaviors, such as abstaining from sex or using a barrier method of contraception for the 2 days following a missed pill, as directed by the label. We did not ask those 17 years or younger to report on their sexual activity for 2 reasons. First, daily sexual activity was not necessary to calculate our primary endpoints. And second, we were concerned that requiring daily reporting of sexual activity might be a barrier to enrollment for adolescents. Overall, access demonstrated that the DFL guides people to correctly take O-pill every day. Adherence to the instruction to take O-pill every day was assessed in 883 female participants who provided information on over 90,000 days of use. Participants reported taking O-pill on 92.5% of days overall. This level of adherence was consistent across important subgroups, and we have highlighted for you those subgroups of participants with low health literacy and those 12 to 14 or 15 to 17 years old. In addition, the secondary endpoint shows that participants reported either taking O-pill or following label directions when O-pill was missed on 97% of days. The next primary endpoint and its corresponding secondary endpoint measured the extent to which individual participants adhered to daily pill intake over the course of their participation in the study. So instead of looking across the population, we are considering an individual's performance over time. Now let's break down these data. 84.6% of participants were adherent, meaning that they reported taking O-pill on at least 85% of days. The lower bound of the confidence interval for this measure was 82%. For subgroups of interest, performance was generally consistent with the overall population, noting the similar point estimates. After considering mitigating actions, 95% of participants reported either taking O-pill or following mitigating behaviors at least 85% of the time, demonstrating that even in the instance of missed pills, women follow the label directions, again, which mitigate the clinical risk associated with missed pills. Importantly, we asked people why they missed taking their pills, and we found that almost 60% of missed doses were reported to be due to issues with obtaining contraceptive resupply. Participants could be enrolled if they lived within 35 miles from a pharmacy site. The ability to resupply was further restricted as study staff had to be present at the site. In fact, these resupply issues, as well as the occasions that participants did not have the pills with them, illustrate precisely the barriers to adherence that could be lessened by switching O-pill to the OTC setting. And as you heard from Dr. Westhoff, running out of pills and not being able to get a resupply in a timely manner is frequently reported as a reason for non-adherence in the RX setting. Now let's turn to the endpoints measuring adherence to pill intake at the same time each day. This was assessed in two ways. In the primary endpoint, we assessed whether participants took their dose at approximately the same time of day as the last dose they took, plus or minus 3 hours. And in the secondary endpoint, we assessed whether they took their dose no more than 27 hours after the previous day's dose, or chose appropriate mitigating behaviors if the pill was taken late. This was done to inform us whether participants would take each daily dose no later than 3 hours after it was due, which is a behavior thought to be needed to maintain sufficient effectiveness. We found that 96% of the time, individuals reported correctly taking their dose within 3 hours of their last reported dose. And they reported taking O-pill within 27 hours of the prior day's dose, or taking mitigating action 99% of the time. Subjects with low health literacy and adolescents performed well and consistent with the total population, thus demonstrating that consumers are able to take O-pill at the same time every day. Taken together, these primary adherence endpoints evaluate two distinctly different behaviors: taking a tablet every day and taking it at the same time of day. To evaluate the timeliness of dosing, we could only evaluate those days when a dose was taken. Thus, days when no dose was taken were excluded from the analyses shown here. We understand that the full clinical benefit is realized when these behaviors are performed together, that is, taking the pill every day within the 3-hour window. FDA performed an analysis using this construct. The analyses were referred to as D1 and D2 in the FDA briefing materials. These analyses counted as correct days in which the participant took a pill and that pill was taken within the 3-hour window. This analysis found that 89% of the time, individuals reported correctly taking their dose every day within 3 hours of their last dose. And 74% of participants took 85% or more of their daily doses on time. Mitigating behaviors are also important to maintain clinical effectiveness. Let me share with you this same analysis accounting for mitigating behaviors. In this post hoc analysis, 93% of the time, individuals reported correctly taking their dose every day within 3 hours of their previous day's dose, or took appropriate mitigating behaviors. And with regard to participant level adherence, 83% of participants took 85% or more of their daily doses on time, or took appropriate mitigating behaviors, thereby minimizing their risk of pregnancy. Now let's turn to the participants who reported taking O-pill in their diaries, which was incompatible with the amount of study drug available to them. After the study was completed and under review by FDA, it was noted that some participants reported that they took O-pill on more days than was possible, given the number of tablets dispensed and/or returned. This is referred to as over-reporting in the sponsor briefing document and improbable dosing by the FDA. We defined over-reporting as anyone who reported in their diary at least one dose more than the drug supply available to them, even if they had used Opill for 6 months. This was a conservative definition. Over-reporting occurred in 261 of the 883 user participants. Actual use trials are generally designed to capture a broad range of possible behaviors and do not control participants' behavior or their reporting of these behaviors. And in these and other studies using self-reported data, participants may report things that are not possible. HRA asks a qualified third party to complete a comprehensive evaluation to understand the situation, including a formal root cause analysis. This independent company evaluated the critical processes linked to both study planning and study execution. Additionally, HRA conducted several post hoc analyses and consulted experts in the field of behavior research and self-reporting. First, let me share the results of the root cause analysis. The root cause analysis ruled out several factors as root causes. This analysis identified no systemic problems with the study conduct, including the functioning of the e-diary or investigational site, CRO, or sponsor-related issue, but rather identified that some study planning and execution elements might have contributed to over-reporting. As you heard earlier, actual use studies are different from typical controlled clinical trials. Specifically, the study methodology needs to capture participant behavior while minimizing queuing. This is a delicate balancing act. As related to study planning, the root causes identified included the following. There were no elements in place to prevent over-reporting. The design did not set out to identify when participants were reporting taking more doses than they could have taken. And the diary setup allowed participants to continue to enter data into their diaries, specifically to allow them an opportunity for resupply to capture breaks in pill-taking behavior. Regarding study execution, the pre-planned risk assessment, while conducted according to good clinical practice, did not identify over-reporting as a significant risk. And over-reporting was not identified during the study and therefore not flagged as a protocol violation. One potential causal factor that could not be ruled out was the participant incentive. Paying participants to complete a daily diary is standard in the field. The incentive was constructed to encourage diary completion, but not to influence pill-taking behaviors. Thus, the incentive was paid regardless of whether participants entered yes or no when asked if they had taken a pill. In the study, as data were self-reported by the participants themselves and with little restrictions on reporting so as to capture a broad range of possible patterns of use, participants could report taking more drug than feasible. Some participants may have made inadvertent data entry mistakes, which might explain over-reporting observed in those participants who reported taking a few excess doses. Approximately 1/3 of over-reporting participants reported no more than 20% excess doses compared to the number they had access to. However, for the participants who over-reported to a large extent, it is most likely that reporting of excess doses was deliberate. The design elements and access that allowed over-reporting were necessary for two reasons. to allow participants autonomy in decision-making and to minimize missing data. However, we understood that some data from the participants who overreported could not be reliably employed to assess the adherence to O-pill intake for those participants. Therefore, we conducted 2 additional sensitivity analyses. The rationale for those sensitivity analyses was to provide insight into the potential impact of overreporting on the interpretation of the access adherence results. Let me review how these analyses were constructed, the results, and finally, our interpretation. Recall that in the pre-specified analysis, we had 883 participants who reported on more than 90,000 days. This included 622 non-over-reporters with more than 61,000 days of reported use and 261 over-reporters with more than 29,000 days of reported use. In our first post-hoc sensitivity analysis, we excluded all data from the 261 over-reporters. This assumes the data provided by the over-reporters was non-informative of their use of O-pill at any time during the study. Neither the root cause analysis nor our own quality assurance activities have identified any problems with diary reporting for those participants that did not over-report. This includes a robust population of 622 participants. Interestingly, we did find a precedent for this. Another actual use study for oxytrol, a treatment for overactive bladder that was approved for RX to OTC switch, observed over-reporting. However, all participants who reported using 25% more patch applications in their diary than were purchased were excluded from their sensitivity analysis. Ours is a more conservative approach as we considered even a single excess dose as over-reporting. Let's look at the results of this analysis excluding over-reporters. Here are the results for the various primary adherence-related endpoints. The pre-specified analysis is highlighted in yellow and the sensitivity analysis presented below. The sensitivity analysis results across each endpoint are very similar to the results of the pre-specified analysis. Each point estimate and the confidence interval show that participants followed the label directions. In a second sensitivity analysis, we included all participants in the user population, but censored their diary data after a revised stop date. This revised stop date was defined as either the date available drug supply would be exhausted or the participant's last day of reported use in the e-diary or to a nurse interviewer, whichever came sooner. The strength of this analysis is that it includes all data that is likely to be reliable. This imputation assumes that the data provided by all participants was accurate up until the time they ran out of the drug or otherwise indicated that they had stopped taking the medication. This analysis included all 883 participants and about 56,000 days from the non-over-reporters and approximately 16,500 days from the over-reporters, but excluded the days of reported use beyond the revised stop date. Now let me show you the results. Again, these results are very similar to the pre-specified analysis results, highlighted in yellow, and further confirm the robustness of the data. Any sensitivity analysis, especially post-hoc sensitivity analysis, should aim to capture the range of possible outcomes. For each of the 2 sensitivity analyses we just showed you, we explained why we think they offer an appropriate estimate of the target measurement. Now, let me take a moment to contrast these analyses with the worst case analysis presented in the agency's briefing document. The agency created a sensitivity analysis classifying all days for over-reporters as incorrect, indicating that they did not take Opill on any use day. This analysis adds a large number of incorrect days while maintaining all use days reported by the over-reporters in the analysis. If one assumes that participants did not take Opill at any time, they would not meet the study definition for inclusion in the user population and would not contribute at all to the analysis. And this scenario was already assessed in another FDA analysis and in the sponsored sensitivity analysis number 1 that excluded over-reporters. Thus, a scenario that is completely improbable, that is to assume that all 261 women who reported taking even one more pill than they had purchased never took any set of medication at all, is just not informative to the assessment of adherence to Opill. I'd like to now have Dr. Stone, an expert in assessing self-reported data, discuss the assessment of adherence in access with you.
Thank you, Dr. Laura. Good morning. My name is Arthur Stone. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I've been involved in diary and self-report research for over 45 years. I am currently professor of psychology, economics, and public policy at the University of Southern California, where I also direct the Dornsife Center for Self-Report Science. I was asked to review the Access study. Before that, I'd like to say that I had no role in designing or in the conduct of the Access study or in the initial analyses of the data. I was asked to review the Access trial and the results and to provide my thoughts on the over-reporting phenomenon seen in the trial and its implications for the interpretation of these results. In my opinion, the Access study meets or exceeds the standards of most other studies assessing adherence, including in oral contraceptives. First, Access used a time-stamped electronic diary, a form of self-report that's known to increase the accuracy of self-reporting compared to more commonly used methods such as retrospective questionnaires or paper diaries. Second, Access used a relatively short recall period compared with published studies in oral contraceptive work. Data could be retrospectively reported for up to 11 days in Access. This contrasts with the typical retrospective reporting designs for oral contraceptive studies that have recall periods of up to 3 months or more. Here are the data for all participants in the user population showing when they entered use or non-use in their e-diaries. More than 80% of diary entries were made within 3 days of the days participants were reporting on. These data display the diary use for both non-over-reporters and for over-reporters, and we see the same pattern. Overall, extended recall was not frequent, and it was no more frequent in over-reporters compared to non-over-reporters. Therefore, there is no evidence that recall bias contributed to over-reporters. While over-reporting was observed in the Access study, I believe that the sponsors' analyses, including the primary and sensitivity analyses, present a clear and consistent picture of adherence to Opill. Importantly, I do not believe the over-reporting observed in Access undermines the study's results for several important reasons. First, self-report adherence measures are the standard and most common method for assessing medication adherence in clinical research, including studies of oral contraceptive use. Such measures convey important information. although it's well known that people make errors in self-reporting, which can include over-reporting of adherence to medication. Second, over-reporting of the kind observed in Access occurs, but it is only detected in studies when extraordinary design elements are incorporated. These conditions are, first, that study staff have information about participants' medication supply, and second, the study allows participants to report taking pills even when they don't have pills available. It's also important to note the design elements in Access that permitted over-reporting reflect a reasonable and frequently made compromise to balance the need to minimize interference with participant behaviors during the study with the ability to optimally collect the data in an actual use trial. For example, minimization of missing data is critical to the integrity of a 6-month adherence study. HRA took prudent steps to minimize missing data. Some of these steps allowed over-reporting to occur. Again, this reflected the compromises made for an actual use trial design. Now, the reasons as to why over-reporting in general occurs in medication adherence studies are not clear, although several potential reasons have been suggested in the literature. These include the desire to stay in the study and the desire to please the investigators. Similarly, the specific reasons Access participants over-reported are not known. In my view, the design of the Access study did not encourage over-reporting. Instead, over-reporting does appear to be a function of decisions made by individual participants. Furthermore, I do not think that it is plausible that any language on the DFL could have contributed to over-reporting. Let me now take a moment to share my perspective on how over-reporters' data have been handled by the sponsor and by the FDA. Let's now consider the entire data set in light of over-reporting. Nothing in the data set and in my own review suggests a basis for questioning the validity of the data reported by non-over-reporters. These are just how diary data, adherence data typically look. Sensitivity analyses can help understand the impact of over-reporting on the interpretation of Access. One reasonable approach is to exclude over-reporters from the analyses, as was done in the first sensitivity analysis conducted by HRA and the FDA. Another reasonable approach is to consider data from all subjects as acceptable prior to the point where they stopped using or ran out of drug, which is what was assumed in the second sensitivity analysis performed by the sponsor. However, an analysis that imputes all over-reporters as totally non-adherent does not seem reasonable. This is because it's just not sensible to assume that when over-reporters had pills, they did not take any of them. In my opinion, the totality of the evidence from Access supports the conclusion that participants were adequately adherent to taking O-pill. Now, you've been asked by the FDA to think about design considerations. Let me take a moment to provide my perspective on the design elements raised by the FDA. First, I would continue to use an e-diary design as used in Access to encourage timely and accurate responding while minimizing queuing. Given compromises necessary for a long-term actual use trial, I would continue to allow a degree of retrospective reporting to reduce missing data. As seen, the small amount of retrospective reporting in Access was effective in decreasing missing data without contributing to over-reporting. I would use a similar compensation structure to help minimize missing data. I would emphasize in the diary training that compensation was based on diary completion and not on pill taking. I might also include a reminder of this in occasional text messages. To ensure comprehension of diary instructions, I would be sure that participants were observed using the e-diary during training, and that's similar to what was done in Access. Unless there was a clear need to inquire about doctor and healthcare professional contacts, I would be reluctant to ask about this during the course of a study, given the desire not to alter usual health behaviors. Finally, I would attempt to devise a way to know when pills were not available for consumption in order to reduce the possibility of over-reporting. If it was possible to know pill availability and to consider only those diary reports when pills were available, then the resulting adherence rates would be essentially equivalent to those done by the sponsor in their sensitivity analyses. Thus, while I might consider some small design differences relative to the Access trial, these would not, in my opinion, dramatically alter the adherence conclusions. In summary, I believe the Access study meets or exceeds the standards of most oral contraceptive adherence studies. The fact that there was over-reporting by some participants in Access is consistent with what is known about self-reported adherence, although the particular type of over-reporting is rarely seen as the conditions detected are rare. Over-reporting also does not appear to be impacted by the duration of recall, nor undermine the reliability of self-reporting of the other participants. It is not a reason to treat all of the data from the over-reporters as totally non-adherent. And it does not indicate that confusion about the drug facts label caused over-reporting. So, after a review of the sponsors and the FDA's analyses, I believe that the Access study data are adequate to assess adherence to O-pill intake. I will now return the lectern to Dr. LaLaura.
Thank you, Dr. Stone. Now that you've heard the adherence results from Access, let me address another of the FDA's discussion questions. The FDA is asking you to discuss whether the data support use in 3 populations: all users, adolescents, and those with limited literacy. I will review adherence results in these populations. The FDA also asked you to consider a 4th subpopulation, those taking products such as seizure medications that may interact with O-pill and reduce its efficacy. Of course, adherence in this population is important, and we have no reason to believe it would be different from the overall population. However, effectiveness here is related to potential changes in nogestrel exposure if a person would select to use O-pill or if these drugs were initiated during use of O-pill. And this will be addressed later. In yellow are the results of the general population showing high adherence across all 3 primary endpoints. With regard to adolescents, we had sufficient representation of adolescents, including those 12 to 14 years of old, and most importantly, they used O-pill as directed. And they performed consistent with the entire population across all primary endpoints assessed. Let me remind you that the need for effective and accessible contraception in adolescents is particularly urgent. Adolescents face the most significant barriers to obtaining the more effective contraceptive products, and 72% of their pregnancies are unintended. Additionally, we had sufficient representation of those with limited health literacy across the development program, including 13% in the Access self-selection population and 14% in the user population. And this is consistent with the proportion of limited health literacy population in the 2 most recent actual use studies for products approved for RX to OTC switch by the FDA. We sized the study such that the subgroups of limited health literacy participants would be of an absolute size sufficient to draw conclusions about performance among those in that group. And importantly, these participants performed consistently as those in the entire population across all primary endpoints assessed. Overall, the totality of the evidence from ACCESS study is fully informative of potential use in the OTC setting and demonstrates that women adequately adhere to taking Opill in the OTC setting, demonstrating that involvement of a healthcare provider is not necessary to ensure good adherence. This supports that women, including adolescents and those with low health literacy, would achieve the intended benefit in an OTC setting. I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Sober.
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Sober, Global Lead Medical Affairs Women's Health for HRA Pharma Perrigo, and a practicing board-certified OBGYN with fellowship training in family planning. I would like to discuss some considerations around effectiveness of POPs and put the adherence results in context, including in light of the new pharmacodynamic insights obtained from the delayed pill intake study. There is a perception that POPs may not be as effective as combined oral contraceptives. This is based on data from the 1970s and early 1980s showing 2 things. First, that ovulation is less suppressed in POP users than COC users. And second, according to small pharmacokinetic studies, that low serum levels of progestin remain after 24 hours from intake. The pharmacokinetic data was then extrapolated to create the concept of the 3-hour window. In other words, that missing a pill by more than 3 hours could result in pregnancy, though this is not based on any clinical efficacy data. To provide additional evidence, we conducted the delayed pill intake study, a prospective, randomized, crossover pharmacodynamic study, which used modern investigative methods, including ultrasound and serum hormone measurements. The purpose of the study was to determine the impact of Opill on cervical mucus and ovarian activity during a treatment period of correct use and after a deliberate, delayed, or missed pill. I would like to discuss some of the FDA's comments on the delayed pill intake study, particularly their disagreement with the use of surrogate markers of contraceptive effectiveness. A deliberate non-adherence study with pregnancy as an endpoint is not feasible. Women who don't want to get pregnant will not deliberately miss pills. Women who do want to get pregnant don't want to take pills. Both would be unethical. In the delayed pill intake study, we used 2 well-characterized tools: the World Health Organization Cervical Mucus Score and the Hoagland Score for Ovarian Function, to assess the 2 widely accepted surrogates for potential contraceptive efficacy: infertile cervical mucus and ovulation suppression. We recognize that neither measure has been validated with pregnancy as an endpoint, as this too would not be feasible. However, both tools are widely used and accepted. For example, since 2008, PubMed lists studies of 9 different contraceptive methods, 2 studies of the effect of obesity, and 4 on drug-drug interactions on theoretical contraceptive efficacy that employ the Hoagland score. This same tool was also used in several pharmacodynamic studies of deliberately missed COCs. Let me share the key findings from the delayed pill intake study, which has recently been published in a US peer-reviewed journal. First, when used correctly, 67% of women did not ovulate, and another 10% ovulated with an abnormal luteal phase, likely not compatible with pregnancy. Thus, only 23% of subjects ovulated with a normal luteal phase. This demonstrates that ovulation inhibition and follicle growth disturbance provide an important contribution to Opil's mechanism of action. In fact, they likely provide a larger contribution than previously thought. Second, when used correctly, fertile cervical mucus was absent throughout the entire cycle of use. So, although approximately 1/3 of users did ovulate during correct use, the contraceptive effect is nonetheless maintained by the hostile cervical mucus. Third, when pill intake was delayed by 6 hours or missed altogether, neither the percentage of women in whom ovulation was suppressed nor the frequency of fertile cervical mucus were significantly different from that during correct use. This suggests Opil can be expected to effectively protect against pregnancy, even if a woman takes her daily pill late or misses it entirely. These data reassure us that the window for maintaining efficacy if a pill is delayed or missed is likely wider than previously thought. We acknowledge that there are no data available to assess the impact of missing more than one pill on pregnancy risk. It is also not known how many pills would need to be missed before contraceptive efficacy is significantly reduced. Even with these reassuring data, HRA has maintained the 3-hour window language in the proposed OTC label. And as you heard earlier, the ACCESS study demonstrated excellent pill-taking behavior. 97% of women either took Opil daily as instructed or took appropriate mitigating action if pills were missed. When women did miss pills, in the majority of cases, 68%, it was a single missed day. In light of the results from the delayed pill intake study, the potential clinical consequence of the small amount of non-adherence in ACCESS, that is, risk of pregnancy, would be expected to be further minimized. Let's review the pregnancies observed in ACCESS. As discussed previously, the primary focus of the behavioral assessments in the ACCESS study was related to the consistent daily use of Opil, because these behaviors are important to achieve contraceptive effectiveness. ACCESS was not designed as an efficacy study, but we did conduct end-of-study pregnancy tests and recorded all pregnancies reported during the study. After review by the panel of independent OBGYNs, it was determined that among the 955 participants in the safety population, only 6 women got pregnant while using Opil. Of note, the FDA's numbers differ slightly from ours due to different timeframes, as the FDA considers a pregnancy on treatment even if conception occurred in the 7 days after discontinuation. Regardless of which numbers you use, pregnancies were uncommon and in line with the typical use failure rate. FDA noted some concerns about the impact of body mass index on the effectiveness of Opil. The available evidence suggests that effectiveness of hormonal contraceptives is not affected by body weight or BMI. A Cochrane review concluded that the data did not indicate an association between higher BMI or weight and effectiveness of hormonal contraceptives. The CDC medical eligibility criteria consider obesity to be Category 1, meaning there are no restrictions for POP use among women who are overweight or obese. In addition, healthcare providers do not prescribe a different dose regimen for hormonal contraceptives, including POPs, to overweight or obese women. And we have some additional data from our development program. In the delayed pill intake study, there was no difference in the effect of deliberate non-adherence on cervical mucus or ovarian activity in the subjects who are overweight or obese compared with the normal weight subjects. In the ACCESS study, the distribution of BMI was representative of that in the general US female population. Pregnancies were not disproportionate in those with higher BMI. Thus, the totality of the evidence supports the effectiveness of Opil is not affected by weight or BMI. Turning now to a review of the actual use results, evaluating behaviors around when consumers should take action during use and the potential clinical impact. The proposed O-pill drug facts label includes other information directing women on what to do during use of O-pill. Statements appear in the sections, when using this product, seek medical help right away, and stop use and ask a doctor. Importantly, these Ask a Doctor events can occur in any reproductive age woman, but most are not side effects of the POP and would not be worsened by POP use. Thus, we evaluated these behaviors as secondary endpoints in order to be comprehensive in our assessment of consumer use. As expected, given the inherent safety profile of norgestrel, the situations in which consumers should take action during O-pill use were uncommon in the ACCESS study. Unsurprisingly, in many instances, the symptoms resolved spontaneously, obviating the need to contact a healthcare provider. In the prescription setting, clinicians do not routinely advise POP users of these Ask a Doctor scenarios. So, in fact, the O-pill label provides more information than does a prescribing clinician. Importantly, users of oral contraceptives have to make the same decisions during their actual use, regardless of whether the POP is obtained by prescription or OTC. And as Dr. Westhoff told you, often providers do not see women for up to a year after the initial prescription. Overall, the data showed no signal of concern for use in the OTC setting. And reassuringly, data from the final pivotal label comprehension study do show that consumers understand these key messages. To summarize, our consumer studies show that women of all reproductive ages can safely use O-pill in the OTC setting. Across 2 pivotal studies, women were able to appropriately self-select whether O-pill was right for them and follow the label instructions to guide use. Data from the ACCESS study demonstrated that the drug facts label is sufficient to guide women to correctly take O-pill every day. There was high adherence to taking the pill every day at the same time, and few pregnancies occurred. Given the inherent safety profile of norgestrel, situations in which O-pill users need to consult a healthcare provider, take a pregnancy test, and/or stop use in response to certain new symptoms are all uncommon and no different than what patients face in the prescription setting. Overall, the proposed drug facts label contains all the information needed to select and use O-pill safely and effectively without incremental clinical risk, making O-pill appropriate for OTC use. Thank you, and I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Glazier.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Glazier, a professor at the Universities of Edinburgh and London and a gynecologist by training. I have over 250 publications in peer-reviewed journals, most of them on contraception. I have many years of experience of running a large family planning service in Edinburgh, and I have recently been appointed by the Scottish Government as their first women's health champion. Today, you are being asked to discuss a number of issues and to vote on whether the data supports that O-pill should be available over the counter. So to close the presentation, I want to bring us back to the clinical context and remind you why we are here today. Let me show you the pie chart that Dr. Westhoff presented earlier, showing the contraceptive method mix of US women aged 15 to 49 at risk of pregnancy, with 61% of them using the moderately or most effective methods. Now you see the contraceptive method mix among the ACCESS user population before enrollment. In this population, 80% of women, including the adolescents, were using either no method or the less effective contraceptive methods. And it was these women who chose to buy O-pill over the counter, and these women who would arguably most benefit from OTC access to effective contraception. So we are here today because each year in the United States, there are almost 2.75 million unintended pregnancies, most of which could have been prevented by effective contraception. Progesterone-only pills were approved in the US more than 50 years ago. It is true that the clinical effectiveness trials on which approval of the early POPs were based were not conducted to the same rigorous standards used today. But this is true for many medicines. And it is true that POPs have stood the test of time. They have been used by many millions of women around the world, including women with contraindications to estrogen and therefore with relative contraindications to pregnancy. If POPs were not effective, we would surely know by now. Clinicians have been advocating for oral contraception to be available OTC for a very long time. 30 years ago, in 1993, in an editorial in the international medical journal, The Lancet, the author opened by saying that the oral contraceptive pill had helped women, quote, escape from the confines of their own reproductive system, but that these ex-prisoners remain on probation, unquote, because they still needed to see a doctor regularly for a repeat prescription. And you have heard today that key US medical organizations, whose members have considerable expertise in contraception, formally support OTC access to oral contraceptive pills. Ultimately, for approval of O-pill over the counter, we need to establish that the incremental benefits of having O-pill available without seeing a doctor outweigh the potential incremental risks. So let me start with those potential risks. There are 3 issues, and it's these that you've been asked to vote on today. The first is the risk of contraceptive failure due to inadequate adherence. Adherence in the ACCESS study was not different from published evidence on adherence to oral contraceptives in the prescription setting. Let's face it, the instructions for O-pill use are extremely simple. Take 1 pill at the same time every day. And in ACCESS, the vast majority of women did just that. And if they made a mistake, most took the appropriate mitigating action. And let's remember that the women who did miss pills often did so because they could only get a supply from the site where they had enrolled, while in the real-world situation, they could have bought O-pill from any drugstore. Finally, while ACCESS was never intended as an effectiveness study, the number of pregnancies was in line with the accepted failure rate for typical use. So the second issue is safe use. Will women use an over-the-counter POP any less safely than they would use a prescription POP? The label advises women to see a doctor if certain medical situations arise during use. Dr. Sober has told you that in the ACCESS study, these situations were uncommon. She also told you that users of prescribed oral contraceptives have to make exactly the same decisions about what to do when these situations arise during use. Actually, all women of reproductive age have to make these same decisions. Abnormal vaginal bleeding is extremely common. Usually it resolves spontaneously, and most women wait for that to happen and don't go and see a doctor about it. We don't worry that women using a progesterone-only contraceptive implant or IUD, who do not need to see a doctor for 3 and 5 years respectively for contraception, will come to harm because they may not see a doctor about an episode of abnormal vaginal bleeding. So let's not hold women hostage to having to see a doctor to get this extremely safe and effective POP because they don't go and see one every time they have an episode of abnormal vaginal bleeding. So for me, the only incremental risk is enabling women to self-select. Will women who should not use O-pill correctly choose not to use it? For this, the FDA has raised 4 populations of concern: women with breast cancer, women with vaginal bleeding, and women using another hormonal contraceptive or a concomitant product which may jeopardize efficacy of O-pill. Data the sponsor has presented today show that there is a potential risk that a small number of women who should not use O-pill might do so were it available over the counter. Most of these people, subfertile women for example, will come to no harm from using O-pill. A very small number of women with breast cancer may use O-pill despite not being eligible. However, Dr. Goodwin told you that very few women with breast cancer are likely even to consider using oral contraception. And in the targeted breast cancer self-selection study, almost all of them reached the correct decision not to use it. As for the women who reported unexplained vaginal bleeding before selecting O-pill, let's remember that at enrollment, they had not been to see a doctor. Like so many women, they were already self-managing a very common condition. But some may be prompted by the O-pill label to go and see a doctor. While it's unlikely that women on seizure medication would purchase O-pill, it's important to note that both the label comprehension studies and the self-selection data from the program reassure us that the OTC proposed labeling is effective in mitigating risks. In Access, there were 11 participants who used O-pill in combination with another hormonal contraceptive, mostly longer-acting methods like injection, implant, or IUD. While these participants would not receive incremental benefit by use of O-pill, overlapping use of this type would not be associated with safety concerns. And now, for the incremental benefits, there can be no doubt that individual women would benefit from having easier access and reduced barriers to effective contraception. And this will provide women with more effective choices and more autonomy in deciding if and when to plan a family. And ultimately, it will help prevent unintended pregnancies and their social, economic, and health consequences. And this is critical because each year in the United States, maternal mortality is rising. Data recently published by the CDC show an almost 90% increase in maternal mortality between 2018 and 2021. And this increase is even higher when looking at subgroups based on race. While we don't know which of these pregnancies were unintended, we can assume that many were. Regardless, with advancements in medicine, these numbers should be going down, not up. When you vote on the FDA's questions, there is one more risk I want to highlight. The risk that faced with a wealth of data, you will lose sight of the potential public health benefits of providing a more effective contraceptive method over the counter. So I want to remind you of those benefits. Several groups have modeled the potential impact of OTC availability on the rate of unintended pregnancy using data from cohorts of women who, when asked, expressed a theoretical interest in an OTC pill. All of these studies show a positive public health impact. However, we have used data from the Access study to model the potential impact of an OTC POP on unintended pregnancy. But the first time our model, which was recently published, incorporates characteristics of a population of women who did actually purchase an OTC POP, paying out of pocket to obtain better contraception. And these women were sexually active and at risk of pregnancy. While we cannot know for certain how many women might switch to O-pill were it available OTC, the model aims to estimate the impact among a population of women who actually did so. And here are the results. If a cohort of 100,000 women, shown on the left, continued to use the variety of methods with different failure rates that the women were using when they entered the Access study, the estimated number of pregnancies that would occur over 1 year is 37,624. Compare this to the 7,000 unintended pregnancies expected in the right-hand panel, if these 100,000 women exclusively used OTC POP for 1 year. This is an 81% reduction in unintended pregnancies in 1 year in this theoretical cohort of women. It's important to point out that more than 90% of the 37,500 pregnancies that occurred in the left-hand panel would occur among women using no contraception or the less effective methods. And as discussed earlier, it's these women with an unmet need for effective contraception. And these women are the most likely to buy O-pill. So let me finish by going back to the beginning. The birth of the oral contraceptive pill is considered one of the great milestones in the history of medicine. We all know that the POP is an extremely safe method of contraception. HRA Pharma has demonstrated to you that the label does work in guiding women to use O-pill effectively. And it's important to remember that women who need contraception are not ill. They do not require a diagnosis, and they don't have a condition which needs monitoring. In 2021, more than 1,200 women in the US died from pregnancy-related causes. Not all were unintended pregnancies, but some were, and their deaths could have been prevented by contraception. Today, you're being asked to discuss a number of issues and to vote on whether the data support that O-pill should be available OTC. Let's make a little more history today and approve an oral contraceptive pill over the counter. Thank you for your time, and I will now turn the presentation back to Dr. Larora to address your questions.
Thank you. Before we take clarifying questions for HRA Pharma, Dr. Espy, could you please introduce yourself by stating your name and affiliation?
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Eve Espy. I'm a professor of obstetrics and gynecology and chair of the department at the University of New Mexico and a complex family planning subspecialist by training.
Thank you. We will now take clarifying questions for HRA Pharma. Please use the raise hand icon to indicate that you have a question, and remember to lower your hand by clicking the raise hand icon again after you have asked your question. When acknowledged, please remember to state your name for the record before you speak and direct your question to a specific presenter if you can. If you wish for a specific slide to be displayed, please let us know the slide number if possible. Finally, it would be helpful to acknowledge the end of your question with a thank you and the end of your follow-up question with "that is all for my questions," so that we can move on to the next panel member. I might also suggest that we limit our questions, offering them one at a time and then raising your hand for any additional questions so that all have an opportunity to speak in the time that we have available. Okay. Looks like Dr. Armstrong, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Deb Armstrong from Johns Hopkins. I have a couple of questions specifically for Dr. Goodwin and then a couple for the applicants. For Dr. Goodwin, is the Ostrut data broken down by hormone receptor positive and negative breast cancers? That's my first question. Apologize, I don't have the slide number.
Dr. Goodwin? Pamela Goodwin. There was simply a statement that the effects, the recurrence rates didn't differ by hormone receptor status, but we don't have the actual numbers.
Thank you. My second question for you, Dr. Goodwin, is there data and or concerns for the risks of the use of progesterone-only pills in women with potentially hormonally sensitive premalignant lesions, such as atypical hyperplasia and in situ cancers?
So you're talking about women who don't yet have breast cancer and are at potential risk for breast cancer. I can get you that information after the break. I think the strongest evidence we have is in people who have BRCA mutations where there doesn't seem to be a strong effect.
Thank you. And then a couple of questions more generally for the applicants. The first is Opill available over the counter in any other countries?
No, Opill is not currently available in other countries, but some other progestin-only contraceptives are.
Thank you. And there is lactose in Opill. Can you tell us about whether, I mean, obviously that's a very small amount, and whether there is documentation of the side effects of the use of Opill in individuals who are lactose intolerant?
We don't have any reported side effects from people who are lactose intolerant. So we don't expect that would be an issue at all, because there is a very tiny amount.
Thank you. And my final question, is there any potential issues for women who might elect to switch from a prescription combination oral contraceptive to a POP if it became available over the counter?
We do not see any potential issues with that. In fact, switching from a combined oral contraceptive to Opill will be very easy. You can start Opill on the very next day after you stop taking your COC.
Thank you for answering my questions. I'm done.
Thank you. Dr. Rabadi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Suzanne Rabadi. I believe this will be for Russell Bradford. I'm concerned at the representation of low literacy in all of your trials. You know the two earlier trials had 12 or 13% low literacy, and by that, I'm sorry, you referred to two other FDA-approved products that were switching from prescription to OTC. You mentioned that in those days they had 12 or 13% low literacy participants, but the naloxone studies, which about 3 months ago had 33% limited literacy people in their trial. In addition, the FDA, in my reading of their documents, instructed you, the sponsor, to include a minimum of 30% low literacy people in your studies. Low literacy can be measured in a couple of ways, and you don't indicate how your studies assess low literacy. However, including 30% or more in your studies, I don't believe should have been an impossible challenge, given that something around half of all Americans between the ages of 16 and 74 years read below the equivalent of a 6th grade level, according to the U.S. Department of Education. And well, actually, it's data from the U.S. Department of Education. The U.S. Department of Education itself says it's 21%. Somewhere in there is a number. So was there a reason? I mean, why did you not include a significantly higher level of low literacy population? What were your challenges?
I'll ask Dr. Bradford to come and address your questions. And of course, in Access, what we try to achieve is a sample that is generated naturalistically in response to advertising for this product. And what you saw overall is the results of it. The Access adherence data demonstrate that subjects with low literacy can take this product as directed, and it's a very easy direction for use. Take one product every day. Dr. Bradford?
Russell Bradford from Pegasus Research. Dr. Rabadi, let me first clarify that in the naloxone studies, those were that was not an actual use trial. That was a study that was included a general population recruited and where enhancement or for low health literacy was possible. That is, screening for low health literacy was potentially possible. Whereas, as Dr. Leroy mentioned, in an actual use trial, these are participants responding to advertisements who are interested in the product, and so what we find in these studies is typically a proportion of low health literacy in the amount that we saw here. You mentioned also wondering about how we assessed for low health literacy. We used the REALM or REALM-Teen, which is a test where participants are asked to read and pronounce 66 health-related words, and their literacy assessment is based on how many of those words they pronounced correctly. This is a test that's widely used in RX to OTC programs, but like every one of these rapid tests, it certainly is limited and only evaluates one component of literacy. Indeed, reading and pronouncing words. But I think that to sort of wrap that all up, what I'd like to point out is that the proportion of low health literacy is less important in my view than the total number. That is, the total number, the absolute size of those low literacy groups were appropriate in order to allow us to draw conclusions about how they perform.
I was going to say thank you. That does answer my question. I should point out I'm not a doctor. Thank you. I just so yeah.
Well, and we definitely see a significant public health need in people with low health literacy to have access to safe and effective contraception.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw, please go ahead.
Yes, just unmuting. Thank you. Pamela Shaw at the Kaiser Permanente Washington Health Research Institute. I'm sorry, I forgot the presenter, but my question relates to slide 50 and then 52, which are related, that had to do with the access results. Yes, and the differences between how people were counted. I think, you were explaining sort of differences in that upper left, 12 versus 67, but I'm a bit confused overall about how many more people were labeled as selectors by the FDA versus, 1550 versus selectors 1180, and in particularly how that impacts slide 52. Which is people who should not have used it. The FDA found more people that were allergic that were classified as selectors. So I'm sort of wondering, I guess, sort of a two-part question. One, how did we get 1550? Do you understand the differences and versus the 1180? And then maybe the second part, was it really that slide 52 was all about the differences between selectors and non-selectors? Maybe I'll stop with, what is the difference in the FDA selector versus?
I'll have Dr. Bradford address your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russell Bradford. Let me show slide CO43 again, which shows our strategy for classifying participants based on the selection variable. We take the input from both of these questions as relevant to the selection decision. As I mentioned, many times in response to the self-selection question, we see participants give responses that indicate that they don't quite understand the context of the question. If, for example, everyone universally understood the question for how it's intended, it would be a totally reasonable to assume that their response adequately categorizes them on selection versus non-selection. But it's simply the case that they do not. In many cases, I cited three examples, but there are many cases in the data set and in our experience that suggests that people answer this question, that many people answer this question in a more general sense. They like the product, they think it's a nice product, they think the labeling's nice, and so they say yes, as in, oh, the hypothetical me might use this product if it were on the shelf. When we ask the purchase question and interpret their response to the purchase question, it often adds a whole additional layer of color. And our feeling is that a manual review of the entirety of their response better characterizes whether a participant actually selects or not. FDA's approach was simply to take the response okay or not okay to that very first question and assign selection on that basis. So there's as you note, a substantial difference in how participants are classified, and we feel that our approach better represents their actual selection decision. Let me show you now slide CO52, which is the slide that you referenced. In this case, among those additional 55 that are shown there in the right-hand column, 14 of those are added because FDA categorized them from appropriate to use to not appropriate to use. Those included 3 with a history of cancer, 1 with liver problems, and 10 with pre-existing unexplained vaginal bleeding between periods. The remaining 41 are those who the FDA classified as selectors who we had classified as non-selectors. At the end of the day, however, I think that for me, the important take-home message from this slide is that in terms of actual clinical risk from taking the pill, from taking O-pill, the single concern is participants with a history of breast cancer, of which there were 1.
Yes,
Okay.
And I'd like to have Dr. Goodwin also address your question.
Sorry, I was going to provide the information that I had previously been asked by Dr. Armstrong. There is some evidence that the use of hormone replacement therapy, estrogen, in postmenopausal women with atypical hyperplasia may be associated with progression to breast cancer, but we have not found any evidence that oral contraceptives or POPs in particular are associated with that risk of progression in premenopausal women. And I also want to point out that my gynecologic colleagues have told me that these high-risk breast cancer lesions are not considered in the use of oral contraceptives when they're given by prescription.
Dr. Shaw, does that address your question?
Yeah, thanks. That addressed my question. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just add that FDA is also prepared to discuss that issue of selector versus non-selector and that analysis later in the afternoon during their session.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call on Dr. Barron.
Thank you. Just starting my video. Hi, thank you for all the presentations. I have 2 questions.
Excuse me, Dr. Barron. I do need you to state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Elma Barron from Case Western Reserve University. I do have 2 questions. One is a more general question, and the other one is with regard to the breast cancer population as well. For the more general question, since if O-pill were available as an over-the-counter and improving access to more women, way more women, and younger women, can somebody just speak towards any adverse events or any anticipated side effects eventually with the long-term use of O-pill? And my second question with regard to breast cancer population, I think Dr. Goodwin excellently showed that graph, that figure that showed the percentage of breast cancer patients desiring oral contraceptives, which is a very low percentage. Given that is in the environment of oral contraceptives being prescription and not over the counter, I was just wondering if there's any educated guesses as to whether once it's an over the counter pill that percentage would change. And that percentage would change, like for instance, with the percentage of those who are currently using the copper IUD switch to the over-the-counter oral contraceptives. If she could just comment on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask Dr. Glazier to address your question about long-term use of contraceptives, as well as Dr. Goodwin to discuss use in breast cancer.
Thank you, Anna Glazier. There are really no long-term risks of use of a progestin-only pill, with a single exception, and I'm going to ask Dr. Goodwin to address it, of a small increase in the risk of breast cancer, which is associated with both long-term use of COCs and POPs. But before I hand over to Dr. Goodwin, I'd just like to say that, of course, that risk is the same whether women have a POP or a COC prescribed to them than if they bought a POP over the counter. So Dr. Goodwin, could you address the question about breast cancer and women using a POP?
Right. So I have two questions to answer now. One is the issue of breast cancer in women using POPs who don't already have breast cancer. We know that there is a small increase in risk. The relative risk is 1.2. That risk does not vary when it's used over the counter or by prescription. And I can provide some more information about that. Regarding your question about whether it is likely breast cancer patients will switch from copper IUDs or any other form of contraception to over-the-counter POPs, I think that's highly unlikely. The breast cancer population is very focused on avoiding recurrence. They have been cautioned by their physicians and will be cautioned again by the label not to use this if they've ever had breast cancer. So I am not concerned about that particular risk. Does that answer your questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd also like Dr. Goodwin to just simply address the trade-off of people who do not have cancer and the potential for reducing pregnancies.
Okay, so again, we're talking about women who don't have cancer and what are the potential breast cancer risks. And I have just one slide that I will show here. So we know that the relative risk, as I've already said, is about 1.2, regardless of whether POPs or OCPs are over the counter or by prescription. That has been associated with an excess breast cancer risk of, in women under 50, of 1 per 7,690 years of use, or roughly 13 cases per 100,000 person years of use. Given the current breast cancer survival rates in the United States of 85%, that translates to about 2 excess breast cancer deaths per 100,000 years of use. If we look at the maternal death rates that you saw that were presented by Dr. Glazier, and here I've taken maternal death rates prior to the COVID pandemic, they're actually higher now. But if we take maternal death rates of 20 per 100,000 pregnancies and accept that we can prevent 30,000 pregnancies per 100,000 years of use, we would avoid 7.5 maternal deaths, as opposed to having an excess of 2 breast cancer deaths with every 100,000 years of use with POP over the counter or by prescription.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to Dr. Walker Harding, and please remember to state your name for the record.
Hello, Leslie Walker Harding from the University of Washington. I had just a question. I know that this particular company's progestin-only pill is not in other countries, but there are other progestin-only pills available to people over the counter. Do you have any information on the safety profile, for women and adolescents that's been published on or available to evaluate for other countries who have done this for a while?
I'd like to have Dr. Gaillard address that for you.
Hélène Guillard. So women indeed are able to access oral contraception without a prescription in a number of countries worldwide, around 100 countries. And since 2021, another progestin-only pill containing another progestin, which is called desogestrel, is also available without a prescription through pharmacies in the United Kingdom. There is no safety signal whatsoever about the use of POP without a prescription in any of those countries.
Thank you. Dr. Walker-Harding, did that address your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Dr. Curtis. Please state your name for the record and you can ask your question.
Thank you. Kate Curtis from CDC. I've been trying to think about the over-reporting issue and how that affects our interpretation of the results. So if I'm correct, the over-reporters were identified by looking at those who reported taking more pills than they had in their supply, and the sensitivity analyses addressed those and were generally reassuring. But I'm wondering about if this over-reporting behavior was happening in this group, it was likely also happening in the group that wasn't identified as an over-reporter. So for example, people who were missing pills or not taking pills reported that they did, but that over-reporting didn't exceed their supply. So they weren't identified as over-reporters. So for the sponsor, I was wondering if there had been any exploration about the validity of the use data in those who were non-over-reporters first. And then also for Dr. Stone, you said pretty clearly in a couple of your slides that from your review, you didn't see any basis for questioning the validity of those non-over-reporters. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what your review consisted of and how you came to that conclusion.
Yes, I'll address the issues from the sponsor and have Dr. Stone address your issues as well. We conducted a thorough root cause analysis, and we hired an independent party to review all the data and all the processes in the study, and they found nothing that would indicate that the reporting by the non-over reporters was in any way not consistent with what we should expect from those people. We had no problems with the diary, and we did extensive quality assurance review and found no issues with otherwise with the conduct of the study. Dr. Stone?
Yes, I understand the concern about the over-reporting. First, let me say that this kind of over-reporting is very rarely seen, that you need those specific kind of conditions where your people actually might not have pills and yet continue to have the ability to over-report. Despite the rarity of those conditions, it has occurred in the past. The oxetrol trial was one example, and there have been other examples. The reason that I remain confident in the access data is because when I look at the overall conduct of the trial, the way it was set up, the use of the electronic diary, the relatively short reporting periods, I see nothing that raises a flag for me that over-reporting should be encouraged. That's why I think that the data from the non-over-reporting group is especially reasonable and would look like data from any other adherence trial in this area. I just don't see anything that would encourage over-reporting in the non-over-reporting group.
Thank you. And for the sponsor, when you say quality control checks I guess for all the participants, can you just briefly talk about what that meant?
Certainly. We audited clinical study sites. We made sure before the diary was employed that that we did a significant amount of testing to make sure it performed. We monitored during performance how it was that it was performing well. We had no complaints of performance by the subjects, and we investigated the CRO and the investigational sites and found no problems.
Thank you.
Okay, we will take Dr. Pizarik's question, and that will conclude this session. So, Dr. Pizarik, please state your name for the record and direct your question to the sponsor.
My name is Paul Pizarik from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I just have a follow-up question to two things that were brought up earlier. In those countries in which the progesterone-only pill is over-the-counter, has there been any documented decrease in the unintended pregnancy rates?
I'd like to ask Dr. Glacier to discuss that.
So the quick answer is no. A longer answer is that, of course, we have a National Health Service in the United Kingdom, and all contraception and all consultations for contraception are free of charge. So the women who are buying a POP over the counter are tending to be women who have run out of pills, who need a pill in an emergency in the UK. And actually, it's too soon to be able to see any effect on unintended pregnancy rates, because it only was approved over the counter in July of 2021. So we don't have enough data to look at unintended pregnancies.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do see that we have a few additional questions. If we do have time later in our agenda, we can go back to those if possible. However, at this time, to keep to our schedule, we will need now to break for lunch. We will be reconvening at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Panel members, please remember that there should be no chatting or discussion of the meeting topics with other panel members during the lunch break. Additionally, we would ask that you plan to reconvene around 12:50 p.m. to ensure that you are connected before the meeting reconvenes at 1 p.m. Thank you.
And I'm Pamela Horn. I'm the Director of the Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2. I'm going to be providing an introduction to the FDA presentations before turning it over to my colleagues. The application we are discussing today, as you've heard, is a supplemental application to NDA 017031 for Norgestrel tablet. If approved, this would represent the first prescription to non-prescription switch of a daily oral contraceptive in the U.S. Norgestrel tablet is a single ingredient pill containing a progestin. It has been approved for use in the prescription setting for the prevention of pregnancy in females of reproductive potential since 1973 and was last marketed in 2005. Marketing was stopped for business reasons and not for reasons of safety or effectiveness. As we've heard this morning, unintended pregnancies are associated with many public health effects, and improving effectiveness and access in a real-world setting is an important public health goal where there is a lot of room for better outcomes. There are many females of reproductive potential in the U.S. who may wish to use a contraceptive to prevent pregnancy, and thus the availability of oral contraceptives is a major public health need affecting a very large group of stakeholders. Currently, daily oral contraceptives are an important part of the range of available contraceptive options. In the prescription setting, within which daily oral contraceptives are currently available, the available data indicate that they are more effective than contraceptive methods that are currently available without interaction with a healthcare provider. FDA is asking the Joint Committees to provide input on the likelihood of safe and effective use in the target population of consumers if the product were to be made available without a prescription or interaction with a provider, and on the likelihood that consumers that should not use the product based on the do not use messages in the proposed label will appropriately decide not to use the product. As we ask the committee to consider these issues, I want to provide a few general comments about things FDA considers when determining whether a product is suitable for the non-prescription setting. Important among these considerations is that the labeling that accompanies the product provides enough information for consumers who would consider using the product to determine if the product is suitable for them to use, that they are able to follow the directions for use on the drug facts label without assistance, and that they are able to determine when to stop using the product and when they should contact a healthcare provider for assistance. In addition, it is important that a product have a low potential for misuse and abuse. If an applicant with a product approved for use in the prescription setting wishes to change the approval to use in the non-prescription setting, they need to provide information to FDA to support that the benefits of the drug will still outweigh the risks of the drug in a non-prescription setting where there is no learned intermediary to determine whether the drug is suitable for an individual patient or provide other advice or instructions. As you will hear, there are unique considerations for switching a drug to non-prescription when instructions for use need to be adhered to closely and on an ongoing basis to be effective. And the consequences of not understanding how to use it correctly could result in unintended pregnancy. Of note, unlike a prescription drug approval, when a drug is approved for a switch to non-prescription use, there is no mechanism for approving it with a REMS to ensure that the benefits outweigh the risks. And there is no third behind-the-counter class of drugs in the U.S. like there is in other countries, including examples that were noted this morning. Drugs in the U.S. are either non-prescription or prescription. There is also no option for approving an application with post-marketing requirements for the applicant to conduct additional studies with the goal of addressing remaining uncertainties about the safety of a drug or to inform the need for possible label changes. Finally, if one were to decide that substantive changes would be needed to the proposed labeling to support approval, they would need to be tested in consumer behavior studies prior to approval. As you hear the FDA presentations, I'd like you to keep in mind the following points. This product is for the prevention of pregnancy, and success or failure of a contraceptive is a binary outcome. Either pregnancy is prevented or is not. This product needs to be consistently used correctly to prevent pregnancy, and we would like the committee to consider, along with the potential advantages of making this product available in a non-prescription setting, the potential for incorrect use of norgestrel tablet resulting in unintended pregnancies based on the data submitted to inform likely effectiveness. As you consider these data, we would like you to pay particular attention to the data in the adolescent and limited literacy subpopulations. We would also like you to consider the risks of non-prescription availability to consumers who should not use this product, such as consumers with progestin-sensitive cancers, or consumers who should talk to a healthcare provider before using, such as consumers with abnormal vaginal bleeding of undiagnosed etiology. We are asking for your input to inform our regulatory decision about this application. Thank you for your assistance in discussing and considering this important application, and I look forward to hearing your opinions and insights. Now, Dr. Anandi Kodak will talk about the efficacy and safety of norgestrel tablet in the prescription setting and its implications for the non-prescription setting.
Good afternoon. My name is Anandi Kotak. I am a medical officer in the Division of Urology, Obstetrics, and Gynecology. Today, I will discuss the key efficacy and safety findings that form the basis for approval of prescription norgestrel tablet, the knowledge we have gained regarding norgestrel tablet and other progestin-only contraceptives since the original approval, and the implications of key concerns for the non-prescription setting. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that FDA recognizes that sex and gender are distinct terms, with sex defined as a biological construct and gender as a social construct. FDA understands that individuals self-identify by gender, and for some, gender and sex are concordant, while for others, they may not be concordant. FDA also recognizes that individuals may enroll in clinical trials based on gender. However, contraceptive products are approved for use on the basis of biological sex and reproductive potential. Therefore, in this presentation, I will refer to contraceptive users according to the currently approved prescription indication, females or females of reproductive potential, or using gender-neutral terms such as consumers, individuals, or participants to be as inclusive as possible. Further discussion of this topic, however, falls outside the scope of this meeting. Before I continue, I would like to show some examples of contraceptive methods for preventing unintended pregnancy to clarify the topic of our AC meeting. Emergency contraception can be employed after unprotected intercourse, where the risk of an unintended pregnancy is evident. Available prescription contraceptive methods such as intrauterine systems, also known as intrauterine devices or IUDs, and subdermal implants are examples of long-acting reversible methods of pregnancy prevention, which are not dependent on the user's adherence to dosing and administration instructions, and are among the most effective methods of contraception available. On the other hand, birth control pills, transdermal systems or patches, and vaginal rings can be used longer or shorter term, are dependent on user adherence to dosing instructions, and are generally less effective than IUDs and implants. Of the birth control pills, there are two main types. One contains two hormones, progestin plus estrogen, and the other type contains one hormone, progestin only. Our discussion today focuses on one type of progestin-only pill, norgestrel tablet, specifically for the indicated use of pregnancy prevention in the non-prescription setting. In the prescription setting, progestin-only pills are prescribed in a highly selected population, namely lactating females or in females who have contraindications to estrogen, and this population is generally highly motivated to use the product correctly. On-demand methods, which include barrier methods, are available over the counter and are also options for individuals, but are generally less effective than the prescription methods. I will begin by reviewing the basis for the original approval of prescription norgestrel tablet, as well as the considerations for dosing and administration, which are particularly relevant for the non-prescription setting. I will then discuss the estimation of effectiveness of Norgestrel tablet for the non-prescription setting, followed by a review of key safety concerns for Norgestrel tablet and their implications for the non-prescription setting. Finally, I will discuss the key considerations for translating effective and safe use of Norgestrel tablet to the non-prescription setting. The efficacy and safety of Norgestrel tablet was established in 1973 at the time of the original approval for prescription use. Post-approval data from 1973 until 2005, as well as knowledge we have gained from other progestin-only contraceptives, also inform the safety profile of Norgestrel tablet. The efficacy data to support approval came from 8 clinical studies conducted by the applicant in the United States. The Pearl Index, the primary efficacy endpoint for contraceptives, which describes how well a contraceptive product prevents unintended pregnancy, was 2.3 per 100 woman years. Exposure in nearly 2,200 study participants over more than 20,000 treatment cycles provided the safety data to support approval of Norgestrel tablet. The dosing regimen evaluated in the clinical trials to support approval was 1 tablet taken at the same time every day. Of note, Norgestrel tablet was approved for use in all females of reproductive potential, regardless of age, which will be relevant in later discussions. The following dosing and administration instructions for Norgestrel tablet, as described in the approved prescription labeling, are critical for pregnancy prevention. Take 1 tablet daily at the same time each day. Take a delayed or missed tablet as soon as possible and continue with the next dose at the usual time. And take Norgestrel tablet continuously with no break between packs, even when vaginal bleeding is present. Use of additional non-hormonal contraception, meaning barrier methods such as condoms, is needed for the next 48 hours when a tablet is taken 3 or more hours late or missed, or when vomiting or diarrhea occurs within 4 hours after taking the tablet. I will now provide an overview of the effectiveness of Norgestrel tablet and the implications for the non-prescription setting. First, I will provide an overview of the primary efficacy endpoint for contraceptives, the Pearl Index, from the prescription setting. I will then discuss the challenges of estimating the effectiveness of Norgestrel tablet in the non-prescription setting in light of factors affecting effectiveness, such as issues pertaining to adherence to the recommended dosing regimen and the changing population, and in light of the available sources of data for estimating effectiveness and the limitations therein. I will also discuss remaining questions regarding effectiveness of Norgestrel pertinent to the non-prescription setting. The Pearl Index is a technique used to describe the primary efficacy endpoint of interest for contraceptives and is used to demonstrate effectiveness to support regulatory approval of contraceptive products. Historically, the Pearl Index has been used since the approval of the first oral contraceptive product in 1960. The Pearl Index predicts the number of females who are likely to become pregnant during one continuous year of using solely the contraceptive method under investigation, and is usually reported as the number of pregnancies out of a total of 100 women. The formula for calculation of the Pearl Index is shown here. In order to calculate the Pearl Index to support approval of a new contraceptive product, FDA requests documentation of both on-treatment pregnancies and evaluable cycles. On-treatment pregnancy is defined as a pregnancy that occurs during use of the contraceptive product under investigation. This also includes a pregnancy that occurs within 7 days of discontinuation of the product. An evaluable cycle is defined as a cycle where intercourse occurred and additional non-hormonal or backup contraception, such as condoms or emergency contraception, was not used. A smaller or lower Pearl Index indicates higher contraceptive efficacy or greater ability of the product to prevent unintended pregnancy. Methodologies differ between the analysis used in the original approval in 1973 and current FDA clinical trial recommendations for approval of contraceptives. Namely, present-day calculation of the Pearl Index includes only females up to age 35 and evaluable cycles. Females over the age of 35 have a decreased likelihood of becoming pregnant, and are therefore excluded from the efficacy analysis. Similarly, non-evaluable cycles are excluded from analysis because of the possibility that pregnancy did not occur because the individual was not truly at risk for pregnancy during that cycle. When considering the available data to estimate effectiveness of norgestrel in the non-prescription setting, we must also consider factors that can affect the effectiveness of norgestrel, including extrinsic factors, which are modifiable, and intrinsic factors, which are not modifiable. An example of an extrinsic factor that may affect effectiveness of norgestrel is adherence. The contraceptive efficacy of norgestrel is highly dependent on strict adherence to the dosing regimen, and adherence is dependent on consumer behavior. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude that consumer behavior can affect contraceptive efficacy. Intrinsic factors, on the other hand, include population characteristics such as body mass index, the prevalence of which may change over time in a population. As previously mentioned, norgestrel tablets should be taken daily at the same time each day to prevent pregnancy. It is also critical to know what to do when a tablet is delayed or missed, or if vomiting or diarrhea occurs, and when to use additional non-hormonal contraception. The need for strict adherence to the daily dosing regimen is best understood when considering the pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic properties of norgestrel and similar progestin-only pills. Norgestrel demonstrates a short elimination half-life, resulting in serum progestin levels that are near baseline 24 hours after oral intake. In addition, norgestrel demonstrates low steady-state progestin levels and large variations in serum levels among individual users. In contrast, as previously mentioned, combined oral contraceptives contain both a progestin and estrogen component. This results in reliable suppression of the mid-cycle LH and FSH peaks and higher steady-state serum progestin levels. As a result, COCs prevent pregnancy primarily by suppressing ovulation, whereas progestin-only pills such as norgestrel less reliably suppress ovulation and also depend on cervical mucus effects to prevent pregnancy. If cervical mucus effects are not consistently maintained when using POPs such as norgestrel and ovulation occurs during that cycle, pregnancy is more likely, as sperm can survive in the female reproductive tract for up to 5 days after intercourse. The applicant conducted study 151-042-002 to evaluate the impact of a delayed or missed pill on cervical mucus and ovarian activity. Of note, the study was conducted voluntarily without FDA feedback. The applicant states that there were no differences observed in cervical mucus scores or ovarian activity scores after a 6-hour delay or missed tablet. However, cervical mucus and ovarian activity scores are not primary measures for contraceptive efficacy, but may be supportive evidence of contraceptive effect when considered together with the Pearl Index from phase 3 trials. In addition, the study lacks generalizability, as a sample size of 50 would not adequately capture the wide variations in serum progestin levels previously mentioned, and females with BMI greater than 32 were excluded from enrollment. In conclusion, Study 002 cannot demonstrate that delayed intake of norgestrel tablet does not alter the risk of unintended pregnancy. Changes in the characteristics of the population since the 1970s may also impact the effectiveness of norgestrel tablet today. The prevalence of obesity in the United States has more than tripled since 1960. This is especially concerning given that recent approvals of hormonal contraceptives have shown that efficacy may be decreased as much as 40% in females with increasing BMI. However, the impact of obesity on the efficacy of norgestrel tablet has not been directly studied. Available sources of data to inform effectiveness of norgestrel tablet in the non-prescription setting include the original clinical trial data, published literature, and the actual use study conducted by the applicant in support of this application. As previously discussed, the original clinical trial data includes data generated from 8 clinical studies conducted to support the prescription approval of norgestrel tablet in 1973. A limited number of clinical studies have attempted to describe the efficacy of norgestrel in the post-approval prescription setting and are the basis for the meta-analysis submitted by the applicants. The Access Actual Use study also generated data regarding contraceptive efficacy. However, this was not the primary purpose of the study. The Pearl Index for norgestrel tablet, as derived from available sources of data, is shown here. For context, the Pearl Index for combined oral contraceptives approved around the same time as norgestrel tablet in the early 70s was typically less than 1. As you can see, the Pearl Index for norgestrel tablet is more than double that of COCs, meaning norgestrel and other POPs are less effective than COCs. Neither the original clinical trials nor the Access AUS used methods of determining the PI that are consistent with current standards. In addition, the limitations of estimating the Pearl Index previously discussed preclude comparisons across available sources of data. Of note, these estimates are not reflective of real-world effectiveness of norgestrel tablet. What is known about real-world effectiveness is based on the prescription setting. The applicant conducted a meta-analysis of published literature at FDA's request to provide a current understanding of norgestrel's contraceptive effectiveness in today's population. Limitations of the applicant's methodology and interpretation include the heterogeneity of study designs, including differences between study populations and sample sizes, lack of generalizability due to differences in study populations and methods for determination of evaluable cycles, inconsistent analysis methodologies between studies, varying study durations ranging from 6 months to 5 years, as well as inclusion in some studies of lactating females who are at decreased risk for pregnancy due to anovulation and are also a highly motivated population. In a supportive analysis of data from the Access AUS, the applicant reported a Pearl Index of 2.2 based on 6 on-treatment pregnancies, whereas FDA's analysis of the Pearl Index is based on 9 on-treatment pregnancies. In addition, FDA's analysis includes fewer cycles compared to the applicant's analysis due to differences in the derivation of exposure duration. 2 of the 9 pregnancies occurred in participants with a body mass index between 25 and 29.9 kilograms per meter squared, whereas 3 pregnancies occurred in participants with BMI greater than or equal to 30. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention define overweight as a BMI greater than 25, but less than 30, and obesity as a BMI greater than or equal to 30. Therefore, slightly more than half of pregnancies occurred in individuals with BMI in the overweight or obese categories. Of note, pregnancies were not stratified by body weight or BMI at the time of original approval, precluding direct comparisons to today's population. As I previously mentioned, the Access AUS was not designed to assess contraceptive efficacy, limiting interpretation of the Pearl Index. Additional limitations of this analysis include the following. First, the sample size of this study is about 1/3 the size of a contraceptive clinical trial for a new product, causing the Pearl Index estimate to lack precision. Because of the high discontinuation rate among study participants, less than half of study participants in this 6-month study completed and reported the results of the end of study pregnancy test. There may have been more pregnancies that were unreported. In addition, the use of all menstrual cycles, as opposed to evaluable cycles, produces a larger denominator, causing the Pearl Index to appear smaller than it may actually be. Because sexual activity and sexual history data in adolescence was not collected, the pregnancy risk for these individuals is unknown, which may also result in a larger denominator and a Pearl Index that appears smaller. A smaller Pearl Index, as I mentioned previously, may lead us to believe that norgestrel tablet is more effective than it actually is. And lastly, the phenomenon of improbable dosing, to be discussed later today by my colleagues, also limits interpretation of this data. In summary, the expected contraceptive efficacy of norgestrel tablet as a non-prescription product for prevention of pregnancy is unknown for the reasons listed here. Real-world estimates of the failure rate for oral contraceptives, another way to think of the Pearl Index outside of the research environment, range from 4 to 9%, depending on the source of the data. However, these estimates are primarily based on COCs. And recall that the Pearl Index for COCs in the 1970s was less than 1. Because POPs account for 10% of oral contraceptives prescriptions in the US, and because the Pearl Index for POPs may be more than double that of COCs, as previously discussed, it stands to reason that the failure rate for real-world effectiveness of POPs, such as norgestrel, may be quite a bit higher than 9%, meaning norgestrel may not be nearly as effective as we might think out in the real world. Although progestin-only contraceptives, including norgestrel, are generally regarded as safe, important safety concerns exist. In the non-prescription setting, the absence of a learned intermediary means that consumers must be able to identify which safety concerns apply to them and know what to do about them. This section will begin with a review of the known safety profile of prescription norgestrel tablet, followed by a discussion of the primary safety considerations for the non-prescription setting, and then additional considerations for the non-prescription setting. The approved prescribing information for norgestrel tablet, or Opill, updated in 2017, lists the following contraindications: breast cancer or other progestin-sensitive cancer, now or in the past, known or suspected pregnancy, abnormal vaginal bleeding of undiagnosed etiology, hypersensitivity to any component of the product, and benign or malignant liver tumors. In addition, the prescribing information describes warnings and precautions for the conditions listed here. The most clinically significant of these concerns include ectopic pregnancy, a rare but serious event, bleeding pattern alterations, and drug interactions. Considerations for the safe use of norgestrel tablet in the non-prescription setting include important safety concerns based on the prescription label, as well as additional considerations that would typically be conveyed by a learned intermediary that may not be represented in prescription labeling. This discussion focuses on the most significant safety concerns for this product, including breast cancer and other progestin-sensitive cancers, abnormal vaginal bleeding of undiagnosed etiology, bleeding pattern alterations, and drug interactions. Additionally, we will discuss use in adolescents for whom the prescription product is approved, the potential impact of progestins on bone mineral density, and current use of hormonal contraceptives or intrauterine systems. Use of progestin-containing contraceptives such as norgestrel may increase the risk of recurrence or stimulate the growth of an undiagnosed progestin-sensitive tumor. Non-clinical data demonstrate stimulated growth and metastasis of breast cancer with exposure to progestins. However, insufficient clinical data exist to estimate the difference in relative risk of these cancers with chronic norgestrel use. Although breast cancer is the second most common cancer among females in the United States, it occurs rarely in females under the age of 50. Other progestin-sensitive cancers, such as melanoma, meningioma, and adenocarcinoma of the lung, are less common than breast cancer in this demographic, but do occur, as seen here. Abnormal vaginal bleeding is defined by relation to an individual's menstrual cycle and refers to differences in the timing, quantity, or duration of bleeding episodes. Abnormal vaginal bleeding may differ from an individual's baseline in timing by both the regularity and frequency of bleeding, in quantity by increased volume, and duration by lasting more days than usual menses or longer than 8 days. Many conditions can cause abnormal vaginal bleeding, including structural or non-structural causes, as well as pregnancy. Structural causes of abnormal vaginal bleeding may include benign conditions such as polyps or fibroids, or malignant conditions, meaning cancer. Non-structural causes may include disorders of coagulation, ovulatory dysfunction, which can result from a variety of endocrine abnormalities such as thyroid disorders, or iatrogenic causes, such as medications. Both intrauterine and ectopic pregnancy can cause abnormal vaginal bleeding as well. Up to 1/3 of reproductive age females will experience abnormal vaginal bleeding of some kind in their lifetime, which accounts for nearly 30% of gynecology office visits annually. Endometrial cancer is rare in this population. However, initiating norgestrel use may delay the diagnosis and treatment of the underlying cause of abnormal vaginal bleeding. Norgestrel use may also cause bleeding pattern alterations, making it difficult to distinguish between adverse effects of the drug versus underlying pathology. With use of progestins such as Norgestrel, the absence of estrogen causes thinning of the endometrium and disruption of endometrial angiogenesis, thus producing irregular and unpredictable bleeding, and sometimes the absence of menstrual bleeding altogether. Frequent irregular menses, or absence of menstrual bleeding, or amenorrhea, often cause discontinuation of progestin-only contraceptives. Alterations in bleeding patterns with Norgestrel use may potentially result in delayed diagnosis and treatment of pregnancy, either intrauterine or ectopic, which may require urgent medical attention, or underlying causes of abnormal vaginal bleeding that may arise during Norgestrel use, such as polyps, fibroids, thyroid disorders, or polycystic ovarian syndrome. But perhaps most importantly, may result in missed opportunities for timely use of emergency contraception, as the individual may not recognize the risk for unintended pregnancy. In summary, both abnormal vaginal bleeding and bleeding pattern alterations with Norgestrel use may indicate conditions that require urgent medical attention, such as ectopic pregnancy or miscarriage. Non-prescription use may increase delayed evaluation by a healthcare provider or missed opportunities to use emergency contraception. The questions that then remain are the following. Will individuals choosing Norgestrel be able to self-identify abnormal vaginal bleeding requiring healthcare provider evaluation prior to initiation? Will individuals using Norgestrel who develop bleeding pattern alterations be able to self-identify the presence of abnormal vaginal bleeding that requires healthcare provider evaluation? Will individuals understand that the bleeding profile with Norgestrel use is not the same as that with use of most COCs, and seek timely care when abnormalities occur? Drug interactions with Norgestrel are another important consideration for the non-prescription setting due to the potential for reduced contraceptive efficacy of Norgestrel with concomitant use of an interacting drug. Many drugs and herbal products induce hepatic enzymes such as CYP3A4, increasing the metabolism of CYP3A4 substrates such as Norgestrel. This, in turn, may decrease contraceptive efficacy of Norgestrel. Conversely, Norgestrel may also decrease the efficacy of other drugs, such as the emergency contraceptive containing ulipristal acetate. As seen here, several drugs known to decrease the contraceptive efficacy of Norgestrel are used to treat conditions that commonly occur in the population likely to use this product, including medications to treat seizure disorder, anxiety or muscle spasms, HIV, or depression. When concomitant use of an interacting drug cannot be avoided, the prescribing information for Norgestrel tablet recommends the use of additional non-hormonal contraception, such as condoms, when initiating and throughout concomitant use of the interacting drug, as well as for 28 days after discontinuation of the interacting drug. However, if use of an interacting drug is expected to be chronic, use of an alternative method of contraception should be considered. As previously mentioned, Norgestrel may decrease the contraceptive efficacy of ulipristal acetate emergency contraception when Norgestrel use begins within 5 days of ulipristal acetate intake. Therefore, the prescribing information for Norgestrel recommends initiating use no sooner than 5 days after taking ulipristal acetate for emergency contraception and using additional non-hormonal contraception until the next menstrual period. Because non-prescription use of Norgestrel would occur without the assistance of a learned intermediary, opportunities to address additional concerns, such as use in adolescence, potential impact of progestins on bone mineral density, and current use of contraception would be missed. Adolescents are a population of special interest because comprehension of key messages may differ by age group, sexual practices may differ compared to adults, and opportunities may be missed for interactions with and counseling by a healthcare provider. However, we reiterate that prescription Norgestrel tablet is approved for use in all females of reproductive potential, regardless of age. Data on the potential impact of progestins, which include Norgestrel, on bone mineral density are most readily available for depomedroxyprogesterone acetate injection, which was initially approved for prevention of pregnancy in the United States in 1992. The concern arises from chronic unopposed progestin use, which induces a hypoestrogenic state and may result in decreased bone mineral density in users of any age. The magnitude of this hypoestrogenic effect likely depends on progestin structure, dose, and route of administration. The potential for greatest impact lies in long-term progestin use in individuals who have not yet attained peak bone mass, namely adolescents. Recovery of bone mineral density after discontinuation may also depend on the duration of exposure and the potency of the specific progestin. However, the potential impact of chronic progestin use on fracture risk later in life is unknown, particularly in adolescents. An additional consideration involves the current use of hormonal contraception or intrauterine system in individuals desiring to switch to Norgestrel tablet. To avoid unintended pregnancy, the prescribing information recommends initiation of Norgestrel tablet use the day after discontinuing use of the current method. Norgestrel tablet can be initiated on any day of the week, and additional non-hormonal contraception should be used for the next 48 hours. In addition, there are unique considerations for switching to Norgestrel after removal of an IUS. Concomitant use with other hormonal contraceptives or IUS is unnecessary. This last statement has been translated to a do not use warning in the proposed non-prescription labeling for Norgestrel tablet. The considerations I just discussed have important implications for translating effective and safe use of Norgestrel tablet to the non-prescription setting. To ensure effectiveness of Norgestrel tablets, consumers must be able to understand and adhere to directions for use without the assistance of a learned intermediary, including taking one tablet daily at the same time each day, knowing what to do if a tablet is delayed or missed, or if vomiting or diarrhea occurs within 4 hours of taking a tablet, and knowing when to use additional non-hormonal contraception. To ensure safe use of Norgestrel tablet in the non-prescription setting, consumers with a history of breast cancer or other progestin-sensitive cancer must be able to deselect from Norgestrel use, meaning they must be able to identify that they are not eligible to use Norgestrel tablet without the assistance of a learned intermediary. Consumers with abnormal vaginal bleeding must be able to consult a healthcare provider before and during Norgestrel use. Consumers who experience bleeding pattern alterations during Norgestrel use must be able to recognize the difference between bleeding that requires healthcare provider evaluation and bleeding that may be an adverse effect of Norgestrel use. Consumers desiring to use Norgestrel who are also using a drug that may interact with Norgestrel must be able to recognize the need to ask a doctor or pharmacist before use and follow instructions for use of backup contraception. Consumers currently using a hormonal method of contraception or IUD who desire to switch to Norgestrel tablet must be able to discontinue the current method and follow instructions for switching to another contraceptive method. And lastly, adolescents must demonstrate comprehension of key labeling messages and the ability to follow directions for use. The key questions then for use of Norgestrel tablet in the non-prescription setting are the following. Will individuals with breast cancer or other progestin-sensitive cancers correctly self-identify as ineligible for Norgestrel? Will Norgestrel users identify abnormal vaginal bleeding requiring healthcare provider intervention before and during use? Will Norgestrel users understand the risks associated with concomitant use of some drugs, particularly ulipristal acetate? Will individuals understand how to switch from a prescription contraceptive to Norgestrel and avoid an unintended pregnancy? My colleagues, Barbara Cohen, Dr. Rongmei Zhang, and Dr. Gina Jacob will be presenting data from the applicant's submission that attempt to answer these questions. In summary, the efficacy and safety of prescription Norgestrel tablet has been established since 1973. However, quantifying effectiveness in the non-prescription setting presents challenges. Uncertainty exists regarding adherence to the recommended dosing regimen and the likelihood of unintended pregnancy. Outstanding safety concerns of particular interest include use of non-prescription Norgestrel in individuals with a history of breast cancer or other progestin-sensitive cancer, as well as in individuals with an as yet undiagnosed cancer, abnormal vaginal bleeding of undiagnosed etiology, and drug interactions, particularly with ulipristal acetate emergency contraception. And lastly, use in adolescents presents unique concerns. Thank you for your time and attention. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Barbara Cohen, social scientist in the Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Barbara Cohen, the social scientist in the Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2, and I'm here today to discuss several of the consumer behavior studies that were part of this NDA application. Before I begin, I'd like to note that this presentation and all the work that it is based upon was a joint collaboration between me and Dr. Rongmei Zhang, our statistical reviewer, as well as contributions from Rachel Dlugash, statistical analyst. I further want to emphasize that the analysis I'm going to be discussing were based on extensive consultation with our medical officers, Dr. Anandi Kotak and Dr. Gina Jacob, as the consumer behavior studies ultimately derive from potential clinical concerns about product efficacy and safety in the non-prescription setting. Here's an outline of my presentation today. In the non-prescription environment, there is no healthcare professional acting as a gatekeeper between the consumer and the drug in question. Therefore, consumers need to understand and appropriately act on all warnings and directions for use on their own, with just the labeling to guide them. The drug facts label, or DFL, is the main regulatory foundation for conveying all critical information necessary for safe and effective use of a product. The DFL includes these following sections. And here is an example, is the proposed drug facts label that the applicant has submitted. You can see that this DFL in particular has a lot of information for a consumer to take in. In addition to the DFL, there is sometimes a consumer information leaflet inserted into the package, which is also considered to be labeling. This leaflet provides supplementary information on how to use the product, as all critical information is supposed to be on the DFL. The principal display panel, which is the outer box displayed at the point of sale, is also considered to be labeling, as well as the inner blister pack, which is inner plastic packaging sometimes used to seal individual tablets. Blister packs often contain critical messages that reinforce what is displayed elsewhere. Here's the principal display panel for Norgestrel. I'm now going to provide an overview of the types of consumer behavior studies utilized in non-prescription regulatory development. In general, the consumer studies that are conducted for any specific drug development program flow directly from the nature of clinical concerns, if any, about non-prescription use. Sometimes only one type of study needs to be conducted, and other times some or all need to be. These studies are conducted by the applicants, ideal in consultation with FDA, and in any event are reviewed by FDA at the time of NDA submission. Label comprehension studies are foundational. The goal of these studies is to assess consumer comprehension of important DSL and CIL statements. Typically, these studies recruit all comers. That is, anyone who is interested in participating in a study without regard to whether they have a particular condition or need for the product. Because in many cases, anyone can develop a need for a product or be a caregiver for someone who needs it, or maybe assisting someone else who is considering buying the product for themselves. FDA sometimes asks for adolescents to be included in the studies when adolescents are anticipated to be potentially selecting and using a product on their own. Parental consent is obtained prior to adolescent participation. FDA always asks for approximately 30% of the study population to be limited literacy consumers. This number is based on an estimated representation in the U.S. population. The literacy assessment itself is based on the administration of the REALM test, which stands for Rapid Estimate of Adult Literacy in Medicine, and there's also a teen version of this test. Following the REALM assessment, the actual label comprehension interview is conducted. Participants read the DFL on their own and are then asked scenario questions about hypothetical consumers. It is an open book test. They can refer to the label at any time when they are being asked a question. While these studies can provide important insights about what is and is not well understood, one of the main limitations in interpretation is that understanding does not always translate into behavior. Therefore, label comprehension studies are necessary but not always sufficient when considering approval of products with significant clinical concerns. Next, I will discuss targeted self-selection studies, which really refer to consumer deselection. What I mean by that is they assess whether consumers can apply understanding of what they read on the label, not to a hypothetical person, as in label comprehension, but rather to themselves and their own personal medical situation. They are typically implemented when there is a concern about a specific subpopulation using a product that perhaps has a do not use warning on the label for that subpopulation because it represents a contraindication for them. We're looking to see if these consumers accurately state that the product is not medically appropriate for them to use personally. Another way of saying this is that they correctly deselect. In these studies, participants with the medical condition of concern are recruited without them being explicitly told that that's the reason they were recruited. While we would like to see 30% limited literacy representation in these studies, we recognize that's not always possible to get the 33 or 30% given the difficulties of recruiting people with certain medical conditions. But nonetheless, adequate limited literacy representation is important. One final note about these studies. The selection decision is the answer to the question, is this product appropriate for you to use given your own personal health circumstances? It is not the answer to the question, would you like to buy this product? That is because the decision to purchase involves many other factors not tied to one's personal medical situation, including but not limited to an actual need for the product at that point in time. The rationale for all of this is laid out in FDA's industry guidance on self-selection. Actual use studies always have a use phase and sometimes have an upfront self-selection phase as well. The overall goal of these studies is to assess how consumers decide to use and then use the product in a naturalistic use environment. Typically, recruitment is widespread with both print and digital advertising. Exclusion criteria are supposed to be minimal. If there's an upfront selection phase, consumers read the DFL and then they are asked whether the drug is appropriate for them to use, again based on their personal health history. The primary objective of these upfront self-selection phases is often correct deselection because FDA wants to assess whether in a more real-world environment, consumers with a do not use or ask a doctor before use condition adhere to the label. However, we're also interested, usually as a secondary endpoint, in correct selection, which generally is defined as, among the study population, how many people made an overall correct decision about the appropriateness of the product given their personal medical situation. By that I mean, how many for whom it was medically appropriate to use as defined by the label said it was medically appropriate to use, and how many for whom it was not medically appropriate to use stated as such. Now, all participants who say that a product is appropriate for them to use are asked if they would like to buy it. Again, the purchase to simulate a naturalistic environment. All participants, whether they decide to buy it or not, then undergo a medical history interview. Informed consent is administered, and females of reproductive age are asked to take a pregnancy test, as pregnancy is usually an exclusion for all clinical trials. Those with absolute contraindications, a do not use condition, are excluded from purchasing. Obviously, in a real-world environment, these would-be purchasers would get through and actually buy and presumably use it. That is one reason we ask for these studies to be conducted, so we can see how many people ultimately had to be excluded from use. At any rate, at that point, purchasers may enter the use phase of the trial. They take the product home and use it. The goal of the use phase is to simulate a non-prescription use environment to assess whether a drug can be used properly, safely, and effectively in a naturalistic setting, as naturalistic as possible. Use phase may assess adherence, safety, and effectiveness. Finally, an important word about study thresholds. Primary endpoints are based on what is most clinically important. Multiple endpoints can be designed as co-primary endpoints. In label comprehension studies, primary endpoints of key clinical significance are typically set a priori at 90%. In self-selection and actual use studies, deselection endpoints are typically established at 90% and selection endpoints at 85%. In the use phase of the actual use studies, many times endpoints such as adherence are typically set at 85%. All endpoints are assessed at the lower bound of the two-sided exact 95% confidence interval. Now, it's important to note that these thresholds are targets. As we've heard already, they're not hard pass-fail stops if they don't meet the endpoints. However, FDA does differentiate between approaching an endpoint versus being much farther away from achieving it. And when that happens, we do try to look at the reasons behind not achieving endpoints to try to determine if there are ways that these issues can be addressed. Also, although secondary and exploratory endpoints typically do not have thresholds, these are still closely looked at if they represent issues of clinical import. Here's a brief overview of the consumer studies in this population. You can see it on the overall left-hand column. There were two separate pivotal label comprehension studies conducted, one of a drug facts label that's close to a proposed version, and one of an earlier version of the consumer information leaflet. There was a targeted breast cancer selection study and an actual use study known by the acronym ACCESS with an upfront self-selection phase. I will be discussing all of these studies in my presentation today, except for the use phase of the actual use study. That will be discussed by my colleagues, Dr. Gina Jacob and Dr. Rongmei Zhang, in their presentations to you today. And now for the label comprehension studies. The pivotal drug facts label, or DFL, comprehension study was conducted among 477 females ages 11 to 50 with no history of breast cancer. 26% were of limited literacy. There were 14 primary endpoints with pre-specified target thresholds of 90%, 19 secondary endpoints, and one other endpoint. FDA examined verbatim responses of each participant to each question to determine whether we agreed when an applicant coded it as correct or acceptable. As a result, 4 primary endpoints were recalculated, although none changed substantially, i.e. more than 10 percentage points. However, what this in-depth review of the verbatims enabled us to do was to gain insights into area of potential confusion. Today, I will only be discussing those endpoints that are most pertinent to the focus of this meeting, but you can find the results of all the endpoints in the appendix of your backgrounder. Here is comprehension of key DFL statements about adherence, and these endpoints were close to or exceeded the 90% threshold. Take 1 tablet every day, take 1 tablet at the same time every day, do not use together with another hormonal contraceptive. When you finish a pack, start the next one the following day without a break. If you're more than 3 hours late taking your tablet, or if you miss taking it on 1 or more days, take the tablet immediately as soon as you remember it. However, all DFL statements about the need for backup contraception in certain circumstances scored below the 90% threshold. If you have sex in the first 48 hours after starting, if you are late or miss taking a tablet, or if you have vomiting or severe diarrhea. Particularly with regard to that middle statement, the 80% lower bound comprehension is a concern, because during the course of a busy person's life, there could be many times that for any number of reasons, they are, say, more than 3 hours late in taking a tablet or miss it on a day. The applicant states on page 151 of its backgrounder that this should be an infrequent occurrence, but they do not cite any studies to support that assumption. And here are the statements on the DFL about safe use, but with comprehension scores that did not come close to meeting the 90% threshold. Do not use if you have or ever had breast cancer. This achieved a lower bound of only 80%. Here, an examination of the verbatims showed that there was confusion with the other DFL statement about asking a doctor before use with any cancer. And of further concern, in analyzing these results by age, we note that among adults, who are of course the population at most risk for breast cancer, comprehension of this statement was only 75% lower bound. Next, ask a doctor before use if you currently have vaginal bleeding between your periods and have not already talked to a doctor. Comprehension there was 83% lower bound. Here, the verbatims revealed confusion with the other statements on the DFL about vaginal bleeding. And here are examples of the, you can see an illustration of the cancer confusion. The top arrow is do not use if you had or ever had breast cancer, and the bottom arrow is ask a doctor before use if you have or ever had any cancer. Likewise with vaginal bleeding, this arrow here on the left, ask a doctor before use if you currently have vaginal bleeding and have not already talked to a doctor, versus the two ones on the right that have vaginal bleeding due to use. I'm looking for a slide here. Okay, I'll come back to it. Finally, do not use as an emergency contraceptive. This product does not prevent pregnancy when used after unprotected sex. This scored at only a 71% lower bound. Here there was confusion among other actions to be taken after missing a tablet. I'm going to speak verbally about a slide that I cannot seem to locate in here right now. Oh, it's the ulipristal acetate on the bottom. Dr. Kotak also discussed a concern about drug interactions. Specifically, ask a doctor or pharmacist if you have used an emergency contraceptive in the past 5 days. This was a secondary endpoint, but an important one, because drug interactions can negatively impact the effectiveness of either or both products if taken together. If you look at the lower bound, this was at 78% comprehension. Okay. Here's adolescent, the breakouts by age group, where there's substantial differences between younger adolescents, age 11 to 14, as compared with older adolescents and adults. Comprehension of when to use barrier contraception and the need to start the next pack the following day without a break was lower in this population. And the difference between orgestrel and emergency contraception was also poorly understood among this age group. As was, ask a doctor or pharmacist before use if ulipristal acetate emergency contraceptive has been used in the past 5 days. With regard to limited literacy comprehension, it's not unusual to have a 10-point difference between normal and limited literacy, but larger differences can point to significant issues. Here you can see that there were very large differences in understanding of do not use as an emergency contraceptive. There were also large differences with regard to the need for barrier contraception if a tablet is later missed, as well as in asking a doctor or pharmacist before use if you have taken ulipristal acetate in the past 5 days. Now I will very briefly touch on the Consumer Information Leaflet, or CIL, comprehension study. This was conducted in 2017 among 551 females and males, ages 11 plus, 25% of limited literacy. Now, it's important to note that this CIL evaluated 6 years ago is not the currently proposed CIL, but it was the CIL utilized in the ACCESS study. The applicant did not establish any primary endpoints, contending that all information on the CIL was supplementary, but FDA does not agree. Now, the reason we don't agree with the applicant that all information on the CIL was supplementary was that there are 2 important statements there that are not even on the DFL. Thus, there is not the opportunity to reinforce those on the DFL if they are not understood here. The first is, if you are switching from another birth control pill, vaginal ring, or patch, start taking O-pill the day after you stop the other method. The DFL refers to the CIL for the information, but it does not provide this information directly. That is left to the CIL. The lower bound was 78%. The verbatims revealed confusion with the other directions on the CIL, with participants citing other transition periods mentioned of 2 days or 5 days. The second was, what if I have taken an emergency contraceptive before starting O-pill, use a condom or barrier method every time you have sex until your next period? That comprehension was 77%. For adolescents, there were no substantial differences in comprehension with one notable exception, comprehension about the need for a barrier method after taking an emergency contraceptive. And with regard to limited literacy subgroup, there was a lot less understanding of both key CIL-only statements. Finally, a discussion of the design and interpretation limitations. Again, no thresholds were pre-specified. Secondly, placement and wording of some statements in the tested version were revised in the currently proposed CIL, as were the design and illustrations. All of these changes could impact comprehension. Therefore, the comprehension scores may have limited utility in assessing comprehension at this point. Now I'll discuss the targeted breast cancer self-selection study. The objective of this study was to evaluate the adequacy of the DSL in facilitating correct deselection by females with breast cancer, and there was a 90% threshold for this endpoint. The study was conducted among 206 females ages 18 to 50 with a current or past history of breast cancer, but of note, only 5% were of limited literacy. As with the label comprehension study, because it was conducted simultaneously with that study, it was based on a slightly different version of the currently proposed label, but this was not different regarding the breast cancer statement. Importantly, the participants were not informed as to the reason they were recruited. And again, the critical self-selection question was, given what you have read on the label and your own personal health history, is this product okay or not okay for you personally to use? The results show that the threshold was achieved, but again, this was in an almost total normal literacy population. The applicant reported correct deselection was 94%, but I want to point out this still does involve 6 participants who incorrectly stated it was okay to use. This result also includes a 7th who said it was okay, who the applicant then subsequently agreed it was okay, but FDA did not agree on the 7th participant. And we also classified 4 additional participants as incorrect selectors because they stated that they would need to ask a doctor, rather than automatically articulating that it was an absolute contraindication. Part of the reason we're being very conservative about this coding is because if someone states they would ask a doctor, it's unclear whether they would do so before starting use of a product, particularly if this doctor is not easily accessible to them. The FDA reported correct deselection endpoint was 91%, which still exceeded the threshold. We conducted some further sensitivity analyses, and the correct deselection still approximated the threshold at 88%. In summary, although many females with current or previous breast cancer may correctly deselect from taking norgestrel, some will likely consider it appropriate to use. But even meeting a 90% threshold does not mean that deselection, again, would be perfect across the population, since up to 10% could still not properly deselect. Now, the full extent of this issue and the resulting implications are not clear. Since only 5% of the study population was of limited literacy, it is unclear whether we can generalize these study results to a real-world setting of 30% limited literacy, where potentially correct deselection could be substantially below this 90% threshold. The last study I will discuss today is the self-selection phase of the ACCESS study. The primary objective of this study, per FDA, was to evaluate the adequacy of the DSL in facilitating correct deselection by females with medical conditions of clinical concern, such as breast cancer and abnormal vaginal bleeding. That is, did those females correctly decide it was not appropriate to use in accordance with the label? The applicant declined to make this the primary endpoint. The secondary objective per FDA was to evaluate the adequacy of the DSL in facilitating overall correct selection among the population. Again, that is to say, for those whom it was medically appropriate to use, how many said it was medically appropriate, and for those whom it was not medically appropriate, how many said that. The applicant made this the primary endpoint. The study was conducted among 772 participants. Limited literacy was only 13% representation in this study. The ACCESS study utilized a prior version of the DFL, one that said do not use for any cancer. I'll say more about this in a minute. Here is the DFL that was used. It was do not use if you have ever had any cancer. Here are the self-selection questions that were asked. And here are the purchase questions, which were asked if the self-selection question was yes. Now, much of the difference between our results and the applicants is due to the fact that 367 of the 772 participants stated that O-pill was appropriate with their personal health history, but they did not want to purchase it, mostly because they were already using a birth control or they didn't have need for a birth control. The applicant decided that for each one of these participants, even though each said it was appropriate for them to use with their personal health history, that each of these people actually meant it wasn't appropriate because they ultimately didn't purchase it. The applicant used the purchase decision to overrule the selection decision, and they therefore classified each as saying it was not appropriate to use, or non-selectors. In contrast, our position in review of this application is consistent with our industry guidance, which states that the lack of purchase does not alter this self-selection decision. If people don't have a current need for a product at the time of the enrollment interview, they didn't purchase it, but that doesn't mean they could not evaluate at all their medical appropriateness to use that product. The applicant reported correct deselection was 75% lower bound. Now, I want to point out this was already substantially below the 90% deselection threshold. The FDA analyzed correct deselection was 18%. And for correct selection, the applicant reported correct selection was 99% lower bound, and the FDA correct selection was 83% lower bound. But I want to note that this 83% does approximate the 85% typical correct selection threshold. I've already talked about the first major reason for this difference in results. A second reason was that the applicant conducted a post hoc mitigation of some participants with cancer, unexplained vaginal bleeding, and liver disease, and other conditions, and determined that in some of these instances, it was medically acceptable for them to use. FDA medical reviewers did not concur with many of these mitigations regarding cancer, unexplained vaginal bleeding, and liver disease. Finally, the overall study design was problematic. First, there was a lack of a study pathway for participants to actually follow the DFL and ask their doctor first, when relevant, and then return to the study. Secondly, that lack of the pathway could have been at least somewhat ameliorated by precisely determining when exactly participants talked to a doctor if they stated they had at any point in the study. But there was also no data collected to elicit whether they consulted a doctor after purchase but before use. Now I'll discuss the subgroups with clinical issues of concern. First, participants with cancer. As noted previously, this study was based on an earlier version of the DFL, one that said do not use with any cancer. Out of the 11 participants with cancer, 14 participants with cancer, 11 stated that it was appropriate for them to use. Now, I want to make clear, the point of this slide is not to say that we say that all 11 were inappropriate to use, because that is not actually what the current label says today. The point is that all 11 ignored the warning of do not use that was on the label at that time that pertained to their current situation. That is our concern, that even though the current warning of do not use pertains to breast cancer only, that in like fashion, females with breast cancer would ignore the current warning. As you'll recall, we saw that that did happen to some degree in the targeted breast cancer study. In this study, specifically of the 11, 2 did have breast cancer. 1 tried to purchase and had to be excluded from use. The other said she would talk to her pharmacist rather than automatically deselecting according to the do not use on the label. Another participant, someone with metastatic melanoma, also tried to purchase and had to be excluded. Again, in an in-market situation, these people would have gone ahead and purchased the product. Here's a bracket of the participants with cancer. You can refer to this in the slide deck if you'd like to look at it more carefully. Now I'll discuss participants with unexplained vaginal bleeding. The Access DFL stated to ask a doctor before use if you have unexplained vaginal bleeding between periods. The current DFL adds, and if you have not already talked to a doctor. During the self-selection interview, 25 participants stated that they had unexplained vaginal bleeding and that they had not spoken to a doctor about it. Of those, 17 out of 25 failed to correctly deselect. In other words, they said it was appropriate for them to use it. 9 purchased the product. Now, this was a relative contraindication and not an absolute one, and therefore they were not excluded and continued into the Access study. Because of the study design issues that I noted previously regarding lack of data around asking a doctor before use, and because the nature of the bleeding issue was sparse in many instances from the medical history interview, our medical reviewers felt they needed to assess all as being inappropriate to use. Regarding adolescents, of the 363 adolescents in the self-selection population, 1 age 15 had thyroid cancer and correctly deselected according to the label. 5 had unexplained vaginal bleeding, but only 1 of the 5 stated that it was inappropriate medically for her to use. Furthermore, the study was not designed to systematically capture data on off-label usage. Of a total of 50 study participants who stated at some point that they intended to or were using the product off-label, 27 were adolescents. Finally, with regard to limited literacy, 3 participants with cancer were of limited literacy. Only 1 correctly adhered to the DNU on the label and correctly deselected, and 1 of the incorrect selectors with limited literacy had breast cancer. 4 participants with unexplained vaginal bleeding were of limited literacy, and only 1 of the 4 correctly stated that it was not medically appropriate for her to use the product. So in summary, I'll summarize the key takeaways. Regarding breast cancer, the appropriate action is to deselect from norgestrel use. This had mixed results. In the DFL label comprehension was 80%. The targeted breast cancer study met the threshold, but still, at a minimum, 7 out of 206 failed to correctly deselect. And with 5% limited literacy representation, it is unclear how, if anything, this would be generalizable to the actual population of females who would be interested in potential norgestrel use. In the Access study, both breast cancer participants failed to correctly deselect. 1 of limited literacy had to be excluded from purchase. Regarding unexplained vaginal bleeding, the label comprehension study understanding of ask a doctor before use was 83%. In the Access study, 17 out of 25 participants with unexplained vaginal bleeding failed to correctly deselect. With regard to drug interactions, comprehension of ask a doctor before use of ulipristal acetate was 78%, and comprehension of the need for backup contraception with its use was 77%. With regard to adolescents, ages 11 to 14 demonstrated particularly low comprehension of the need for backup contraception after missing or being late with a dose and with the use of ulipristal acetate, and of starting the next pack the day after you finish the last one. Both younger and older adolescents demonstrated low comprehension of do not use as an emergency contraceptive. 4 of 5 adolescents in Access did not correctly deselect with unexplained vaginal bleeding, and there was adolescent off-label intent to use in Access as well. With regard to limited literacy, there was inadequate understanding of do not use as an emergency contraceptive, use of a condom or barrier method if late or missing a dose or after using ulipristal acetate, and of the need to start taking O-pill the day after you stop taking another birth control method. Additionally, there were issues with the low representation of the limited literacy population. In conclusion, there were very mixed results regarding breast cancer deselection and relatively low comprehension and inadequate deselection about the need to ask a doctor before use with unexplained vaginal bleeding. Although overall deselection is poor, the overall proportion of total study participants who made a correct decision about their medical appropriateness to use O-pill approaches the pre-specified threshold. Finally, with regard to understanding of the key DFL statements regarding effectiveness, there was high comprehension of many key aspects of use, but particularly for limited literacy in adolescents, low comprehension of the need to use backup contraception when late or missing a dose or after using ulipristal acetate, as well as lack of comprehension of the difference between norgestrel and an emergency contraceptive. Thank you for your time, and I now turn the presentation over to Dr. Gina Jacob.
Good afternoon. My name is Gina Jacob, and I'm a medical officer in the Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2. In this presentation, I will be speaking about the design and conduct of the use phase of the Access Actual Use study. The applicant has included many aspects of the design of the actual use study in their presentation, and therefore, in the interest of time, I will be skipping over certain slides and abbreviating my discussion in this presentation. This slide outlines my presentation. First, I will discuss the actual use studies in the development program. I will then discuss the access study design, followed by the access results, including the phenomena of improbable dosing. The applicant conducted 2 actual use studies. The pivotal actual use study was the access study, which was conducted between September 2019 and August 2021. The option study was planned as a 16-week study. However, it was terminated early due to technical issues with the medication use e-diary, which included the participants not being able to access the e-diary and enter data for a period of time. None of the planned endpoints were analyzed in the study. I have mentioned the option study to be comprehensive, but the remaining presentation will focus only on access as the pivotal actual use study for Norgestrel. The applicant has presented the design of access, and I will not cover this information in detail. Regarding Norgestrel dispensing, note that participants were permitted to purchase up to 8 packs over the course of the study. There may have been several issues with respect to the e-diary design. The data entry was retrospective and vulnerable to recall bias. Not only was the data entry form not visible to participants until the next day, the e-diary also allowed participants to enter data for up to 10 days. The screenshot on the slide displays the screen seen by the participants when they had missed diary entries. If a participant did not open the e-diary and enter data for any of the previous days in the 10-day look-back period, the e-diary prompted the participant to begin entering data at the oldest available day and complete the diary for each day until they reached the entry for that day. The e-diary also asked participants if they took an additional tablet up to 4 times each day, which may have prompted participants to enter data in a manner that may have increased likelihood of over-reporting of use. There were a few study design issues that are notable. The compensation structure for the study was designed in such a way that participants were paid for each day they completed their e-diary, regardless of whether they reported taking the study drug or not. It is possible that this may have influenced the entering of information, even if the information recorded was not accurate. Participants less than 18 years old were not asked to report sexual activity, and it was therefore unclear how many of the adolescent participants were at risk for pregnancy, as well as how many performed mitigating behaviors such as abstinence or use of barrier contraception when engaging in sexual activity when either initiating use of the study drug or in the setting of a missed or late tablet. Also, the timing and precise content of discussions between study participants and healthcare providers was not captured for the purposes of analysis of all of the secondary endpoints. This limited the interpretation of secondary endpoints and whether there was adherence to critical safety messages on the proposed DFL. This table outlines the primary endpoints of the access study. There were 4 primary endpoints in the access study. Primary endpoint A was a self-selection endpoint discussed by my colleague Barbara Cohen in her presentation. Primary endpoints B, C, and D are adherence endpoints. Because efficacy of this product is affected by correct use, adherence endpoints are critical to assessing effective use in the non-prescription setting, and FDA had previously requested a 90% threshold for all primary endpoints. The analysis of these endpoints will be discussed by my colleague Rongmei Zhang, statistical reviewer, in her presentation. There are also 16 secondary endpoints, which will be discussed separately later. Regarding study participant disposition, a few items are of note. 21% of participants withdrew from the study and 25% were lost to follow-up. Only 46% of participants had a known result for the end of study pregnancy test. This slide highlights the demographics of the user population. I would like to note that 6% of the participants in the user population were reported as being in the 11 to 14 age group. However, there were only 3 participants who were 12 years old and none that were 11 years old. On this slide, I would like to highlight the 14% of the participants in the user population who had limited literacy. This is a substantial underrepresentation of limited literacy when compared to the U.S. population, and it is possible that this study may overestimate the results of appropriate use when compared to the general consumer population. In the next few slides, I will be discussing the phenomena of improbable dosing, which has had a major impact on the ACCESS study. As discussed by the applicant this morning, improbable dosing is defined as when the total tablets reported taken by a participant exceeded the total number of tablets that were reported as dispensed to that participant. Although the applicant did not note this in the study report at the time of the supplementary NDA submission, upon review of the submitted data, FDA queried the applicant whether there were participants who reported more tablets taken than the total number of tablets dispensed. The applicant confirmed that there were participants with reported tablets taken that was greater than the number of tablets dispensed. The applicant later reported that there were 261 participants, which comprised 30% of the user population, who reported taking more tablets than dispensed, and referred to this phenomena as improbable dosing. The applicant then retrospectively conducted and submitted the results of a qualitative follow-up study that consisted of interviews with participants who reported improbable dosing. At FDA's request, the applicant also submitted a root cause analysis of reasons why improbable dosing occurred. I will not be reviewing the design of the improbable dosing follow-up study in the interest of time, but note that only 29% of participants with improbable dosing participated in the study. Almost half of the participants in this study reported inadvertently reporting excess tablets. About 1/3 reported that they had access to additional birth control, of which 78% reported access to receiving more progesterone packs from the study site. There were 3 participants who reported receiving more progesterone packs from another study participant, and 2 participants said that they reported use of birth control other than progesterone in the diary. There were a number of limitations in interpretation of the results of the study, including recall bias, the length of time that elapsed after completion of access in the study ranged from 1 to 3 years. This was also a limited sample of the improbable dosing population. It was not representative of the entire improbable dosing cohort. This has the potential to introduce bias into the study and affect the study results. There was no standardized format of questions, which would lead to vastly different questions being asked of different participants. Overall, the number of limitations in the design of the study present a barrier to meaningful interpretation of the presented results, and FDA concluded that the study did not inform clear reasons for improbable dosing. Because the study did not address a root cause of the issue of improbable dosing occurring in the actual use study, FDA requested the applicant to conduct a comprehensive root cause analysis to determine where errors occurred. This table displays root causes identified in the applicant submission. First, the applicant submission identified the absence of a study design element for prevention of participant improbable dosing, as well as the study design not having a focus on identifying reported improbable dosing by study participants. The root cause analysis noted that training for sites and nurse interviewers did not focus on identifying improbable dosing, and study plans did not have steps to identify improbable dosing. The applicant's root cause analysis also noted that there were issues related to setup of the e-diary, including not alerting participants who were trying to enter doses they had not been supplied with, and that the participants were able to enter data until the e-diary was deactivated. Participants received reminders to complete the e-diary until the e-diary was deactivated, which may have occurred after the participant had returned study drug or no longer had study drug available. The applicant conducted a demographic analysis of participants in the improbable dosing and probable dosing group and found that participants who were limited literacy, were African American, had an education level of high school or less, and had an income of less than $25,000 were disproportionately represented in the improbable dosing group. Demographics such as age and a history of hormonal birth control use were not different between the probable dosing and improbable dosing groups. The FDA Office of Scientific Investigations completed an inspection of select investigational sites. They concluded that the supplementary NDA data for the study medication tablets dispensed to the participants and reported by the participants as taken were verifiable against the data documented on source records and case report forms. The root cause of improbable dosing was not discovered. Although the applicant's submission provided risk mitigation measures that might have prevented the phenomena of improbable dosing, a definitive root cause was not identified. The applicant's root cause analysis stated that participants may have overreported due to financial incentives, which is speculative, and given the available data, it is still unclear whether participants in the improbable dosing population incorrectly used the study drug, whether the e-diary incorrectly captured use of the study drug, or there were other reasons. The magnitude of improbable dosing and access is a limitation in the assessment of adherence endpoints and raises concerns regarding whether the data in the actual use study can be relied upon, as other participants who were not part of the improbable dosing group may have incorrectly used or incorrectly reported use, but were not identified with improper use. The magnitude of improbable dosing and access is a limitation in the assessment of adherence endpoints and raises concerns regarding whether the data in the actual use study can be relied upon. The FDA analyses of adherence endpoints included analyses that excluded data participants with improbable dosing, as well as analyses that classified participants with improbable dosing as having reported incorrect use. Thank you. I will now pass it to my colleague, Rongmei Zhang, who will be speaking about the statistical analysis of the primary endpoints and access.
Good afternoon. I'm Rongmei Zhang, mathematical statistician in the Division of Biometrics 7 in Office of Biostatistics. I'm here today to discuss the use and adherence endpoints in the access study. I would like to first acknowledge my colleague, Ms. Rachel Dlugash, the statistical analyst in Office of Biostatistics, for her assistance in the statistical analysis. My presentation will start with participant disposition and then discuss the basis of adherence analysis, which is the study days. The focus of my presentation is the adherence primary endpoints. These include taking one tablet every day and taking one tablet at the same time every day. I will also present FDA's sensitivity analysis about improper dosing and summarize our findings in the end. As Dr. Jacob discussed in her presentation, there are a total of 883 participants in the user population. Among them, 53% completed the study at the end of the study interview. 26% lost to follow-up, and 21% withdraw from the study. In the ACCESS study, participants used e-diary to report the date and the time of each dose taken. This figure illustrates a participant's self-reported use. Each green solid square represents a day reported taking at least one tablet of norgestrel. Each red shaded square represents a day reported not taking norgestrel. And each yellow empty square represents a day with no data entry in e-diary. The days considered in the analysis are active use study days, or AUSD, defined as the study days between a participant's first reported use and their last reported use. In the example here, this participant reported 35 AUSDs, including 26 days taking norgestrel, 3 days not taking norgestrel, and 6 days with no data entry in her e-diary. Next, I will discuss primary endpoints B and C, which evaluated taking one tablet every day. The dosing day analysis, or primary endpoint B, adds up the study days across different participants. In this example, 3 participants had a total of 321 days taking norgestrel, 3 days not taking norgestrel, and 46 days without data entry. In the ACCESS study, the per protocol analysis was an analysis excluding the days without data entry in e-diary. And in contrast, the worst case analysis included those days and imputed them as not taking norgestrel. In this example, correct daily adherence in per protocol analysis is 99%, and in worst case analysis, where the days without data entry were imputed as incorrect, the correct daily adherence is 87%. In the ACCESS study, in total, there are over 90,000 AUSDs for the 883 participants in the user population. This includes over 80,000 days reported taking at least one dose of norgestrel, over 6,000 days reported not taking norgestrel, and over 6,000 days without data entry in e-diary. In contrast to dosing day analysis, the participant level analysis, or primary endpoint C, analyzes the daily adherence within a participant first, and then calculated the proportion of participants who took norgestrel at least 85% of the days. In this example, in the per protocol analysis, all 3 participants took norgestrel at least 85% of the days, which result in a total of 100 days correct adherence. However, in the worst case analysis, days without data entry were imputed as not taking norgestrel. Only 1 participant took norgestrel at least 85% of the days, and this results in a total of 33% correct adherence. In the ACCESS study, if we look at the participant level, the active use study days per participant varied from 1 to 195 days, with an average of 109 days. This slide summarizes the definition and analysis for primary endpoints B and C. For each endpoint, we will present 2 analyses. As shown in the previous examples, per protocol analysis excluded the days without data entry in e-diary, and worst case analysis imputed no data entry days as not taking norgestrel. Both endpoints have a pre-specified threshold of 85% lower bound, meaning that the lower bound of the two-sided 95% confidence interval needs to be at least 85%. Results show that for the daily adherence, The dosing day analysis for endpoint B met the threshold, but the participant level analysis endpoint C did not. The lower bound for the correct adherence for endpoint C is 82% and 68% for per protocol and worst case analysis, respectively. In the next few slides, I will discuss taking one tablet at the same time every day, which is essential for the effectiveness of norgestrel. Note that in the same time evaluation, each dose is compared to its previous dose, and the same time criterion is met if the dose was taken no later than 3 hours after and no earlier than 3 hours before the time for the previous dose taken. Before presenting the result, I want to emphasize the different definitions of days included for the time of dose in applicants and FDA's analysis. As shown in this table, FDA and applicants use the same approach to analyze days taken norgestrel and days with no data entry in e-diary. The difference between FDA and applicants' analysis is that applicants excluded the days not taken norgestrel from their analysis, but FDA included them and considered them as incorrect time of dose. This table provides the applicant's definition of primary endpoint D, which is to evaluate taking norgestrel at the same time every day. Applicants did not conduct a participant level analysis for this measure. Again, per protocol analysis excluded the days with no data entry in e-diary, and worst case analysis imputed them as incorrect time of dose. As explained in my last slide, the days included for time of dose were defined differently by FDA and applicants. Therefore, we call FDA primary endpoints D1 and D2. D1 is a dosing day analysis, and D2 is a participant level analysis, where a participant was considered correct adherence if she took norgestrel at the same time at least 85% of the days evaluable. Results show that all dosing day analysis endpoints D and D1 met the threshold of 85% lower bound, but the FDA participant level analysis endpoint D2 did not. The lower bound of the correct adherence for D2 is 71% and 59% for per protocol and worst case analysis, respectively. In the next few slides, I will be discussing probable dosing and FDA's sensitivity analysis. As Dr. Jacob discussed in her presentation, about 1/3 of the user population reported taking more doses than the doses dispensed, or the improbable dosing problem. Because the actual use behavior of these participants with improbable dosing is unclear, we conducted 2 sensitivity analyses. One is to exclude participants with improper dosing, and the other is to classify them as incorrect in participant level analysis and to classify their study days as incorrect in dosing day analysis. As you can see here, for primary endpoints B and C, in analysis excluding participants with improper dosing, the correct adherence was about 1 to 2% lower than the analysis using all of the participants. As expected, classifying participants with improper dosing as incorrect substantially reduced correct adherence. Similar pattern was found in the evaluation for the time of dose. Excluding participants with improper dosing reduced the correct adherence about 2 to 3%. However, classifying them as incorrect substantially reduced the correct adherence about 20 to 30%. In summary, under different assumptions, the correct response for daily adherence varied from 46 to 92% lower bound, and the correct response for daily same time adherence varied from 39% to 96% lower bound. In conclusion, uncertainties about the accuracy for e-diary reporting calls into question the reliability of the access use phase data to assess adherence to the instructions in the drug factor label necessary for pregnancy prevention. More specifically, it is unclear if the improper dosing is incorrect use or incorrect e-diary entry or other reasons. Also, the large proportion of the participants with improper dosing raises concerns about accuracy of the e-diary reporting among the participants who did not report taking more tablets than dispensed. Thank you for your time. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Jacob.
Thank you. This is Gina Jacob, Medical Officer in the Division of Non-Prescription Drugs 2. In this presentation, I will be speaking about the secondary endpoints in the access use phase, as well as the safety findings from uncontrolled and post-marketing data. Again, in the interest of time, I will be skipping over certain slides and abbreviating the discussion of other slides. This slide provides an outline of my presentation. First, I will discuss the secondary endpoints in the access study. I will then discuss the safety data in access and the post-market data. I will then end with conclusions about the access actual use study. The first section of this presentation will focus on the access secondary endpoints. As we have discussed earlier, the magnitude of improbable dosing in the study raises questions about whether the data in the actual use study can be relied upon, including the analyses of some of the secondary endpoints. This table displays a classification of the secondary endpoints in access. Secondary endpoint A was discussed in the presentation of the self-selection component of the access study. I'm only going to highlight a few of the secondary endpoints in the next few slides. The results of the secondary endpoint analysis are highlighted in the briefing document. This slide displays adherence to the message of do not use norgestrel together with another form of hormone-containing birth control product. FDA concurs with the applicant's result of approximately 99%. Of note, of the 11 participants reported concomitant use of another hormonal contraceptive, 5 were adolescents. Secondary endpoint I also had high adherence to the corresponding DFL message. Secondary endpoint I tests adherence to the message on the DFL that instructs consumers to stop use and ask a doctor if you become pregnant to minimize the risk in the delay of a pregnancy diagnosis. The denominator of this analysis includes all pregnancies that were classified as having a date of conception pre-treatment or on treatment. Although participants may have had a negative pregnancy test prior to entering the use phase of the study, it is possible that they may have become pregnant pre-treatment and had a negative urine pregnancy test at enrollment. The FDA analysis differs from that of the applicant because the applicant classified 6 participants as becoming pregnant pre-treatment or on treatment, which is why the denominator of the applicant analysis is 6. The FDA review team classified 10 participants as becoming pregnant pre-treatment or on treatment, which is why the FDA analysis has a denominator of 10. The FDA analysis resulted in 80% of participants who became pregnant pre-treatment or on treatment as performing the correct follow-up action. The FDA's analysis differed from the applicant's in several instances. Because the applicant only included participants who reported the pertinent symptoms and completed the end of study interview in the denominator of the analysis, and FDA's analysis included all participants who experienced the symptom or event during the study in the denominator. The numerator differs in the FDA analysis and the applicant analysis because the FDA analysis only classifies as correct participants who spoke to a healthcare provider about the specified symptom, while the applicant analysis classifies as correct all participants who spoke to a healthcare provider for any reason at any time and not just about the particular symptom being evaluated. For example, in this slide, secondary endpoint L tests the DFL message, which instructs consumers to talk to a doctor and continue taking every day if they experience periods that last more than 8 days or are unusually heavy. Long and heavy periods can be a potential safety issue, as this can be a sign of a medical condition of undiagnosed etiology, such as malignancy, that warrants medical evaluation. The applicant's analysis only included participants who reported these symptoms and completed the end of study interview in the denominator of the analysis, while the FDA analysis includes all participants who reported these symptoms during the study. The numerator in the applicant's analysis includes as correct all participants who either stopped the study drug or spoke to a healthcare provider for any reason at any time during the study. Notably, 2 of the participants who were assessed as correct by the applicant had an interaction with a healthcare provider that occurred before the report of prolonged or heavy periods. The numerator in the FDA analysis only classifies participants who spoke to a healthcare provider about the specified symptoms as correct, and this yielded a result of 18%. This slide also outlines endpoints that demonstrated low adherence to DFL messages. Secondary endpoint A and J test adherence to the message to seek medical care for sudden or severe abdominal pain, since this can be a sign of a potentially life-threatening condition, such as ectopic pregnancy. The FDA analysis differs from that of the applicant because the applicant analysis classified all participants who spoke to a healthcare provider for any reason at any time during the study as having completed a correct action, while the FDA analysis only classified participants who spoke to a healthcare provider specifically about abdominal pain as correct. Notably, 2 of the participants that were classified as correct in the applicant's analysis spoke to a healthcare provider before the event of abdominal pain. The FDA analysis resulted in only 1/3 of participants who spoke to a healthcare provider with sudden or severe abdominal pain. This slide displays secondary endpoints for which there was a high level of uncertainty. The reasons for the difference between the applicant analysis and FDA analysis are displayed in Table 30 in Section 5.14.1 in the appendix of the briefing document. I will highlight secondary endpoint E, which tests the proportion of PAC transitions where the participant did not report a break between PACs, and there were insufficient data to draw conclusions because this analysis includes the dosing data of the large proportion of participants with improbable dosing in the study. I will also highlight secondary endpoint H, which measured adherence to drug-drug interaction warnings, the DFL, which directs consumers to ask a doctor or pharmacist before use if they're taking an interacting drug. Because the timing was not reported in the verbatims as to whether participants spoke to a healthcare provider before use of the drug, there were insufficient data to draw a conclusion on this endpoint. This slide displays the results for the secondary endpoints that assess adherence to taking the tablet every day, and at the same time every day accounting for mitigating behaviors. The definition of a mitigating behavior is at the footnote of the table on the slide. These endpoints also have results with a high level of uncertainty, primarily due to the magnitude of improbable dosing in the access population, but also because information on sexual activity was not obtained in participants less than 18 years old, and therefore these results regarding performance and mitigating behaviors in the setting of a late or missed tablet cannot be extrapolated to the adolescent population. This slide illustrates the marked difference seen depending on how one analyzes the impact of improbable dosing. When one classifies participants who over-reported as incorrect as a method to explore a range of assumptions, these endpoints involving correct timing of dosing and correct responses to the missed doses go from correct response rates in the 90s to the 60s. An issue for discussion that was not a pre-specified endpoint is abnormal vaginal bleeding of undiagnosed etiology. There were 34 participants who reported unexplained vaginal bleeding between periods who entered the use phase of access. Information on the number of participants who reported these symptoms and spoke to a healthcare professional was collected at the enrollment and end of study interviews. There were 34 participants who reported unexplained vaginal bleeding between periods who entered the use phase, and based on classification of the verbatims by the FDA review team, about 27% of participants did not report speaking to a healthcare provider at the enrollment interview, which was before use of the product. Off-label use was noted by 24 participants in the study, most of whom were under age 18. Reasons given for why these participants used the drug off-label included use to regulate menstrual cycles, relieve menstrual symptoms, or treat acne. Next, I will be discussing the adverse events in the ACCESS study and the post-market safety data. There were no deaths in the ACCESS study. There were 4 serious adverse events. One event of note was a thromboembolic event for which causality could not be established. 7% of participants reported discontinuing the drug due to adverse events, and approximately half of the participants that discontinued the drug due to an adverse event did so due to bleeding irregularities, which was the most common category of adverse events overall. Overall, there were no new safety signals based on the data in the actual use study. Regarding post-marketing adverse events, FDA reviewed the data from multiple post-marketing adverse event databases and a literature search and did not note conclusive data on specific safety concerns. This next section will highlight the actual use study conclusions. In conclusion, the magnitude of improbable dosing in the ACCESS study raises concerns regarding the adequacy of evidence in the actual use study. The reasons why improbable dosing occurred are not evident, and the root cause of improbable dosing are unknown. In regards to adolescent population in ACCESS, there was limited representation of younger adolescents in the actual use study. Data on sexual activity were not collected in adolescents, and therefore the number of adolescents that were at risk for pregnancy is unknown. Almost half of the participants reported concomitant use of another hormonal contraceptive for adolescents, and over 80% of the participants reported off-label use for adolescents, which brings up the question of whether there is adequate evidence of safe and correct use in this population. There was a greater proportion of participants who are limited literacy in the improbable dosing group, which raises concerns about the adequacy of evidence for adherence in this population. The proportion of participants that were limited literacy in the ACCESS study was also well below representation in the U.S. population. Although the majority of the participants with unexplained vaginal bleeding reported speaking to a healthcare provider before use of the product, 1/4 did not report speaking to a healthcare provider at the study enrollment interview about this condition, which raises the question of whether there is evidence of safe use in participants with unexplained vaginal bleeding. The issues outlined in these slides are among the key issues that FDA has identified for the advisory committee to consider. Thank you for your time, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you to all our presenters and to all of you for your attention. In the next few slides, I'm going to provide a summary of the study findings as they relate to expected effectiveness and safety of norgestrel tablet in the non-prescription setting. As we have heard, it was estimated at the time of the 1973 approval that the likelihood of becoming pregnant during 1 year of use of norgestrel tablet was around 2%. Because of population and study design differences, if studies were conducted now, the efficacy estimate could be quite different. The proposed population and indication for this switch application are the same as the approved product, and we want the discussion today to focus on what we can expect in terms of effectiveness of norgestrel in a non-prescription setting. To inform what effectiveness of norgestrel tablet would be expected to be like in a non-prescription setting, the applicant submitted access, an actual use study, and collected pregnancy outcome data, e-diary use data as reported by the users in the study, and data on whether consumers adhered to the drug interaction DFL message from that study. In addition, the applicant submitted comprehension data on the use statements contained in the drug facts label and consumer information leaflet from label comprehension studies. The sources of data were of varying robustness to inform effectiveness in the application. In this table, the left column lists supportive evidence of likely effective use, which comes from the comprehension data on directions for use statements in the DFL and the Pearl Index estimate from the Access study, which yielded an estimated likelihood of becoming pregnant during 1 year of use of 2 to 6%. Of note, these data came from a study that with many design differences and much less exposure than a typical contraceptive efficacy study, and there were no pregnancy test results for more than half of the study population. Evidence that was not supportive of likely effective use came from low comprehension of statements in the labeling pertaining to emergency contraception and when to use backup methods of contraception, and low comprehension of drug interaction statements that could decrease norgestrel effectiveness. There are a number of uncertainties related to likely effective use, including that the risk of pregnancy in adolescents was not known in the Access study. Consumers with limited literacy were underrepresented in the actual use study. Unreliability of some of the self-reported e-diary use data used to calculate adherence, and unclear reliability of the use data overall. Pregnancy test results are unknown in most Access participants, which again greatly limits the interpretation of the Pearl Index estimate, and there was not adequate documentation in the Access study to assess actual adherence to the label statements about drug interactions. With respect to safety, there is an agency finding of safety from the original application approval, and no changes are proposed to the population or indication in this supplement. To support that consumers would be able to safely use and appropriately deselect from use, the applicant submitted self-selection data from the Access and Targeted Breast Cancer Self-Selection Study, self-reported use data and adverse event data from the Access study, and data on comprehension of safety statements in labeling from label comprehension studies. Regarding the main safety issues FDA identified in our review, that data submitted are mixed for the likelihood of correct deselection in consumers with progestin-sensitive cancer. The results of the Targeted Breast Cancer Self-Selection Study were supportive overall, but consumers with limited literacy were very underrepresented, which limits the generalizability of the results. And comprehension of relevant label statements in the label comprehension study and the occurrence of incorrect deselection in Access were not supportive of the likelihood of correct deselection. Next, there were multiple sources of information in the application that indicate that the messages relevant to abnormal vaginal bleeding of undiagnosed etiology were not well understood. The evidence provided in the application about use with another hormonal contraceptive was generally supportive of likelihood of adherence to the do not use message. With respect to adolescents, there are uncertainties with respect to risks to bone health in this subpopulation, and there are many unknowns with respect to the likelihood of off-label use due to a lack of information about sexual history and risk of pregnancy in the application for this subpopulation. For the limited literacy subpopulation, there are uncertainties about safe use due to underrepresentation in some of the submitted studies and challenges in generalizing the submitted data to the target population, which will include consumers with limited literacy. In conclusion, The evidence for likelihood of effectiveness in the non-prescription setting submitted by the applicant is mixed and has many limitations, especially with respect to the data submitted from the ACCESS study, where the uncertain reliability of the self-reported actual use data presents major challenges in interpreting the study results. With respect to the evidence of the likelihood of appropriate deselection and correct actions based on the proposed labeling, where there are potentially serious clinical consequences of incorrect deselection or use, the evidence in consumers with progestin-sensitive cancer is mixed, and the evidence related to abnormal vaginal bleeding of undiagnosed etiology is generally not supportive of safe use. Finally, there is the most uncertainty in the evidence to support likelihood of safe and effective use in the adolescent and limited literacy subpopulations of consumers. And thus, we would like the committee to focus their discussion on all of these issues when we get to the discussion questions and voting question for the committee tomorrow. Thank you to all the FDA speakers and review staff for your tireless efforts in conducting an incredibly thoughtful and thorough evaluation of this application. This concludes the FDA presentations, and we will now move to clarifying questions.
Thank you. Can we please pull up slide 5? We will now begin clarifying questions for FDA. Please use the raise hand icon to indicate that you have a question, and remember to lower your hand by clicking the raise hand icon again after you've asked your question. When acknowledged, please remember to state your name for the record before you speak, and I'll provide reminders as well, and also to direct your question to a specific presenter if you can. If you wish for a specific slide to be displayed, please let us know the slide number if possible. Finally, it would be helpful to acknowledge the end of your question with a thank you and end of your follow-up question with that is all for my questions so that we can move on to the next panel member. I'd like to go ahead and call on Dr. Shaw for the first question.
Hello, thank you. This is Pamela Shaw. And my question relates to the presentation of the selection results for access, perhaps around slide 104, or maybe closer to somewhere around 100. And where, so my question relates to the question I had earlier, which is, as I look at the presentations from the sponsor and the FDA, you're analyzing a different primary endpoint in the sense that the primary endpoint for purchase, for selection from the FDA is based on that question 1 on slide 99. And should not include any purchase information. And as FDA mentioned, there's very clear guidance in the 2013 guidance for non-prescription drugs that purchase information should not be used in the selection evaluation, but that the sponsor is using purchase information to calculate a primary endpoint. So what I see is that there are 2 different primary endpoints in question here. One presented by the sponsor and one presented by the FDA. And so I guess what I'm trying to understand is how this happened. To what extent was this discussed at the start of access or before it was conducted versus sort of after it's conducted, and all those women who dedicated their time, this sort of data is now in question. And sort of as a closely related question, a lot of the presentation, there were a lot of differences in how the data were counted, a success or a failure, how missing data was treated. So I guess I'd like some understanding about the access trial and the regulatory environment, I guess, sort of informing the design of that trial. I don't know if perhaps I'll stop there. I just really quite confused by the level of discrepancy and how data was sort of analyzed for this trial.
Hi, this is Pamela Horn. I'm going to start with our response. Thank you. So just to, I think you had a few questions in there, so I'm going to try to take them apart a little bit so that my colleagues can answer. So let me refer the first part of your question to Barbara Cohen about you mentioned the guidance and the difference in the analyses and how FDA views the self-selection analysis. But we'll start there and then we'll move to your other ones.
So this is Barbara Cohen, FDA. Thank you very much for that important question. And yes, the study was a complex one, so I appreciate the opportunity to clarify it a bit more. I'll just start by saying that I personally, I've been at FDA since 2011. I have not ever seen a self-selection study analyzed in this way. And so we didn't discuss it in regulatory development because we didn't know there was anything to discuss per se. And when we received the application, there was not really a clear mention of this made either, that they had disagreed with the guidance that we're analyzing it, in this way. So, I'm just saying an applicant is free to disagree with us, but we just didn't know beforehand. So there was a limited opportunity for discussion about it. The discussion happened, and in the application itself, there was no mention of the magnitude of how many people this affected. So that was the other key element of this. Did that respond to the first question that you asked?
Yes, I believe so. To clarify, so there's like two reasons for the sponsor's analysis to be different. One is that they're using questions 1 and 2 instead of question 1 alone. So they're using this purchase information. And then the other issue is even, there's clear guidance once you make this little table of selectors, non-selectors. You can either do the A over A plus B or the A plus D over A plus B plus C plus D. There's even tells you how to do the fraction and even how they did the fraction. Yeah. So and so neither one of those things was discussed because typically in your experience, people just follow the guidance in the non-prescription environments.
Yeah, well, the equation for the deselection endpoint we agree on, which is D over B plus D. It's the equation for the selection endpoint that we don't agree. Yeah.
Sorry, I misspoke on that. And so that's sort of, there's two things that seem to be different than the guidance there. Okay, yeah, so that answered my question, and I apologize. My question, it was kind of conflating a few things there because it is a complex issue today. So I appreciate that. First question, I think, is answered now. And then I had some follow-ups regarding, other discrepancies. So that's the other thing that I'll turn it back to the FDA who thought they wanted to unpack my question. Other aspects of the analysis.
Yeah, this is Pamela Horn, DNPD2 Director. So would you mind following up and stating your next part of your question again for us?
Yeah, so then there's some other sort of areas of discrepancy, say, for example, in the adherence figures we just saw, relate to the handling of missing data, how to treat missing data, whether to exclude it in a per protocol or thinking of worst case. So there was other aspects of the analysis, that's just one example, that also seemed quite different in the FDA. Much of the presentations are, table after table of we calculated it differently. So I'm just wondering about, was there other aspects of the analysis related to handling of missing data or calculation or the design of the adherence trial that were discussed in advance, or just again wondering how we got such discrepant pictures, say, of the adherence.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Dr. Shaw. So Pamela Horn, DNPD2. Again, I'm going to ask Dr. Murray to start the answer for that question about regulatory interactions on the application.
So FDA does, in meetings that we hold with applicants or sponsors prior to submission of their application, we do discuss with them about what to do regarding missing data, and we have quite clear guidance on that. Regarding the specific, most dramatic difference between the applicant's analyses and FDA's analyses related to the improbable dosing, I will let Dr. Zhang talk for a moment about the decisions that were made regarding analyses there, and then I'll have a little bit of clinical follow-up after that.
This is Romei Zhang, mathematical statistician in Division of Biometrics 7. So first of all, I want to say that in general, the per protocol analysis and worst case analysis in the applicants and FDA's definitions are the same. So we handled not taking nogestrol differently in the evaluation of time of dose, where the sponsor excluded them, but we included them. In terms of the sensitivity analysis, analyze improper dosing. So the FDA sensitivity analysis evaluated the robustness of results based on a range of assumptions. Our sensitivity analysis, which assumed those with improper dosing did not take in nogestrol, was intentionally extreme. And as we said in our presentation, the large proportion of participants with improper dosing raises concerns about accuracy of reporting among participants who did not report taking more tablets than dispensed. Also, intentional and inadvertent over-reporting may have occurred in those without improper dosing. So without good information on the reasons for over-reporting, we have questions on the reliability of access use phase data.
Thank you. Karen Murray, Deputy Director, Non-Prescription again. Expanding on what Dr. Zhang said from a clinical standpoint, when we find data integrity problems, we routinely do analyses such as these. And if the analysis shows little statistical effect of assuming that the participants with data integrity problems were incorrect, that's comforting to us. And if that had been the case here, the data integrity problems might have been less concerning. However, that was not the case for these analyses with these participants with the impossible result of reporting taking more tablets than were dispensed. And I think for your overall question of the frequent differences between the analyses presented by the applicant and the analyses presented by FDA, it does appear that the applicant frequently included mitigations that would result in, a more favorable interpretation than FDA would have come to using our usual methods of analysis. So I'll stop there and hopefully we've answered your question there.
Thank you very much. I feel like this discussion is helpful. I'd like to yield the floor to others who have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. I'm going to go ahead and call on Dr. Leslie Walker-Harding.
Hello, Leslie Walker-Harding. I don't remember the slide, but in terms of adolescents, one of the questions I had was, do you have information on their prior knowledge before they had used contraceptives prior to this study? Because a lot of the things that I'm hearing sound like they might have been more educated users, especially around the irregular bleeding, where, that's the first line treatment usually for adolescents would be to use oral contraceptives, progestin only, or with estrogen. And then with the kids who used two kinds of contraceptives, again, were they talking to their providers? Did they know that, yes, in fact, that's what you might do if you had spotting and that was concerning to you, that you might use a separate, that's what gets prescribed is the second contraceptive to sometimes help the spotting. So I was curious about if there's any information on the knowledge of the adolescents prior to beginning this, or the amount of times they might have talked or looked up how to treat certain things on their own.
Thank you, Dr. Walker-Harding. This is Pamela Horn, DNPD2. I'm going to ask Dr. Jacob to start the response to that question regarding what we know about the adolescent subpopulation in the ACCESS study and what information we had about them prior to study entry.
Thank you. I'm Gina Jacob, Medical Officer, Division of Non-Prescription Drugs. So we do have information available on how many adolescents experienced unexplained vaginal bleeding prior to starting the product. We also, we also have information on the participants that were on other hormonal birth control products, but we don't have any specific information on whether they used other hormonal birth control products in the setting of the vaginal bleeding. They may have used other hormonal birth control products prior to experiencing the vaginal bleeding, but we don't have information on the time course of those events.
And did that answer your question, or did you have a follow-up?
No. It's just, that's good. Adolescents tend to have something that they would call unexplained vaginal bleeding pretty commonly. So I was just curious what the understanding and what their knowledge was. So that's good. Thank you. If you don't have the information.
Thank you, Dr. Walker-Harding. I'll go ahead and call on our next speaker, Dr. Berlin.
Hi there, thanks. This is Elise Berlin, Ohio State University Nationwide Children's Hospital. I had a question about the improbable dosing. I think this would go to Dr. Jacobs, and I'm looking at slide 134. My question is, I don't recall seeing any data around the magnitude of improbable dosing and the distribution of improbable dosing among the population that reported improbable dosing. And if you could comment on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina Jacob, again, Medical Officer, DNPD2. So that's a really great question. One of our concerns is about the magnitude of improbable dosing in the user population. In terms of the participants that had improbable dosing, about 50% reported in excess of 29 tablets or greater, and about 10% of the improbable dosing population reported in excess of 113 tablets or greater. There were also 2 participants reported in excess of 500 tablets, one of which reported close to 700 tablets. So our concern is really not only how prevalent improbable dosing was in the user population, but the magnitude.
Did that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, when you've heard a response that satisfies your question to all of our advisory committee members, please do go ahead and indicate that you have sufficient information so that we can easily move on to the next individual. And I would like to do that now and acknowledge Mrs. Rabati with her question.
I'm just in from a video. Hello, thank you. It's Suzanne Rabati. I have 2 questions. One is very easy. I'm not a doctor. So could somebody please very quickly explain to me what is the physical harm or risk of using the O pill, or if the use of the O pill overlaps with another hormone method for a limited period of time, like 1 to 5 days, another birth control pill, or if it's used within 5 days of an emergency contraception. And of course, I'm asking that because there is limited understanding, and I want to know what risk is happening then.
This is Anandi Kotak, medical officer.
Yeah.
Sure. This is Anandi Kotak, medical officer, Division of Urology, Obstetrics, and Gynecology. Thank you so much for your question. And as you indicated, with concomitant use with other hormonal contraceptives by themselves does not pose a risk to the health of the individual. The concern is whether or not the individual is understanding the directions for use and how to switch to another contraceptive method. So our concern when we see that individuals in the access use phase of the study were using 2 sets of contraceptives at the same time is, did they really understand why they were using O-pill? With regard to ulipristal acetate emergency contraception, the efficacy of norgestrel can be reduced by using ulipristal acetate up to 5 days prior to starting norgestrel use. So the concern is reduced efficacy of norgestrel, and vice versa, that norgestrel can reduce the efficacy of ulipristal acetate. So there is the concern for unintended pregnancy. That would be the harm that we're concerned about.
Thank you. The next question, I believe, is for Dr. Jacob, and slide 152. I'm going back to improbable use. So both for taking the tablets and for taking them at the same time each day. Do we have comparison data for prescribed oral contraception? Is there any research on how much women comprehend after an in-person visit? I feel like we need a comparison group. I mean, yeah, the results of the comprehension say don't look great, but on an objective level, how much better or worse are they?
Okay. This is Pamela Horn, DNPD2. Thanks for that question. I just want to make sure that we understand exactly what you're asking. So are you asking, could you just restate exactly what it is that you would like to know about prescription use?
Well, in listening to the FDA discuss, I believe it was slide 152, around that area, it was talking about, yeah, maybe that's not the right slide to get to, but the entire question of what do women comprehend from reading the package, is there compared
the prescription setting for prescription drug approvals? So I think the short answer would be that we would not have that data for a prescription drug application. I'm going to pause for a second and see if any of my colleagues from DUOG have anything to add to that, or, okay, Dr. Nguyen.
Hi, thank you. Christine Nguyen, Deputy Director in the Office of Rare Diseases, Pediatrics, Urologic, and Reproductive Medicine. That's really an excellent question. So we don't really have data on the adherence rates in the prescription setting. One thing that I would like to emphasize, and I think is really important, is that in the prescription setting, as Dr. Kodak mentioned early in her presentation, we prescribe progesterone-only pills to select patients. So these are highly curated patients, mostly breastfeeding patients, or those who either are, can't use estrogen or doesn't want to use estrogen. So usually pretty highly motivated, highly compliant individuals. So it's really difficult to extrapolate the data that we have under the RX setting to a more general consumer population for which would be in OTC setting. And that's true even for the actual use, pregnancy rates that's published out there. So I'll ask everyone to keep that in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. That answers my questions.
Karen Murray, Deputy Director, Office of Non-Prescription Drugs. That segues nicely into an explanatory statement that we need to make regarding some things that were said this morning. It's important to note that non-prescription means something different in the U.S. than it means in most of the rest of the world, including the vast majority of the quoted over 100 countries in which women can get a routine oral contraceptive without a physician's prescription. In the U.S., we only have two types of drugs, prescription and non-prescription. Here, prescription means no healthcare professional is involved. In other countries, there's often a third category of pharmacists dispensed, and in that case, while the consumer might not have a physician's prescription for the product, they still have to talk to a pharmacist who may or may not dispense the product after talking to and often counseling the consumer. Pharmacists are definitely highly trained healthcare professionals, and in the U.S., we don't have that legal third category of drug. Here, there will be no such interaction, and if this product is approved, people might get it in a pharmacy, but they also might get it in a gas station or a big box store with no healthcare professionals around. Therefore, FDA can't really rely on the experience in those other countries to truly inform what would happen in the situation of wide open and restricted access in the U.S. And I don't want the advisory committee to be misled into thinking that over 100 countries have non-prescription status equivalent to what would occur in the U.S. In fact, very few countries do.
Thank you, and thank you for those clarifying remarks. I'm going to move on just to, in the interest of time, to Dr. Fox.
Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to.
Could you please state your full name for the record? Could you please state your full name?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Fox. I'm the industry representative on the panel. While I understand the concern about the 30% of participants who had somewhat significant reports of overuse, I'm not understanding why this is calling into question the 70% that had no such actions. It's my understanding that even in recent contraceptive applications for prescriptions, that paper diaries were still acceptable to document whether or not pills were taken. And paper diaries, as we all know, have a lot more limitations than any electronic diary. So I'm not understanding why we are calling into question the majority of the data that was submitted because of some unclear behaviors of certain participants. And especially since when those participants are excluded, the sensitivity analysis seemed to come up with the same result.
Hi, this is Pamela Horn, DMPD2. Thank you for that question. I think that our concern about being able to rely on the data in the study overall comes from the fact that we don't have an understanding of why people overreported in 30% of the study population. If we felt confident we understood what happened there, I think that would perhaps change the picture for us, but we don't have an understanding of that. And there's potentially only a difference of whether someone overreported just less than the number that they were dispensed or just more than they were dispensed between the improbable dosing group and the rest of the study participants, which is I think we could say that that's sort of an artificial line to draw when we're talking about trying to understand actual adherence.
Dr. Fox, did that address your question?
Well, it addresses the first part. I'm still confused as to if paper diaries that have no such ability to track reliability are still acceptable, why it is such a concern about this electronic diary and the patients who have no report, no obvious misuse.
Hi, this is Pamela Horn, DMPD2 again. So I'll try to start our answer to that as well. You know, I'm going to let my colleagues speak about the purpose of the paper diary and prescription applications. I will note that the purpose of the e-diary in this study is likely different. What we're trying to ascertain in an actual use study is whether the understanding that was assessed in a label comprehension study translates into behavior for participants in a naturalistic setting. So that goal is quite different than the goals of studies in the prescription setting. And I'm gonna ask if anybody else wants to comment. Dr. Michelle.
Hi, this is Dr. Teresa Michelle, Director of the Office of Non-Prescription Drugs. I think that's a really profound kind of question to ask, and one that we've asked ourselves quite a lot with this. And I just wanted to note that this finding of improbable dosing in this study is really quite extraordinary. This is not something we see in a typical actual use study. And the results have to be incredibly extreme to show up in this kind of a study, because we're really looking at a very blunt instrument for determining this finding. In order for us to pick up on the fact that consumers were reporting doses that they didn't take, they had to way over-report to the point where they were reporting dosing beyond the number of tablets that they received. So if we got that result in 30%, that's almost a third of the subjects in the trial, you really have to wonder about what happened with the other 2/3 if they also over-reported, but just not to the extent where we could pick up on it. So that's the question that we're asking the advisory committee to ask themselves, which is what, we've spent quite a lot of time asking ourselves as we consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you. I think we will go ahead and I will take a break at this point. We need to stay true to our schedule since it is quite full. We will take names down. So if you did not have a chance to ask your question and we have some room in the agenda later on, we will return to those. So please make note of it. At this point, we will take a quick 15-minute break. Panel members, please remember that there should be no chatting or discussion of the meeting topics with other panel members during this time, and we'll reconvene at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you. both the FDA and the public.
Recording in progress.
A transparent process for information gathering and decision-making. To ensure such transparency at the open public hearing of the advisory committee meeting, FDA believes that it is important to understand the context of an individual's presentation. For this reason, FDA encourages you, the open public hearing speaker, at the beginning of your written or oral statement to advise the committee of any financial relationship that you may have with the applicant, its product, and if known, its direct competitors. For example, this financial information may include the applicant's payment of your travel, lodging, or other expenses in connection with your participation in this meeting. Likewise, FDA encourages you at the beginning of your statement to advise the committee if you do not have any such financial relationships. If you choose not to address this issue of financial relationships at the beginning of your statement, it will not preclude you from speaking. The FDA and this committee place great importance in the open public hearing process. The insights and comments provided can help the agency and this committee in their consideration of the issues before them. That said, in many instances and for many topics, there will be a variety of opinions. One of our goals for today is for this open public hearing to be conducted in a fair and open way, where every participant is listened to carefully and treated with dignity, courtesy, and respect. Therefore, please only speak when recognized by the chairperson. Thank you for your cooperation. Speaker number 1, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 1 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kristen Brandy. I use she, her, her pronouns. I am also a cisgendered woman of reproductive potential who has benefited from accessing contraception for my entire adult life. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist with fellowship training in complex family planning and a master's in public health. I have no conflicts of interest to disclose. I currently serve as the Darney Landy Fellow for the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, or ACOG, representing over 60,000 members who provide evidence-based obstetric and gynecologic care. ACOG thanks the FDA for holding today's meeting and for the opportunity to offer comments. Based on today's safety data and the known benefits of contraception, ACOG wholeheartedly supports over-the-counter access to progesterone-only pills, or POPs, without age restriction. On behalf of ACOG, I'd like to speak briefly of the following points. Number 1, people seeking contraception face obstacles. These hurdles include cost barriers, challenges to obtaining an appointment, a clinician incorrectly requiring an office visit or a lack of a regular clinician, and difficulty accessing a pharmacy. People from marginalized communities, including racial and ethnic minorities, uninsured people, and those who don't speak English, are more likely to face these barriers. Young people especially face barriers to accessing contraception, and this can lead to delays, and for others, it may mean that they never access contraception. I want to underscore again that ACOG supports over-the-counter access to hormonal contraception without age restrictions. Number 2, hormonal contraception, including POPs, are safe. The CDC asserts that the advantages generally outweigh theoretical or proven risks for POPs for an individual with nearly any comorbidity, and POPs can be used for women of all ages. This includes people with obesity who, based on the data, can effectively and safely use POPs. Patients of all ages with comorbidities are already safely using these methods by prescription. The data are clear that progesterone-only hormonal methods are safe and carry no or minimal risk of venous thromboembolism, or VTE, especially when considering the risk of VTE in pregnancy and the postpartum period. Evidence also shows that all prescription contraceptives, including POPs, are protective of ectopic pregnancy. Number 3, people can effectively self-screen for contraindications. Despite the safety of oral contraceptives, I've heard concerns raised about contraindications. Only current breast cancer is considered a condition that represents an unacceptable health risk for POPs. Data show that the prevalence of relative and absolute contraindications for POPs amongst women of reproductive age are incredibly low. Evidence is also clear in supporting people that can accurately self-screen, including people that are young. The scientific evidence is clear. Over-the-counter access to contraception without age restrictions can be accomplished safely. The benefit of increased access is significant. We at ACOG trust patients of all ages to make their own decisions about what's best for their health, including taking over-the-counter POP. We encourage the FDA to review the robust evidence supporting the safety and efficacy of over-the-counter POPs and to make a decision that's grounded in science. Thank you for your time.
Speaker number 2, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 2 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Hi, I am Sophia Phillips, speaking on behalf of the National Center for Health Research. Next slide, please. We are a nonprofit think tank that studies the safety and effectiveness of medical products. We do not accept funding from companies that make those products, so we have no conflicts of interest. Since girls and women who are prescribed birth control pills don't always take them daily or at the same time every day, we do not think that is an issue of greater concern regarding over-the-counter access to Norgestrel or Opill. Instead, we'll focus on other types of imperfect use shown by the data. Next slide, please. We are concerned that if birth control pills become available over the counter, preteens and young teens may use them inappropriately. We agree with FDA scientists that the access data, study data, can't be generalized for preteens, since only 3 participants were 12 and none were younger. Only 49 girls were younger than 15, and the applicant did not collect information on sexual history at enrollment or sexual activity during the study. So we don't know if they abstained from sex or used barrier contraception when they initiated use of Opill or after missing a pill. Younger adolescents demonstrated especially low comprehension of certain key messages, like the need for additional non-hormonal contraception when starting the drug or after missing a dose. They also scored low in understanding of do not use as an emergency contraceptive. Next slide. The Access Up study showed improbable dosing results for approximately 1/3 of participants, and 2/3 of those individuals reported over 20% more doses than their available supply. This calls into question the reliability of the actual use data. Next slide. We agree with the FDA that even with the do not use warning, we should be concerned about the lack of comprehension of women who have or ever had breast cancer. Although few breast cancer patients use birth control pills and most properly deselected from taking Opill, the data may not be generalizable to the real world since participants were not given the option of actually taking Opill and very few had limited literacy. Similarly, in the Access SSP study, more than half of the participants who initially stated that they had unexplained vaginal bleeding and had not discussed it with their doctor incorrectly decided that Opill would be appropriate for them to use. 1/4 of participants in the Access Up study also reported that they had not spoken to a healthcare professional about their unexplained bleeding before or at any time during the study. Although they did not experience significant side effects during the study, this shows a lack of understanding of the risks and a failure to seek medical advice or appropriately deselect from using Opill. Next slide. FDA asked that 1/3 of study participants should have limited literacy. The breast cancer self-selection study and access studies had far fewer participants with limited literacy. Although it's challenging to recruit participants with limited literacy, FDA's request was important so that the results would be generalizable to the expected consumer population. Next slide. Finally, while only 1% of participants used Opill,
please consider wrapping up. You're out of time.
Sure. We urge this panel to consider these concerns and whether they can be addressed if Opill is sold over the counter. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 3 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Don Downing, and I have no financial relationships to disclose. I'm a pharmacist and clinical professor of pharmacy at the University of Washington in Seattle, and I will speak to my support for FDA OTC approval of Opill. I have spent years reimagining how people access healthcare services, namely by unmasking unnecessary barriers to care and developing novel ways to meet people's health needs. This includes helping to develop Plan B, creating the nation's first Self-Determination Act tribal healthcare clinic, and developing the nation's first community pharmacy vaccination programs. In 1998, when emergency contraception required prescribing a few doses of regular birth control pills, our pharmacy team in Washington State was concerned about the very few people who were able to access emergency contraception through traditional care. During the prior 2 years, just 2,500 people per year were able to access emergency contraception in Washington State. In response, we modeled direct access to contraception in pharmacies. Contraceptive access was available during evenings, weekends, and holidays, times when many consumers have some free time, but when traditional medical clinics are often closed. Within 6 months of starting this direct access model, pharmacists in our state began seeing more than 2,500 women every month for emergency contraception, compared to the 2,500 people per year using traditional models. Our project proposed that 200 or 300 people would see us in the first 6 months, but instead we saw nearly 12,000. We found that when community pharmacies provided OTC-like access to contraception, we were also uncovering a massive unmet need. This need had been masked by the many barriers that traditional care models had created. People, especially those who could ill afford to miss work, were now accessing contraception without taking time off from work or school, but rather on their own terms, on their own schedules. Not all states permit direct access to contraception in pharmacies, and we need to find a way where consumers in every state can more easily access contraception. Therefore, I look forward to us breaking barriers to care through the approval of O-Pill as an FDA-approved OTC contraceptive. The existing barriers are certainly not just a matter of inconvenience. They are critical to people's ability to access the safety net they seek and need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 4, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 4 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization that you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm David Spangler with the Consumer Healthcare Products Association. We represent and are funded by over 65 manufacturers of non-prescription or OTC medicines, dietary supplements, and consumer medical devices, including HRA Pharma through Perrigo. Next slide. As I stressed the last time I spoke to the Non-Prescription Drugs Advisory Committee, access matters. Access is about removing barriers. And when it comes to oral contraceptive pills, already among the most common contraceptive methods used by women, OTC availability will, simply put, increase access. The leading cause of unintended pregnancy is inconsistent or lack of contraceptive use. As the sponsor highlighted, among the 40 million women who want to avoid pregnancy, more than a third of them are either not using a contraceptive method or using a contraceptive method CDC classifies as less effective. An OTC oral contraceptive will increase their options. OTC access facilitates a broader, more constant supply by removing steps and increasing availability of access points. Next slide, please. A 2015 study by Foster and others, they found over a fifth of low-income women at risk for unintended pregnancy were very likely to use oral contraceptive pills if they were available without a prescription. Neither CHPA nor HRA Pharma funded this study. I am well aware it is not FDA's role to base its decisions on economic considerations, but as part of larger society, I want to raise one point in the economic realm. Next slide. The Kaiser Family Foundation reports 11% of women ages 19 to 64 uninsured. Those women often have inadequate access to care and get a lower standard of care when they are in the health system. If access matters to all of us, it certainly matters to those individuals. And overall, every dollar spent on OTCs yields over $7 in health system benefits. Where does this leave us? 1, the sponsor's presentation and studies by others show women are interested in an OTC oral contraceptive option. 2, they want better access. 3, unintended pregnancies are high. 4, the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act does not include comparative effectiveness versus other drugs as a criterion. And as a corollary to that, one wouldn't expect a supplemental new drug application to have to reprove effectiveness of the original new drug application. 5th, more access for more women to meet their reproductive health needs is a means to help.
Thank you. Speaker number 5, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Speaker number 5, please begin and introduce yourself. Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Hi, thank you so much and good afternoon. My name is Shelby Davies. I'm a pediatrician and speaking to you on behalf of the North American Society for Pediatric and Adolescent Gynecology, or NASPAG, which is a leading organization dedicated to multidisciplinary collaborations in education, research, and gynecologic care to improve the reproductive health of youth. NASPAG individually and in partnership with organizations such as ACOG, AAP, and SAM has served as leaders in advocacy for unrestricted, unbiased, and evidence-based reproductive care for adolescents. NASPAG supports the availability of oral progesterone-only contraceptive pills to adolescents without a prescription. Mistimed pregnancy occurring during adolescence has lifelong health, social, and economic implications. Oral hormonal contraception has significantly contributed to reducing adolescent pregnancy rates. Providing adolescents with comprehensive reproductive health care during visits with providers is at the core of our mandate, but these conversations should not be barriers to accessing contraception. Adolescents face more barriers than adults in accessing comprehensive reproductive health care services and abortion care, including cost, confidentiality concerns, and the limited knowledge and experience with the healthcare system. Marginalized teens and those who experience systemic oppression are also uniquely vulnerable. Reducing barriers and ensuring access to contraceptives is a key strategy to prevent unintended teen pregnancies and need for abortions. Youth in many states have limited access to sexual health education and reproductive resources. Therefore, over-the-counter access to reliable contraception is particularly essential. Risk of harm related to progesterone-only pills is low and comparable to risks associated with common over-the-counter medications such as acetaminophen, aspirin, and ibuprofen. The need to self-screen for contraindications is simple, and adolescents rarely have medical conditions prohibiting the use of progesterone. A safe over-the-counter birth control option is timely and important resource to provide equitable access and essential reproductive health care for adolescent patients. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to speaker number 6. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 6 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Haddad, and I'm an OBGYN with subspecialty training in complex family planning. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Population Council, where I serve as medical director. Population Council is a nonprofit organization that conducts research and develops new technologies in sexual and reproductive health, including contraceptives. We are committed to developing new methods to meet the needs of people globally. We support the application of O-pill for over-the-counter status based both on the science and the clinical results and recognize the transformational potential of your decision today. I also stand in front of you today speaking from my own personal experience as an OBGYN practicing in Atlanta, Georgia for over a decade. I have no financial interest in the outcome of this meeting. The data presented at this meeting makes it abundantly clear that a progestin-only pill is an extremely effective product with few contraindications and a simple and clear daily usage pattern. Women, including adolescents, are highly capable to decide to use it and can understand the risks and benefits. I know that your deliberations must consider if an interaction with a medical professional would enhance the delivery of the progestin-only pill. While deep and meaningful interactions with health professionals are often helpful to some patients, these visits are often brief and are not required before a patient starts to use contraception. The decision to use contraception and which type to use is ideally based on the person's preference and values. Medical exams and discussions are not required for a method with the high safety record of the progestin-only pill. Many, if not most of my patients come in already knowing what they want to use for birth control and are already aware of the risks and benefits. They may not want to hear about alternatives. Their goal is to get something immediately. The barriers to contraceptive access for women based on social, economic, and bureaucratic factors are real. There are often delays in appointments, difficulty getting insurance approvals, and logistic challenges to access services that we as providers can't control. These barriers can make it impossible for even highly motivated individuals to access care. Therefore, as a provider, I believe that it is in the interest of the health and well-being of my patients to have access to this extremely safe and highly effective method. I should not be the gatekeeper delaying individuals from using this method. I strongly urge the advisory committee to consider the public health benefit of enabling women to access Opill over the counter. The scientific evidence on safety is compelling. This will not prevent women from having discussions with providers. Your decision can help millions to have easier access to effective contraception. This is important, necessary, and urgent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 7, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 7 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Happy Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, everyone. I'm Miriam Young. I'm the former executive director of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, and most importantly, the parent of 2 wonderful teenage girls. I have no disclosures, and I represent myself. Every morning after getting my kids out the door to school, a minor victory, some of you know what I'm talking about, I then open up the paper and read some story of the public health crisis, the reproductive health care crisis going on. Abortion is totally banned in 14 states, a 6-week ban in 1 state, and there are 10 cases moving through the courts as we speak. The news changes every day. Texas is home to the 3rd largest Asian American population in the US. Georgia, Florida, Ohio have the fastest growing Asian American populations, and Asian Americans live in each and every one of the states with abortion bans. I read of J.C. Stanton, who had a non-viable molar pregnancy, a cancerous pregnancy, and was told to wait in the parking lot of her Oklahoma hospital until her health crashed before they could give her the DNC she needed. I read of Shalon Irving, a brilliant Black epidemiologist at the CDC who died 3 weeks after giving birth from complications of high blood pressure, another victim in our maternal mortality crisis. The U.S. is not the best place to be pregnant when you want to have a safe, healthy birth. It's a very hard place to be when you're pregnant and you don't want to be. And it's really not easy to try to stay unpregnant. I have to find a provider, make an appointment, wait, travel there, take time off to see the doctor, get refills on time, et cetera, et cetera. It's even harder if I were an undocumented Asian American working minimum wage and locked out of the Affordable Care Act, or if I were a young person trying to do the right thing without getting in trouble with my parents. I was part of a peer-reviewed paper where Asian American youth told us that privacy is why they support oral contraceptives going over the counter. The most effective contraceptive that people can get at the drugstore without a prescription are spermicides and internal condoms with 21% failure, or male condoms with 13% failure from typical use. Opill is more effective than spermicides, internal condoms, or male condoms. Opill is safer than being pregnant. Opill is safer than Benadryl. If there were a TikTok challenge to take too many Opill, nothing will happen to you but a lesson-inducing hangover. Rarely do we get a chance to affect structural changes, to remove a systemic barrier that drives racial and gender inequity. This advisory committee has that chance. Please vote yes for public health. Please, for the sake of my daughters, vote yes for greater access and autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 8. Speaker number 8, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 8 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization that you are representing for the record.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Heimbrock, and I am a rising junior at Whitman College. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony today. People under the age of 18 deserve access to safe and effective birth control without stigma. I myself, having grown up in rural Appalachia, have experienced firsthand the stigma that rural medical providers attach to birth control. As a teenager, I was told by my doctor that I shouldn't start the birth control pill because it would make me more likely to become sexually active. Of course, we know that this is not true, and young people without access to birth control simply have sex without being on birth control. In addition, it ignores the fact that birth control pills have other uses, such as making periods more manageable or even chronic pain management for those like me who suffer from endometriosis. For working class people in rural communities, there is little, if any, infrastructure to support the reproductive health of young people. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the strain on all healthcare systems, but already underdeveloped systems in rural America are feeling the strain more. Those trying to access critical reproductive health care are stymied by a lack of providers, a lack of transportation, and high costs. My Appalachian community only had one local health clinic, and their services were severely limited. For any healthcare needs that couldn't be addressed by the clinic, we had to drive an hour outside of town to the nearest medical center. How are young people in rural communities supposed to access something as simple as the birth control pill if, like me, they are unable to have even their most basic needs met by their local healthcare providers? It is no surprise then that rural teens are more likely to experience teen pregnancy and report higher barriers to accessing birth control. If O-pill were available over the counter, rural youth could access this life-changing care online with ease, reducing unintended pregnancies and changing the course of their lives. Throughout the course of the COVID-19 health crisis, the CDC has told us time and again to follow the science. I'm here to tell the FDA the same. Follow the science and to make O-pill available over the counter for all ages. The critical lack of reproductive health care in rural and working class communities is a health crisis. If the FDA makes this switch, it would make that crisis just a little better and change the lives of rural young people across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 9, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 9 begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization that you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Manson, president of Catholics for Choice. I have a Master of Divinity degree from Yale in Catholic theology and medical ethics, and I did my research under one of the country's leading Catholic medical ethicists, Sister Margaret Farley. Catholics for Choice has no financial conflicts of interest. I'm here today to state unequivocally that Catholics overwhelmingly support the use of birth control. Indeed, even though the hierarchy of the Catholic Church continues to condemn the use of artificial contraception, 89% of lay Catholics believe that contraception is either morally acceptable or not a moral issue at all. And 98% of sexually active Catholic women have used contraception. I'm focusing on the Catholic Church's teaching today because the Church is one of the original primary sources of stigma, shame, and indeed misinformation about birth control pills. The Church's all-male celibate hierarchy officially banned all forms of artificial contraception less than 100 years ago. And this teaching has had undue influence on U.S. healthcare policy since, and one could argue now more than ever. The powerful truth is there is much in Catholic teaching that could bless the idea of OTC birth control. For example, a fundamental Catholic teaching is that a person's individual conscience must be the final arbiter in all moral decision-making, even if it contradicts the Church's official position. Over-the-counter access to birth control pills advances this kind of moral autonomy. The Church also teaches the notion of responsible parenthood, saying that it's a moral duty for couples to determine the number, spacing, and timing of their children, taking into account their own physical, economic, psychological, and social conditions, as well as their ability to provide for the health, education, and growth of their children. Offering birth control over the counter ensures that families will have the resources necessary to follow through on those decisions. The Church's rich social justice tradition calls us to have a special concern for society's most vulnerable, particularly those struggling with economic insecurity, those facing violence, like violence at home, those living in rural areas, and immigrants. OTC access to birth control pills will reduce many barriers to contraception and advance healthcare, especially for those most in need. Sadly, for years, some Catholic leaders have advanced the argument that birth control pills can induce abortion. This claim is false, lacks any scientific or medical backing, and has even been debunked by the official journal of the Catholic Health Association. Regardless of what Catholics believe, freedom of religion should include the right to be free from the religious beliefs of others. No religious group should block the accessibility of any FDA-approved medication. Decades of use and research demonstrate that birth control pills are safe and highly effective at preventing pregnancy and meet the FDA's criteria to be available without a prescription. As a Catholic leader, I implore you to vote yes to bring O-Pill over the counter. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to speaker number 10. Speaker number 10, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization that you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Zizairenko, and I am the project manager at FAMDOUT, a rational prescribing project at Georgetown University Medical Center, and I have no conflicts of interest. Today, we urge the FDA to approve O-Pill as the first over-the-counter oral contraceptive in the United States. The fight for access to effective non-prescription woman-controlled contraception has been ongoing for more than half a century. Oral contraceptives are available over the counter in many other countries, and it's about time that the United States caught up. Since the approval of the first prescription birth control pill in 1960, numerous studies have shown oral contraception to be both safe and effective. O-Pill has been on the market since 1973 and has an excellent safety record. Other over-the-counter medications, including aspirin, ibuprofen, and Tylenol, are far more dangerous. Over-the-counter medications are supposed to be safe and effective when used as directed for self-diagnosed conditions. No condition is easier to self-diagnose than being at risk of pregnancy. Today, the birth control pill is the most commonly prescribed form of contraception, but there is still a glaring issue of access, especially for adolescents and young women. There are so many barriers, including lack of parental support, lack of access to healthcare, the costs associated with a doctor's visit, among others. In 2021, 1 in 10 women in the United States reported having no personal healthcare provider. Women of color were least likely to have access. Over-the-counter contraception eliminates this hurdle for disadvantaged women. Although medication costs could still be a barrier for some, approving O-Pill is a step in the right direction. In some states, women can still be denied birth control pills by a pharmacist citing moral or religious obligations. Religious beliefs should not straightforwardly fix this by making oral contraception available over the counter. We have heard concerns that women who don't take O-Pill at the same time every day could experience unintended pregnancies. These concerns apply equally to low-dose combined oral contraceptives. Women can understand labels, including contraindications. In addition, birth control pills are so commonly used that information regarding the importance of not missing doses or taking doses late is common knowledge. In any case, these patronizing concerns are not grounds to take away a woman's choice from her. At a time when abortion rights are being stripped away state by state, equitable access to effective birth control is critical to women's reproductive freedom. In light of Roe v. Wade being overturned and growing state restrictions on abortion, there has never been a greater need for increased access for women-controlled effective birth control. Women's health activists have been fighting for over-the-counter birth control pills from before I was born. I hope to be a part of the generation that benefits from my form of this fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move on to speaker number 11. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 11 begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record?
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Kelly Blanchard. I'm the president of IBIS Reproductive Health. My colleagues at IBIS and I have been involved in research and coalition efforts to make an oral contraceptive over the counter for 2 decades. And that work has helped us get to this historic Free the Pill Day. The data is clear. The progestin-only pills are extremely safe and effective and appropriate for people of all ages. Norgestrel was approved 50 years ago, and progestin-only pills have been safely used by millions of people for decades. As noted earlier today, an over-the-counter progestin-only pill would mean people have access to an OTC method that is much more effective than current OTC methods. Our research has shown that people are supportive of an over-the-counter progestin-only pill and interested in using an over-the-counter progestin-only pill. Importantly, we have found that people who are not currently using a method are interested in this option. I also want to make sure everyone on this committee was aware of the Border Contraceptive Access Study, showing that people who had access to their birth control pills over the counter were more likely to continue use, showing how over-the-counter access helps overcome barriers and could lead to higher use effectiveness. Findings from that study also showed that people accessing birth control pills over the counter got recommended preventive screening at higher levels than in the general population. Although there's not enough time to address many of the points laid out in the FDA's presentation today, as an expert on contraception, I do not share concerns about efficacy of O-pill in an over-the-counter environment, and am surprised they did not consider the possibility of higher effectiveness in OTC settings given the published literature. Our research at IBIS also highlights how this switch is important for public health and health equity. Nearly 1/3 of women who have ever tried to get a prescription for birth control or refill it have faced barriers. In research focusing on Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian American and Pacific Islander, and other folks of color, that figure is even higher. 45% faced a barrier accessing a prescription method. In that study, 71% of people of color who weren't currently using any contraceptive method reported they would be likely to use an over-the-counter birth control pill. All of us, including young people, should have access to the contraception we need without unnecessary barriers so we can make decisions about our health, our futures, and our families. An over-the-counter pill that's affordable, fully covered by insurance, and available to people of all ages will be an important advance and help people who need and want birth control, will help them to get it without barriers. The FDA should follow the science, including the robust data on O-pill safety and effectiveness, and the data on the important public health and health equity benefits of an over-the-counter birth control pill when considering this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will move on to speaker number 12. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 12 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Maskey, and I'm with Advocates for Youth and co-author of the 2022 Oral Contraceptives Access Survey, Behind the Counter. As an advocate who works directly with young people, I am in strong support of over-the-counter approval of O-pill with no age restriction. Next slide, please. For this report, we surveyed 243 individuals, recounting experiences from ages 13 to 25. Next slide. 88% of respondents reported experiencing at least one barrier to accessing oral contraception as a young person. 55% reported that the barriers they experienced prevented them from accessing oral contraception altogether. Next slide. Of that 55%, 58% had a pregnancy scare and 20% experienced an unintended pregnancy. The barriers that young people in particular are facing are so serious that for many, it is preventing them from getting on birth control pills when they would want to be, or interrupting their usage of the pill. And the impacts of these barriers are serious too. Respondents have reported not only unintended pregnancies, but health complications, financial problems, and emotional and psychological stress and trauma resulting from the consequences of their lack of access to oral contraceptives. This issue isn't just about numbers. It's about the very real difficulties, challenges, and pain that young people experience under the prescription-only system. I would like to highlight some of these experiences collected through our survey today. Next slide. My lack of birth control access resulted in me getting pregnant and then miscarrying. This has affected my mental health a lot, and I will never be the same person I was before. Birth control should be much more accessible for everyone. From Madeline in North Dakota. Next slide. I needed my parents to use our insurance and bring me to the doctor, but I didn't want my parents to get angry with me for having sex. And lying to them about why I needed birth control was hard for me. So I didn't get on birth control when I wanted to. I wanted to have safe sex, but there were so many barriers and it made things difficult. From Anna in Minnesota. Next slide. I'm from a military family and have moved 4 times in the last 5 years. The prescription requirement made it extremely difficult to refill my birth control each time I moved because the official transfer of paperwork often took several weeks. This in turn caused me to miss several pills and therefore have to deal with the adverse side effects of this disruption. From Megan in Colorado. Next slide. As a teenager, I wanted to go on birth control, but my doctor was extremely judgmental, going so far as to tell me teenage girls don't like sex. Then I tried to go to Planned Parenthood, but I was afraid my parents would find out. So I used condoms, but I had several very stressful pregnancy scares between the ages of 15 and 19. Elizabeth in New Jersey. The stories shared by young people in our report clearly show that access barriers affect individuals in numerous ways across a variety of life circumstances, and most severely when they are under 18. I strongly urge the advisory committee to vote yes to approving Opill as an over-the-counter oral contraceptive option without an age restriction. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with speaker number 13. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 13 begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Daniel Grossman, and I'm a professor of obstetrics, gynecology, and reproductive sciences at the University of California, San Francisco. I have no financial relationships to disclose. Between 2005 and 2011, I was a co-investigator on the Border Contraceptive Access Study led by Joe Potter at the University of Texas at Austin, which was funded by the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. During that project and in subsequent research, I led or co-led several studies related to over-the-counter access to oral contraceptives. And I'd like to highlight some of that research to make the point that there is substantial evidence beyond the specific studies performed by HRA Pharma that indicates that oral contraceptives, and particularly a progestin-only formulation, are appropriate for non-prescription status. First, our research has consistently demonstrated that there is considerable demand for OTC oral contraceptives, particularly among people who currently face barriers accessing effective contraception. Often this interest, as we've heard recently in some of the other testimony, is because people feel that removing the prescription requirement would improve access to this effective method, making it more convenient both to initiate and to continue to use oral contraceptives, thereby helping to reduce gaps in use. Our research also explored contraindications to oral contraceptives and found that potential users were quite accurate in self-selecting or self-screening for these conditions. In particular, contraindications to progestin-only oral contraceptives are rare, occurring in less than 1% of people of reproductive age, and potential users can accurately identify these conditions on their own without a learned intermediary, since this screening is based on medical history alone. A history of breast cancer, the only absolute contraindication, occurs in about 0.5% or less of people in this age category, and my research found that people were able to accurately identify this history on their own and were able to appropriately self-select. In the Border Contraceptive Access Study, we compared several outcomes between women living in El Paso, Texas, who obtained oral contraceptives in clinics in Texas, to a group living in El Paso who obtained oral contraceptives over the counter in Mexican pharmacies. We found that discontinuation of oral contraceptives was significantly higher for those obtaining the method in clinics on prescription, indicating an advantage for the OTC users. In another study from this project, we found that preventive screening for cervical cancer and sexually transmitted infections was very high among people obtaining OTC oral contraceptives in Mexico and above the national US average. I believe that the research strongly supports approval of this Norgestrel product for non-prescription status for users of all ages. There is no reason to exclude young people who face more barriers to effective contraception from this expanded model of access. I urge the committee to consider the large body of evidence pointing to a public health benefit from over-the-counter access to oral contraceptives. Thank you.
Speaker number 14, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Speaker number 14, you may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of this esteemed committee. My name is Bo Nelson. I'm a newly 20-year-old college student advocating for the advisory committee to follow the science and consider the life-changing impact that a safe, affordable, over-the-counter birth control option with no age restriction can make for people across the United States. Access to birth control has been something that has impacted my life, the lives of so many of my friends, and the lives of people around me who've told me their stories or who I've directly supported no matter how I met them. It's intimately tied with my life. And now, more than ever, bodily autonomy and the right to prevent and decide when and if one gets pregnant is one that we face so many barriers to, especially after the overturn of Roe v. Wade and the very real barriers the prescription-only model poses to all, but especially the most vulnerable. When I was 12 years old, I got my first period. My mother brought me to the gynecologist when she noticed I was having periods so heavy they made it difficult to go to school when I was on my period. We knew that birth control could be used to manage light and even skip periods, but when I came to doctors, they were uncomfortable giving a 13-year-old birth control. Why? The stigma of young people having sex. It took 3 doctor's visits and finally find a non-judgmental nurse practitioner by the time I was 14. Birth control completely changed my life. It managed my heavy periods. It let me finish high school without the stress of teen pregnancy. And now in college, it's allowing me to achieve my career goals of becoming a reproductive health provider who's currently an undergrad. Later, when I was in high school, I became a peer sex educator, where I learned that the local health department, teens could get birth control for free without needing to notify their parents. However, this was only if they could prove they were under 18, they had their social security number, and the health department was a 45-minute drive away. Age, driver's license, a car, enough privacy if you needed it, lots of barriers here. As a peer educator, I started driving my friends and people I barely knew multiple times a month. Some people's parents knew and totally supported them, and they couldn't take time off work to access this cheaper birth control. Others had parents where a conversation about birth control and sex was out of the question. For people of all ages, so many barriers exist, and it's a complex, individual, personal decision. Now I'm in Western Massachusetts at Williams College. Because I'm going to a rural, out-of-state school and my gynecologist is in Florida wanting an in-person visit before they'll refill my birth control prescription, I don't have consistent birth control right now. Shouldn't simply not wanting to be pregnant and feeling birth control is the right choice for myself not be enough? Williamstown is a reproductive health desert, and over 19 million women live in contraceptive deserts nationwide. There's a 9-month wait list for IUDs at our overwhelmed local hospital. The closest Planned Parenthood is an hour away, and freshmen on our campus aren't allowed to have their own vehicles if they have a license or car at all. I hope you see through my experience a range of barriers one person can face in one lifetime and how simply being able to pick up birth control pills at CVS or Walgreens without all the gatekeeping would be transformative. These barriers represent only a few, and those on the margins experience the most barriers in terms of criminalization, stigma, and access and cost challenges under the current system, and we need to recognize that. I urge the committee to allow for this over-the-counter birth control option with no age restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 15. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the FDA Advisory Committee. My name is Shriha Srinivasan, and I'm here today to advocate for over-the-counter access to the birth control pill for all ages. I have no financial stipulations to disclose. While I speak on behalf of myself, I have seen firsthand the impact that lack of access to contraception can and does have on young people. I created @SexEdu while I was in high school, a platform on social media where I destigmatize sexual health through short-form sex education content. My videos have been shared with and interacted with by millions of Americans, with over 80% of my audience being under the age of 25. Through numerous conversations on this platform over the years surrounding contraception, I have found that young Americans lack access to birth control due to barriers between them and accessible, impartial care. Sister Song defines reproductive justice as the human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities. The barriers between Americans and birth control degrade this human right as it pertains to personal bodily autonomy and the right to not have children. Allow me to walk through one of the countless examples I have gathered during my time as a sexpert at UCLA, where I am graduating this June with a BS in human biology and society. A student joining my university in the fall would like to get on birth control. The first step is insurance. Can they afford the $741.90 it costs per quarter for university healthcare, or do they have their own? If they have their own, where is the nearest provider accepting new patients? Students report having to schedule appointments out for months in advance through both the university and private practice without knowing if their class or work schedules will still be accommodating or if the provider they're seeing will even be supportive of their intention to get on birth control. Then there's the matter of getting to said appointment. Even in Los Angeles, one of the biggest metropolitan hubs of the country, students share experiences of having to navigate complicated public transportation, spending hours and making multiple transfers to get to and from a doctor's office. And on top of it all, there's the cost of the visit, especially if one's family is not inclined to pay for access to contraception. This example is not comprehensive, and each of these questions is far from rhetorical. They represent real, tangible barriers my peers and myself face every single day. While mountains for my college classmates, these barriers are even more significant for high school students. As a high school freshman, my younger sister can walk into a retail pharmacy, pick up Tylenol for a cold, and be trusted to self-diagnose, self-manage, and self-treat her symptoms. The FDA already trusts young people to buy Plan B or emergency contraception over the counter, and the same allowance should be afforded to the birth control pill. Yet for my sister to access her human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy and not have children through oral contraception, she must face barriers upon barriers that can be fell down in one swoop by the FDA. As a young person, advocate, and future healthcare provider, I implore you today to consider the urgent need for over-the-counter access to birth control as an option young people of all ages can choose in the United States, and vote yes in your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 16, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 16 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Krishna Upadhyay, and I've dedicated my career to ensuring access to sexual and reproductive health care as a clinician, researcher, educator, and advocate. As a board-certified adolescent medicine specialist and pediatrician, I've delivered care to young people in varied settings, including Title X funded clinics, school-based health centers, and hospitals. I'm also a clinician scientist and have published extensive research on the topic of adolescent medicine. I do not have any financial disclosures to make. Today, I provide testimony on behalf of Planned Parenthood Federation of America, where I currently serve as Vice President of Quality Care and Health Equity. Planned Parenthood is the nation's leading provider and advocate of high-quality, affordable sexual and reproductive health care for all people. Planned Parenthood strongly supports over-the-counter availability of Opill because the medication is safe and effective. OTC availability would help to bridge gaps in access for people who face the most barriers to prescription-only contraception, and OTC availability would provide another needed contraceptive option for people who do not want to be pregnant, especially for those living in states that ban or restrict abortion. I want to speak today about the crucial need for Opill to be made available OTC to people of all ages who need pregnancy prevention. In my career, I have cared for many young people facing unexpected pregnancy and those seeking contraception. A review of existing scientific evidence I published with other adolescent healthcare experts confirms that oral contraceptives are safe and effective for adolescents, and there is no scientific rationale for limiting OTC access by age. Contraindications to any oral contraceptive are very uncommon among adolescents, and Opill has almost none of those contraindications. In addition, adolescents, as I think the young people on this call have demonstrated today, are very capable. They can self-screen for contraindications to oral contraceptives. My research also indicates that adolescents are able to use oral contraceptives correctly and with low contraceptive failure rates. This research is cited in my written testimony submitted to the committee. OTC contraceptive access is vital for young people because they face multiple and intersecting barriers to obtaining prescription-only contraception. Adolescents may feel uncomfortable or unsafe asking their parents for help getting a prescription for contraception, or their parents may prevent them from accessing contraception. A young person may be unable to independently travel to a healthcare provider, take time off from school, or afford the cost of an appointment. In addition, young people may avoid using their insurance to maintain confidentiality, magnifying these financial barriers. Planned Parenthood strongly advocates for the committees to follow the robust body of scientific evidence demonstrating that adolescents and all people can use Opill over the counter. Young people should have the tools and resources they need to plan their futures. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Speaker number 17, Please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 17 begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record?
Good afternoon, members of the advisory committee. My name is Robin Watkins, and I'm the Senior Director of Healthcare at Power to Decide. I have no conflicts of interest to disclose. I am also a certified nurse midwife and women's health nurse practitioner, providing sexual and reproductive health care here in the Washington, D.C. area. Power to Decide is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works to advance sexual and reproductive well-being for all. Power to Decide strongly endorses the approval of O-pill for over-the-counter, non-prescription use without an age restriction based on the strong evidence of safety and efficacy, the impact an OTC pill can have on addressing inequitable access to birth control pills, and the broad support for this move. Research from Power to Decide shows that more than 19 million women of reproductive age in need of publicly funded family planning live in contraceptive deserts, counties where they lack reasonable access to a health center offering the full range of contraceptive methods. We also know that those living in contraceptive deserts are more likely to be people of color and those living in rural communities. When you live in a contraceptive desert, you need to travel further to get your birth control from a healthcare provider. And just to get to your appointment, you'll need to take more time off work or arrange more childcare. However, counties considered to be contraceptive deserts typically have pharmacies or other retail settings where an OTC birth control pill could be available. For individuals living in those communities, this option could substantially improve their access to birth control pills. An OTC birth control pill approved without age restrictions could also help address unique access barriers that young people face, such as concerns about lack of confidentiality when going to a health center. Research demonstrates that young people have the capacity to follow package instructions to use OTC birth control pills safely and effectively. It should be noted that age restrictions can also impact adults who lack government identification, who are disproportionately people of color. Research shows people want an OTC birth control pill. More than 3/4 of people surveyed across the country favor making birth control pills available over the counter without an age restriction. Additionally, studies show that people of all ages, including young people, will still see their healthcare provider for needed care even when getting their birth control pills OTC. In addition to broad support from contraceptive users themselves, it's worth noting the broad support for OTC birth control pills from healthcare providers like myself and the professional organizations that represent them, many of whom are speaking here today in support of over-the-counter access. On behalf of Power to Decide, I urge the advisory committee to consider both the strong evidence of safety and efficacy, as well as the significant need for an over-the-counter pill at a time when too many people struggle to access birth control. Thank you for your time.
We'll move on to speaker number 18. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. Speaker number 18, you may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
I'm Susan Musket, president of Pro Family Women, and we oppose this proposal to allow over-the-counter access to the O-pill contraceptive pill. Our longer comments were posted by the FDA on regulations.gov. We have no financial relationships. A key issue is whether the FDA will allow minor girls over-the-counter access to O-pill without their parents' permission. If an adolescent has not used birth control, it would mean that their first exposure to birth control, with all of its potential side effects and strict criteria for proper use to avoid pregnancy, would be by picking up a package of pills off the store shelf. Vigilance in following the manufacturer's instructions is especially important with regards to O-pill, as it must be taken at the same time each day. Parents should always be involved in their minor daughter's medical care and medication so that they can watch for side effects. Research has shown that one of the most serious risks associated with the progestin-only contraceptive for adolescent girls is depression and attempted suicide. Some people may argue that the benefit of preventing teen pregnancy outweighs the risk of side effects. But Professor Helen Alvarez, a preeminent scholar in family law, has noted that there is, quote, a body of research showing that while declines in teen pregnancy may occur after contraception is rendered more accessible to teens who are already sexually active but not using it, With respect to teens who are not sexually active, increased access to contraception is associated with the normalization of non-marital sex and an increase in teen sexual behaviors, leading to more teen pregnancies and abortions overall. It is particularly in the area of sexuality that parental involvement must be respected. Facilitating sexual promiscuity by minors through access to contraception is in direct opposition to the belief of Christians and many other people of faith that sexual relations are to be reserved for marriage. It is estimated that only 4% of American women using an oral contraceptive pill use a progestin-only pill. It is hard to imagine any set of documents or protocols that could replace sitting down with a medical provider to learn about the side effects and contraindications for a drug that a woman may be on for decades. The FDA briefing document itself warns of potential risks for women if they have a history of breast cancer, experience vaginal bleeding, or use other medications that could affect the efficacy of the O pill in preventing pregnancy. Today's women are constantly inundated with fine print. Without the benefit of having seen a healthcare provider, how many women and girls are going to know that they must use a backup contraceptive if they are late in taking the pill that day, or if they vomit within 4 hours of taking the pill that day? Will she know that St. John's wort can reduce the effectiveness of O pill in preventing pregnancy? Close to half of women who experience an unintended pregnancy are already using contraception during the months that they become pregnant. Clearly, American women's use of contraceptives, when put into real-world practice, often do not prevent pregnancy. We urge you to oppose this application. Thank you.
Speaker number 19, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lynn Van Wayne. My pronouns are she and hers. I am here as a family physician and a complex family planning specialist to submit public comment in favor of the OTC O-pill application before the FDA. I have no financial disclosures. I am affiliated with a medical legal collective, Circle FP, a Family Physicians of Color Collective Centers Health, and QueerDoc, an LGBTQ plus telemedicine company. I am here on behalf of my patients and the communities I serve because access to contraception is already too difficult for too many people. I practice in a variety of clinics throughout Pennsylvania and New York, as well as telemedicine clinics in multiple states, providing care for people of all ages and genders. I prescribe contraceptive pills to prevent pregnancy, to manage menstrual symptoms, and to suppress menstruation. I was denied contraception by my family physician who knew that I was a physician who specializes in reproductive health care. He said that I was required to see an OBGYN for an annual exam before he prescribed the contraceptive method that I had been taking for years. I had the medical knowledge to know that a pelvic exam or any exam is not medically necessary before starting or continuing contraception. If this happened to me, then this means that this is not a rare occurrence and impacts people who do not have the education or the power that I do when navigating healthcare. Throughout my career, I've had many patients who had unwanted pregnancies because they lost access to their contraceptive method. When considering the studies presented today, it is important to consider that for many, their only alternative is a lower efficacy method or no method at all. Barriers to prescriptions have a greater impact on people from marginalized communities, including people of color, immigrants, adolescents, people living with disabilities, rural residents, and people with low literacy. Transgender and gender non-binary people also use contraception, but they are much less likely to access healthcare due to fear of or actual experiences with discrimination, stigma, or violence when traveling to a clinic or directly from their healthcare provider, or they are outright denied healthcare. Based on the science, my medical professional organization, the American Academy of Family Physicians, supports OTC contraception. My experience as a family physician and a complex family planning specialist has shown me that people are savvy. My patients know how to make their own risk assessment about their health and their lives, and the people who seek OTC contraception are no different. It is a public health imperative to make contraceptive pills as easy as possible to access. I encourage the FDA Advisory Committee to vote yes to making the O-pill OTC. Thank you for your time.
Speaker number 20, please unmute and turn on your webcam. Will speaker number 20 begin and introduce yourself? Please state your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Blanco. I have no disclosures and I represent myself. I'm a nurse and I'm a clinical nurse leader at a public district hospital. I'm an active member of the Association of Women's Health Obstetric and Neonatal Nurses, the governing body of my profession. I'm also a person with a uterus who cares for many people with uteruses. I grew up in Washington State, and I'm not only grateful but proud to be from a state where abortion is legal and protected, but my rights are not set in stone and access remains tenuous. Abortion is near impossible in 15 states, with more cases passing through the courts now. The influx of patients from states with restricted access grows every day. Higher out-of-state patient volumes are forcing delays not just in abortion services, but in all types of care. We are already facing a nursing shortage. Lack of access to comprehensive reproductive care is exacerbating it. Last month, I organized care for a patient with fetal anomalies that were incompatible with life and complications of pregnancy, constituting a high level of maternal mortality. To say this more clearly, this baby could not live, and likely the mother would not live without intervention. Grief-stricken, our patient made the choice to proceed with terminating the pregnancy and inducing labor, but there was a barrier. We could not find her an appointment for over 8 days. We were overwhelmed with patients that had more acute need for treatment. This patient was expected to wait until her baby died spontaneously or her condition worsened to the extent that she would be deemed sick enough to receive the medical care that she already required. Delays of care require nurse leaders like myself to develop strategies to allocate care and triage our patients. Strategies that are homegrown, formed with the best intent, but rife with inconsistencies and very prone to inequity. This is in a state with expanded access to reproductive care where abortion is protected. Our patient received care. She lived, but many others won't. Pregnant and postpartum people in the US are dying. It was safer for my mom to have a baby than for me to. BIPOC people like me bear the burden of the maternal mortality crisis, being 2 to 3 times more likely to die than white peers, with upwards of 80% of those deaths deemed preventable. To avoid maternal deaths, the World Health Organization declared it is vital to prevent unintended pregnancies. Preventing unintended pregnancies is the primary recommendation of our global leaders in evidence-based health promotion, and we have failed. Right now, the most available contraceptives include condoms, sponges, spermicides. These methods have anywhere from a 13 to 20% failure rate with typical use, and this is insufficient. OPIL is safe and effective in preventing unintended pregnancies. OPIL will not only save lives, but will keep our healthcare system from collapsing. The advisory committee has the opportunity to change the trajectory of public health across our nations. Nurses support saying yes, AWON support saying yes, the communities I serve support saying yes to oral over-the-counter contraceptives. Please hear my testimony and vote yes. Also, happy Nurses Week.
Speaker number 21, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Jamila Parrott, and I am the president and CEO of Physicians for Reproductive Health, a network of doctors across the country working to advance access to comprehensive reproductive health care, including contraceptive care for all people. I have no financial ties to industry to disclose. I'm a board-certified, fellowship-trained obstetrician and gynecologist with a comprehensive background in family planning and reproductive health. I'm an abortion provider in the city I call home, the place where I grew up, Washington, D.C. As physician providers and experts in family planning at PRH, we believe that the privilege our white coats provide demands that we center those we care for in our work and in our advocacy. It's my honor and my moral duty to provide compassionate care. And in that vein, I'm here to testify in support of my patients, in support of our communities, to ensure equitable access to contraception, including access to birth control pills over the counter. As we reflect on our commitment to care as medical providers, our desire to heal, to treat, and to help, we must also acknowledge that this work, our work, is shaped by the context in which we live and in which our patients live. As healthcare providers and researchers, as public health agents and activists whose work is focused on addressing health inequities and providing care, when we deeply examine these inequities, it becomes clear that those communities that are impacted greatest by health reproductive health inequities and outcomes are also those who have been historically and traditionally marginalized, targeted, and abused by our healthcare and political systems. This is especially true for those living in my hometown of Washington, D.C., where our political agency and autonomy is routinely usurped and disregarded by ideologically motivated legislators with no ties to or knowledge of our communities. Our communities are made particularly vulnerable to these actions and bear the brunt of restricted access to contraception, and as they already face the greatest barriers to accessing care. As a doctor, I know that ensuring equitable access to birth control is essential to the overall health and well-being of people across the country. Reducing barriers to all kinds of care, including contraceptive care, helps address these inequities in reproductive health outcomes, especially in historically oppressed communities. The fact that Black, Indigenous women have the highest rates of maternal morbidity and mortality in this country, that a country that spends more per capita on healthcare than any one in the world, is not a coincidence. It is the result of centuries of structural and institutional racism. Before I conclude, I would be remiss if I did not stress to you the importance of including young people in this conversation. Research clearly shows that contraindications are rare among adolescents compared to adults, further supporting the safety of OTC access to birth control for young people. The advisory committee has an opportunity to take a critical step to ensuring more equitable access to this essential contraceptive care. I urge you to make Opill available over the counter, free from unnecessary barriers and restrictions. Thank you for having me here today. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Speaker number 22, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Greetings. My name is Mianna Evans, and I'm speaking on behalf of Black Women for Wellness to express our support for making birth control accessible to everyone. I have no disclosures to make. As a reproductive justice-centered and Black women-led organization, Black Women for Wellness is recommending that the FDA vote yes on bringing Opill over the counter. For decades, Black women and girls have struggled to control our own reproductive health. We have been silenced, excluded, and misinformed about the uses, effectiveness, and costs of birth control as a means of limiting our agency in controlling the narrative of women's stories. The fundamental tenets of reproductive justice are: 1, the right to have children; 2, the right to not have children; and 3, the right to raise those children in a safe and healthy environment. Barriers to accessing birth control are a reproductive injustice, compounded through years of systemic racism. It's hard to say we're at a crisis when it's been bad for so long, but to not call it that is also wrong. In a recent study that Black Women for Wellness conducted, 41% of respondents surveyed experienced at least one challenge to accessing contraception in the past year, and 59% said they will be likely to use an over-the-counter birth control if approved. Instead of having to use and rely on an external entity to decide when, how, and what type of birth control to use, Opill over the counter offers me and my community a safe and highly effective choice of birth control. As a Black woman in my early 20s, I unfortunately can say that I have faced barriers in healthcare settings regarding my reproductive health. For too long, I shied away from signing my name on the log to be seen out of fear that I would be judged or seen as irresponsible for seeking control over my reproductive health. I, just like many women, have felt stripped of my power to confidently decide what I felt was best for my body and ultimately my future. We are taking our power back by breaking through those barriers. Opill are safe, effective, and with actualized support from the FDA, can be accessible and affordable for all women. Making birth control accessible over the counter will eliminate some key barriers such as lack of insurance coverage, transportation restrictions, and racism in the healthcare settings. A yes vote for making birth control pills accessible over the counter is a necessary step in our fight towards full bodily autonomy. We are confident that the FDA can accomplish this by both leveraging the science behind the safety and effectiveness of Opill and by acknowledging reproductive justice as a basic human right. With gratitude, Black Women for Wellness.
Speaker number 23, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organizations that you are representing for the record.
Hello, my name is Nicole Martin, and I do not have financial disclosures to make. I speak today on behalf of myself and my organization. I am the co-founder and political education director for Indigenous Women Rising. My organization is part of the Free the Pill Coalition. I also serve as a community co-chair for the New Mexico Department of Health's Maternal Mortality Review Committee. There are barriers to accessing oral contraceptives. For Indigenous communities, our healthcare facilities are severely underfunded and not a priority. For many nations, tribes, and pueblos, geography is the biggest barrier to accessing healthcare. The Navajo Nation, for example, is the size of West Virginia, but only has 13 grocery stores and 5 Indian health service care units. At IWR, we believe in the full spectrum of healthcare. We believe our relatives and community members deserve safe and equitable access. If there is one thing the federal government can do right, it is to listen to communities that have been oppressed and test subjects for too long. Follow the lead of these communities. These public comments are a reflection of the dire need for us and our community members to maintain control over our bodily autonomy. O-pill over-the-counter is part of the solution because telehealth may not be available in our communities due to the lack of infrastructure needed to make broadband widely available and affordable. Therefore, bringing the pill over the counter is an important step forward. It will eliminate some of the implicit bias we face when we do utilize IHS or other healthcare facilities in border towns. My hope is that if I can go to Walmart and get an eye exam done, I should be able to get my birth control over the counter. I strongly urge the community to vote yes on bringing O-pill over the counter. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 24, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organizations that you are representing for the record.
My name is Monifa Bandele, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Moms Rising. I have no conflicts of interest to disclose. On behalf of over 1 million Moms Rising members with members in every single state, my testimony today is in support of the switch of O-pill from prescription to over-the-counter status. Moms know best about being pregnant and raising children. We know the impact that childbirth has on our bodies, and we know best about whether or not we want to add another child to our family. Birth control pills are popular, safe, and effective methods to prevent unplanned pregnancies. An over-the-counter birth control pill is long overdue. Progesterone-only birth control pills have been around for 50 years and are one of the most studied medicines on the market today. They have decades of research and use showing that they are safe and effective. O-pill, like other progesterone-only pills, are safe to use for virtually anyone, in all women, making them a good candidate for the first over-the-counter birth control pills. Progesterone-only pills don't contain estrogen, which means they are safe for women over 35, migraines, blood clots, or heart disease. Women have to see a doctor or pharmacist to get birth control. For parents who don't have much money or people who live in rural areas, visiting the doctor is even harder. There are many extra costs associated with getting a birth control prescription, including paying for a doctor's visit if you don't have insurance, transportation to a doctor's office, missing work, and paying for childcare during a doctor's appointment. Removing the prescription barrier and making birth control pills available over the counter will help make sure that more women have the freedom and access to the contraception they want, regardless of who they are, where they live, or how much money they have. It is no wonder that in 2011, a study found that 63% of women surveyed were in favor of over-the-counter access, and in 2018, a poll for birth control pills available over the counter. Moms Rising wants to underscore that progesterone-only pills is the only kind of pill that breastfeeding moms can use. In the U.S., The U.S. is in the midst of a maternal health crisis where Black and Indigenous women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die during childbirth, independent of income and education. More access to birth control will save lives. Bringing Opill over the counter is an important step forward for maternal health and maternal justice. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to speaker number 25. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. Speaker number 25, you may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization that you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Kavanaugh, and I'm a principal research scientist at the Guttmacher Institute, an independent, not-for-profit organization focusing on reproductive health research and policy analysis in the US and globally. I have no financial disclosures to make. I and my colleagues have conducted extensive research examining contraception in the US, and evidence generated by us and many other researchers supports the safety of contraception and its centrality in ensuring people of all ages can achieve reproductive health, dignity, and autonomy. Today, I want to make 5 important points about the body of evidence from the behavioral health field that overwhelmingly supports a switch to over-the-counter status for Opill that is inclusive of all ages. Next slide. 1, young people may have the most to gain from over-the-counter access to contraception. Adolescents experience unique barriers to accessing contraception within the healthcare system, including confidentiality concerns and increased stigma, which would be minimized with broader over-the-counter access to contraception. 2, despite these barriers, most adolescents use contraceptives at both first sex and most recent sex. The most recent available data indicate that 3/4 of females and 91% of males ages 15 to 19 reported contraceptive use the first time they had sex, and 91% of females and 94% of males reported that they or their partner had used contraception the last time they had sex. Next slide. 3, the science is clear that recent declines in US adolescent pregnancies that occurred too early or were unwanted can be attributed primarily to increases in adolescent contraceptive use. 4, levels of sexual activity among adolescents under age 13 are low and have been declining over time. About 4% of adolescents aged 13 and under reported being sexually active in 2015, down from 5.6% in 2013. Next slide. 5, there is significant evidence from dozens of well-conducted studies that increased availability of contraception does not increase sexual activity among young people. Further, between 2008 and 2017, more adolescents were using contraceptives, they were using more effective methods, and they were using them more consistently, all while adolescent sexual activity rates remained unchanged. Next slide. In short, robust scientific evidence very much supports that over-the-counter access for Opill would have significant benefits for public health and individuals' well-being and should be inclusive of people of all ages. Any age restriction would be counterproductive as adolescents face both greater chances of unwanted pregnancy as well as potentially greater ramifications of those pregnancies than adults. I urge the FDA to consider the most current and accurate data available in making an evidence-based decision to make Opill available over the counter without an age restriction. The science overwhelmingly supports a vote of yes. Thank you.
Speaker number 26, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization that you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kumkwan Parushabuddha, pronouns she, her. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Association of Nurse Practitioners in Women's Health. I have no financial disclosures to make. I'm a board-certified women's health nurse practitioner, family nurse practitioner, and certified nurse midwife and veteran. In short, women's health care is my life's work. I'm here as the president-elect of NPWH, a nonprofit organization that gives voice to over 12,000 WHNPs and other advanced practice clinicians that care for women. The clinicians I represent are experts in women's health throughout a patient's entire lifespan. We counsel patients every day on contraception and family planning. The data is clear, and the medical community is in agreement. Contraception is essential healthcare, and making Opill available over the counter is an important step in promoting health equity, improving access to care, and supporting better health outcomes. With my time today, I'd like to emphasize a few important points. As of 2011, 45% of pregnancies in the US were unintended. That number is even higher for patients from marginalized communities. Consider the monumental disruption an unintended pregnancy has on a person's life. Temporary or permanent delays in education or career, financial instability, long-term lower economic security, and the mental and physical health risks of pregnancy. Hormonal contraception is one of the most widely used and extensively studied medications on the market. Over 60 years of research and data show that it's safe and effective at preventing unintended pregnancies. Over-the-counter access reduces some of the most common barriers to hormonal contraception, such as lack of access, inconveniences of obtaining a prescription, and high cost. We also cannot ignore the current state of sexual and reproductive health care in this conversation. Around 42% of unintended pregnancies end in abortion. With the most recent restrictions and bans on abortion care, an unintended pregnancy carries more risk, harm, and impact than at any other time in the last 50 years. We've been hearing from our members that the rapidly changing policy landscape is interfering with the provision of evidence-based healthcare and harming patients. With so many aspects of sexual and reproductive health being unnecessarily restricted or eliminated, it's important we remove unnecessary barriers to care. As a clinician, I understand some of the biggest concerns about making hormonal birth control available over the counter are about risk. And yes, there are contraindications, but I'm also confident in the data that shows patients of all ages are capable of self-screening. Research conducted in 2012 and 14 shows us that patients between the ages of 14 and 45 can reliably self-screen and are even overly cautious. In one study, when 6.9% of patients reported a potential contraindication to combined hormonal contraception, only 2.4% actually had a verified contraindication. And we know from other research that the contraindications are lower, only 1.6% for progestin-only pills. Self-screening is effective, and we rely on self-screening for so many other medications that have been on the market for decades. As medical professionals who specialize in women's healthcare, we fully support making Opill available over the counter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will move on to speaker number 27. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Hello, my name is Divi Huitron. I am 19 years old and I am from McAllen, Texas. When I was 16 years old, I became sexually active. Coming from a very religious community and a household in which sex was discouraged until marriage, I felt as though I was set up for failure. I did not receive the best sex education, but I knew one thing. I could not feel safe and comfortable engaging in this without taking birth control. When I finally mustered the courage to open up to my parents and disclose that I needed a new form of contraception to help me feel safe, I was met with a stern no and a grounding. I was told that if not being given birth control would stop me from being active, then so be it. And so I continued having sex without birth control, all because I could not access it under the prescription-only system. This was even more likely in my home state of Texas today, as a judge has recently banned young people from getting birth control without parental consent at Title X clinics. Having Opill available over the counter would have solved this problem for me. When I turned 17, I was still sexually active, but my fear of an unintended pregnancy was so much worse, and I revisited the conversation with my parents. This time, a new challenge presented itself: the COVID-19 pandemic. For health insurance reasons, I was limited to specific gynecologists that could provide me care, and none of them were taking new patients. For months, I would call the clinics and see if there was any update on the current situation, and I was given the same response each time. Due to the pandemic, we are currently not taking new patients and only take appointments for emergencies. I felt upset hearing this and knew that while this particular barrier existed for a viable reason, I was still not able to access the care that I needed. Finally, when I turned 18 and the pandemic slowed down, I was able to set up a visit with my primary care physician to discuss my need for birth control. When revisiting the conversation one last time, I was met with a lot more pushback from my parents, as they simply never felt comfortable with the idea of me taking birth control. They believed it would change my bodily composition, encourage me to make sexually risky decisions, and other misinformed assumptions. The process that I went through to access birth control does not stop there, as I now live in the state of Alabama and my university healthcare center reports to my insurance and parents the exams and prescriptions that I'm given. Accessing birth control should not have to be this complicated. At 16, 17, 18, and now 19, my needs have been unmet yet have remained the same for years. Young people are incredibly intelligent and capable of coming to terms with what their needs are. We should be given the opportunity to make choices for ourselves, regardless of our age, access to care, and background. If birth control was made over the counter in the United States, we would be in a completely different place. I would have felt safer and been able to get what I need on my own terms. My friends who became parents at 18 and 19 could have done so at a time in which they felt more prepared. My peers could make their lives easier and more comfortable on a day-to-day basis. And for this reason, I'm asking you to please consider making birth control over the counter with no age restrictions. It could be life-changing for many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to speaker number 28. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. Speaker number 28, you may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Charlene Bencomo. I have no financial disclosures to report. I am the executive director of Bold Futures, a state-based reproductive justice organization in New Mexico. We work alongside Latina, Black, Indigenous, and people of color to ensure that all people have access to the information and resources they need to make informed decisions about their own bodies and lives. For decades, Bold Futures has protected and expanded a full spectrum of reproductive healthcare options with a long history of improving access to contraception in our state. We work to support the passage of a protocol allowing trained and licensed pharmacists to prescribe contraception at the pharmacy and ushered in the passage of rules related to increased insurance coverage for contraception and pharmaceutical reimbursement parity. While these were all steps towards increased access to contraception for people in New Mexico, evidence still shows that Black, Indigenous, people of color, youth, and LGBTQ people continue to lack access and experience multiple barriers. Bold Futures is a collaborating member of the research team that recently conducted a cross-sectional survey focused on challenges accessing contraceptive care and interest in over-the-counter oral contraceptives among Black, Indigenous, and people of color. The research tells us what many of us in the large and mostly rural state of New Mexico already know. Contraception is still not accessible to those who need it most, and the effects are disproportionate for people of color. The good news is that 67% of respondents stated that they were likely to use an over-the-counter oral contraceptive method if it were available. We know that over-the-counter contraception is both safe and effective. We call on you today to help create additional access and eliminate barriers to contraception by bringing Opill over the counter. Increased access to safe and effective contraception is critical to maintaining bodily autonomy for so many in New Mexico and across the nation, especially as we consider continued attacks on reproductive health care. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to speaker 29. Speaker number 29, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Claire Coleman, President and CEO of the National Family Planning and Reproductive Health Association. I have no disclosures. I'm speaking today on behalf of NIFRA, which represents a network of nearly 1,000 governmental and nonprofit organizations that provide family planning and sexual health care across the country. Providers in our network rely on Title X and Medicaid funding to subsidize access to contraception for those with low incomes. Federal funding is used to equalize access to birth control, specifically to remove the barrier that cost puts in the way of all people getting the contraceptive of their choice. And more than 50 years on, and despite our members' best efforts, millions of people still face significant hurdles to access contraception. I want to speak to the concern about people with low literacy appropriately using an over-the-counter oral contraceptive. People of color and non-native speakers of English have disproportionately lower levels of health literacy. Systemic and structural racism and years of disinvestment, including in safety net healthcare services, lay the groundwork for this and other disparities. Arguments that individuals with low literacy may not be able to read labels and instructions or correctly identify contraindications is a narrative that perpetuates racism and classism. People with low literacy are among those who have the least support and fewest options when it comes to healthcare access. They want and need a non-prescription option. Oral contraceptives are not new products. They do not rely on a new mechanism of action. Over more than 60 years, 3 generations have shown that people can safely use the pill, accurately understanding the label and eligibility criteria and taking it once a day for as long as they desire. O-pill over the counter would give us one more option for access. And the more options that are available, the better we can make the right choices for ourselves. Those with the power to approve an OTC option must recognize structural barriers are a reality, but not an excuse to maintain unnecessary restrictions on OC access. Our health centers will be there for people who need a visit, but for those who know what they want, our providers trust that they can make the right decision for themselves. Our role is to support them in their decision-making and get out of their way. I urge the advisory committee to vote yes.
Thank you. We'll call now on speaker number 30. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you're representing for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Ling Chansey, President and CEO of 9to5, National Association of Working Women, a nonprofit. I speak on behalf of 9to5 and our members, and I have no disclosure to report. I'm speaking today in support of the O-pill. 9to5 is celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. Our work is to end discrimination in the workplace and beyond, and to win paid medical leave, good jobs, higher wages, and equal pay, childcare, and more, advancing the growing movement towards a more equitable society. Our members reside in all 50 states. We operate robust statewide chapters in Colorado, Georgia, and Wisconsin. 63 years ago, on this very same day, the FDA approved the first ever birth control pill. This invention has been hailed as one of the most influential inventions of the 20th century, making it possible for women to leave the kitchen and enter the workplace in great numbers. Thanks in part to the pill, our workforce is now over 50% women, but huge disparities remain due to poverty and structural racism, especially in communities of color. Working women are facing a crisis. The same structural barriers that they face in education, housing, transportation, employment, and childcare are the same barriers they face when trying to access contraception. The public health crisis feeds the economic justice crisis and vice versa. Getting to doctor, childcare, taking time off, costs, transportation, etc. Many of our members are what you might consider low literacy, low-wage working women. But this does not mean they are not savvy about their reproductive health. Working women know the cost of starting and raising family. It's a really hard cost. The work hard to make ends meet, putting food on the table or paying their light bills. They lean on their community. Taking a pill once a day is a culturally well-known fact. O-pill is more effective than what's currently available over the counter. O-pill is safer economically and physically than being pregnant. And for those living most at the margins, the option of having O-pill available over the counter might be the best option they can get. Vote yes to over-the-counter pill for economic justice and family security. Thank you.
Speaker number 31, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Otsko Koyama, and I have no financial disclosures. I am triple board certified in pediatrics, pediatric emergency medicine, and adolescent medicine. I practice in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm a clinician researcher and representative of Doctors for America. My research focuses on issues around adolescent reproductive health care in the emergency department, or ED. I'm here in support of over-the-counter O-pill. I want to start with a patient story that highlights the importance of adolescent access to O-pill. I had a 17-year-old come to the ED with concerns around a urinary tract infection. And when I asked her about her sexual and birth control history, she said, I asked my pediatrician for birth control. He told me I was too young to be having sex, so he wouldn't prescribe it. So, despite her being able to access healthcare and having the courage to even bring it up with her male physician, she was denied birth control because of her doctor's beliefs and biases. I've had way too many conversations with pediatricians and ED docs who don't feel comfortable talking about reproductive health issues with teens. And despite major professional organizations and experts recommending confidential discussions about sex starting at 13 years old, research shows that physicians are failing in this area. Also, the U.S. has the distinction of having one of the highest teen pregnancy rates for a high-resource nation. In the past decade, these rates, though still high, have come down due to higher contraceptive use. The average age of sexual initiation is 16 to 17, and an estimated 55% of teens have had sex by 18. Of those, approximately 80% use some form of contraception, mostly condoms. Of course, hormonal contraception with condom use exponentially improves pregnancy prevention rates. And research also shows that after emergency contraception, or EC, became over-the-counter, the use of EC among adolescents increased without an increase in rates of adolescent sexual activity. Studies also show that young teens are able to self-screen for potential contraindications to birth control, which are already rare in that age group. I treat plenty of junior high students, 13 and 14-year-olds, who are responsible for their own daily medications, including life-saving meds for conditions like lupus, diabetes, and cancer. For some adolescents, the birth control pill is also life-saving, helping them achieve their educational and life goals. In Arizona, I also see firsthand how restrictions on contraceptive access negatively affect people who are geographically isolated. In fact, more than 19 million women in the U.S. live in contraceptive deserts and don't have regular access to a medical office. Many people who live in rural areas also experience higher rates of poverty and can't afford to travel long distances to obtain a prescription. Over-the-counter birth control access will help these patients. Birth control pills are not the answer for everyone, but having the over-the-counter pill option significantly increases access for patients who already have difficulty finding time, finances, transportation, or a physician willing to speak about and provide contraception. Therefore, I urge you to make O-Pill available over the counter, free from unnecessary barriers or restrictions. Thank you for having me here today.
Speaker number 32, please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin by stating your name and introducing yourself and any organization that you're representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Candace Gibson. Pronouns are she, her. And today I speak on behalf of the National Latina Institute for Reproductive Justice, or Latina Institute. I do not have any financial disclosures to make. I am a Latina who has struggled to access contraception, a lawyer, and I have over a decade of experience advocating on behalf of Latinas and Latinxes as they seek sexual and reproductive health care. Birth control that's available over the counter can be a powerful tool that will allow Latinas and Latinxes to make meaningful decisions about our lives. In our 2018 poll, 71% of Latina and Latino respondents said access to birth control has been important in their own lives, helping them achieve their education and career goals. In the same poll, we found that 78% of our community said they would support birth control pills being available over the counter if the FDA found them to be safe and effective. Current barriers prevent Latinas from accessing and affording contraception. Latinas are more likely to work low-wage jobs that do not provide health insurance. Many Latinas who are not citizens of this country cannot obtain public or private coverage due to immigration status. In our 2018 poll, we found that nearly 30% of Latinas had gone without their preferred method of contraception because of lack of health insurance. In one study examining the contraceptive method use of Spanish-speaking immigrant Latinas, 82% of participants were uninsured. Latinas have reported that providers' lack of interpretation and translation services have been a barrier to obtaining contraceptive care. And many in our community cannot even access providers to get a prescription due to lack of transportation, lack of time, and cost. These barriers are especially difficult for rural communities, and these barriers correlate to lower rates of use of contraception for Latinas and adverse reproductive health outcomes. Studies show that Latinas are highly interested in over-the-counter access to oral contraception, noting that cost and convenience as advantages of this option. Decades of research show the efficacy and safety of progestin-only pills. It is critical that over-the-counter contraceptives be covered by insurance, be affordable, and be available without age or documentation requirements. At a time when Latinas are the largest group of women of color to be harmed by state abortion bans, bringing O-Pill over the counter is an important step forward for Latina and Latinx health, well-being, and self-determination. The Latina Institute urges the advisory committee members to vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll move on to speaker 33. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization that you're representing for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sherry Priyadar, and I'm a board-certified adolescent medicine physician here today representing the Society for Adolescent Health and Medicine, or SAM. SAM is a nonprofit multidisciplinary professional society of 1,200 members committed to the promotion of health, well-being, and equity for all adolescents and young adults. And I have no relevant financial disclosures today. I do want to talk to you about Valerie today, the 16-year-old patient that I never saw. She lived over an hour away and was told our clinic was the closest that provides birth control to adolescents. Valerie couldn't get to her appointment, as is the case with many teens. Change slide, please. SAM endorses making O-Pill available over the counter with no age restriction. Change slide, please. Let me share with you how this could positively impact our adolescent patients, such as Valerie. Oral contraceptive pills, abbreviated as OCPs, are available without prescription in more than 100 countries and have already been used safely by millions of people around the world. OCPs are also the most common contraceptive used by my patients, adolescents. Adolescents have unique barriers to contraceptive access, including those related to transportation, appointment availability, and cost associated with healthcare visits. Like Valerie, in a recent national survey, the overwhelming majority of respondents reported facing at least one barrier to obtaining contraception as a teen or young adult. And because of this, the majority were unable to obtain that prescription. Minoritized adolescents have even more barriers to accessing care. These groups include Black, Indigenous, and people of color, recent immigrants, LGBTQ youth, and youth with disabilities, as well as those in more rural neighborhoods. An over-the-counter oral contraceptive would reduce inequities for these young people. Change slide, please. This pill is more effective at preventing pregnancy than other over-the-counter contraceptives currently available. Furthermore, per the CDC, for healthy women, no exam or tests are needed before starting progestin-only pills, and mandating such only reduces access to care, as it has for our patient, Valerie. This medication is safe, making over-the-counter status the appropriate way to make it available to the public. In fact, absolute contraindications for progestin-only pills are exceedingly rare in adolescents. Early studies show that many adolescents can understand the drug facts label for this oral contraceptive, and that adolescents can self-select for use. Next slide, please. Today, as members of the FDA Advisory Committee, you can make a public health impact in increasing access to this safe contraceptive. On behalf of Sam and Valerie, I urge you to make this pill available over the counter with no age restriction. Next slide. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, and apologies for any technology issues. I'd like to call on speaker number 34. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization you are representing for the record.
Hello, my name is Victoria Nichols, and I serve as the project director for Free the Pill, a coalition-driven campaign to educate and engage the public in support of over-the-counter birth control pills in the U.S. For nearly 2 decades, the Free the Pill Coalition, a group of reproductive justice and health advocates, researchers, providers, and provider associations, youth activists, and more, have worked to build the evidence and support for over-the-counter birth control pills. Since the coalition's work started back in 2004, we have been intentional about centering the leadership and perspectives of communities that face the most barriers to accessing contraception due to systemic inequities, and those that would likely benefit the most from an OTC birth control pill. Birth control pills are one of the best studied medicines on the market. They have a long-standing support from medical and public health experts, and we have decades of data to show that they are safe and effective for people of all ages. Progestin-only pills, the type of birth control pill that the FDA is considering with this application, are safe for nearly all people, making them a good candidate for the first ever over-the-counter birth control pill. Over 100 countries around the world, including Mexico and the UK, allow people to access birth control pills over the counter without a prescription, and it is time that people in the US have the same level of access. We know that barriers keep birth control pills out of reach for many. Research shows that the current prescription requirement makes it more difficult to obtain and consistently use birth control pills. We also know that barriers to birth control pills fall hardest on Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities, as well as young people, LGBTQ+ folks, people with disabilities, rural communities, and those working to make ends meet. For many, these barriers include finding a healthcare provider, the cost and time associated with a provider visit to get a prescription, transportation, time away from school or work to make the appointment, finding childcare during the appointment if you're a parent, and parental consent for young people. Removing the prescription requirement for birth control pills would expand access to a safe and effective form of birth control for people across the country who want and need it. Today marks Free the Pill Day, a celebratory day in our movement that recognizes the day the FDA approved the first birth control pill in 1960. Now, more than ever, we need equitable access to birth control pills in the US. Everyone should have access to the full range of methods so that they can use the one that's best for them. Safe and effective birth control pills available over the counter without a prescription would significantly improve access and help people overcome barriers. I urge the FDA advisory panel to consider the long safety record and broad public health benefits of birth control pills and vote yes in support of moving them over the counter. This is an opportunity to expand health equity, give people more control over when and whether to start a family, and advance reproductive justice. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to speaker number 35. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and any organization that you are representing for the record.
My name is Sally Raffi. I'm a licensed pharmacist and board-certified pharmacotherapy specialist based in San Diego, California. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all and express my support for over-the-counter access to this progestin-only pill. I have seen too many patients attempting to refill their birth control pills at the pharmacy, but having to endure gaps in use while they wait for their healthcare provider to authorize refills or wait for a required office visit. I have no financial interest in the outcome of this meeting. For the last 13 years, I have served as the medication safety specialist for an academic health system. In this role, it is my responsibility to consider the safety of medications and potential for medication errors that may result in patient harm when considering formulary decisions, system design, and staff processes. In addition to this role, I founded Birth Control Pharmacist, a national organization with a mission to expand access to reproductive health services and products in pharmacies. Over the last 6 years, we have seen more than 1 in 4 states grant pharmacists the authority to prescribe and dispense birth control directly to their patients, and this has been implemented in over 3,500 pharmacies. I have personally been providing contraceptive care for over 15 years and have trained thousands of health professionals to do the same. While it has been wonderful to see access points to contraception expanding, it's not nearly enough. Even in the states where a pharmacist can prescribe birth control, most do not do so yet. This is a relatively new service that requires pharmacists to undergo additional training and opt in. In addition to the cost of the birth control itself, patients usually face an out-of-pocket fee for the visit with the pharmacist, as this piece is typically not covered by insurance. During their visit at the pharmacy, the patient completes self-screening that is used by the pharmacist to determine eligibility. In my years of practice, I have yet to see a patient seeking hormonal birth control who has a contraindication to progestin-only pills. I'm confident that people can self-screen to safely use O-pill over the counter. We need to be sure that it's available in a variety of ways, including from their healthcare provider, at the pharmacy, and over the counter. With birth control pills, the most common medication error that we see is people taking the pills in the wrong order. Since all the pills in this product are the same, it eliminates any risk of those errors. As a medication safety and reproductive health expert, I'm confident that this product is appropriate for non-prescription use and will help improve access to contraception. I urge the advisory committee members to vote yes in support of this application. Thank you again.
Thank you. We do have a few speakers that are scheduled remaining, so I'll ask our advisory committee members to stick with us here for a few more, and then we'll be wrapping up the agenda for the day shortly. So with that, I'm going to invite speaker 36 to unmute and turn on your webcam. You can begin and introduce yourself by stating your name and your organization if you are representing one for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Schenk, and I use she, her, and they, them pronouns, and I will be speaking on behalf of myself as a young student with no financial ties. Today, I will be telling you about my first experience with birth control. I went about getting birth control pills for the first time when I was 16. I had to drive over 30 minutes to my county's health department 2 towns over from mine in my home state of Tennessee. I went right after school on the only day that week I was not scheduled to work. This was the only time I could go because the health department is closed on weekends. At the health department, I was very lucky to have been seen by a kind nurse who helped me get the birth control pills, and after we talked, she asked if I had any insurance or a way to pay. I told her that I was uncomfortable with my mom finding out about my sex life as I came from a very religious household, so she could not know what I was doing. The nurse helped me figure out a way in which I would be able to get birth control pills without having it show up on my insurance or bank statements. Now, I was very lucky that I had a car, had the time and ability to go to the clinic, and that there was a nurse there who helped me and worked with me to find a way to have birth control. But I am not a common example. Tennessee has one of the highest rates of teen pregnancy in the country because a lot of people I knew did not have even the same limited access to birth control that I did, not to mention the abstinence-only education my school received and the stigma that exists in my community around contraceptives. We should not live in a reality where one of the best case scenarios is a young girl driving out of her way with her limited time to have access to health care. I think we should make birth control over the counter because I think all people deserve access to contraceptives that are safe and effective. Young people in rural areas like me face some of the greatest barriers, and so we need access to over-the-counter birth control pills without an age restriction. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to speaker 37. Please unmute and turn on your webcam. You may introduce yourself and begin. Please state your name and any organization that you are representing for the record.
Hello, my name is Dr. Pratima Gupta, and I'm a double board certified obstetrician gynecologist based in San Diego, California, and a parent to 2 young children that had the privilege to plan thanks to access to oral contraceptive pills. I do not have any financial disclosures to make. I'm also a member of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, but I speak today on behalf of myself. As a doctor, I talk to patients every single day and ensure patient-centered counseling. But personally, even as a doctor, I had trouble accessing oral contraceptive pills when I needed them. Living and working in San Diego, I see many people who are recent immigrants who have self-screened safely and are taking over-the-counter pills obtained and following the labeling instructions. Let me tell you about a young woman I saw last week. I'll call her Lisa. She had recently immigrated here from Guatemala to San Diego. She had to get time off of her job as a teacher's aide to come and see me, and she was requesting a refill of a birth control pill that she had obtained over the counter and had been taking without issues. She was confused and actually also a bit frustrated that she needed a prescription for a medicine that she'd been taking safely and per the instructions for several years. In fact, she had run out of the pills while she was trying to coordinate the time off to make an appointment. I still remember sort of her sparkly fingernails as she fidgeted due to anxiety of having a delayed prescription. Birth control pills are an important part of the full range of sexual and reproductive health care. This matters to all communities, especially those with language barriers, immigration status, cultural stigma, and low rates of insurance coverage. They affect the way they access healthcare. Over-the-counter access to birth control would alleviate many of these barriers to contraception that our community faces. So how could we have better helped my patient like Lisa and others like her with over-the-counter access to oral contraceptive pills without barriers? We can be part of the solution. As a doctor who sees patients every week who have been taking over-the-counter oral contraceptive pills without a prescription, I have no doubt that people can take them safely and accurately. Don't leave patients like Lisa worried about a pregnancy when they could be getting progesterone-only pills off the shelf. Bringing Opill over the counter is an important step forward for justice and liberty upon which this nation was established. I know the last thing that stands between you and a break is me, so I'll wrap it up by urging the advisory committee to be true to the FDA mission and vote yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The open public hearing portion of this meeting has now concluded and will no longer take comments from the audience. I appreciate the committee's time, and we will now turn our attention to address the task at hand, the careful consideration of the data before the committee, as well as the public comments, and this will be the work of our agenda tomorrow. Before we adjourn, are there any last comments from the FDA?
No, we don't have any comments.
So hearing none, I will go ahead and just express my appreciation for the work of the committee today, and considering listening through to the presentations and the considerable amount of data from both FDA and the sponsor, as well as to the public for contributing their thoughts for our consideration as well. We will now adjourn this meeting. Thank you.